purging is at last at hand. The day of doom is here. All that is evil, all that are lies, your parents, your leaders, those who would call themselves your judges, those who have lied and corrupted the earth, they shall all be cleansed.
Sir Malcom showed up. All right, perfect. Going Fatigue Edition. There we go. Requested to speak. Sure. Request to speak. I'll even turn you co-host. I just opened this thing 30 seconds ago, so all right, let's see who else shows up, but feeling the going fatigue already, man. Oh dear. All right. Invite to speak. You should be speaker. I don't know what's going on. Send me the request again. Sometimes it gets screwed up for some reason.
Hello?
Yeah, you're good, my friend. There we go.
I guess I can again commiserate about how tired we are of the Goyim a bit more. I mean, I've been kind of digging into this nuclear power situation. It was much worse than I thought, actually.
Oh, yeah. You want me to send you the paper? I can send you the paper. It's really bad.
Sure. I'm basically probably writing a book together with Christian Parenti on the sort of overarching what I call the vampire economy, which is basically how the economy has sort of shifted gears to really consume the seed corn to be used for future harvests in order to keep living standards propped up for mostly for old people. So nuclear power, I originally thought this was a good example to illustrate that we in the West, we don't really pay maintenance costs anymore on physical infrastructure created during the 20th century. But France, holy shit, what are they even gonna do? They're so fucked.
Yeah.
They have 56 of these, 80s, 90s pressurized water reactors.
Yeah.
And they're planning to, and the average age of the French nuclear reactor park at this point is 40 years old. They have a service life of 40 years. And they're already having to shut them down due to corrosion and stuff like that. So they can keep them going for 10 years more if they pay a shit ton of money. But they can't keep them going forever.
Exactly. Yeah.
And their plans right now, so 57 reactors, at least 40 are going to be shutting down in the next 15 years. They have plans to build 6 more. So 40 of them are shutting down, and they're going to be replaced by 6. And we're not talking about 6 with 10 times the power. No, there's physical limitations to how much power you can get out of a single reactor.
Yeah, correct.
So again, it's so interesting how we have this narrative of the Greens, they stabbed us in the back. We could have won if it wasn't for the Greens. And it's okay,
the blue-haired, Sir Malcom, it's the fucking blue-haired, man. Yeah. If they were not allowed to vote, if we took the vote away from them and they didn't vote and only the fucking Jim Bros voted, man, nuclear power would be all over the place.
Yeah. And so we have this country where the blue hairs never won and the Greens never had any sort of say over energy policy, and they went hard to the wall on nuclear energy. And this is the country that is by far the most fucked country in all of the West right now. They have no future, no future at all. Because the last time they tried building a reactor Flamanville 3, that shit took 19 years. And the reactor still doesn't fully work because it's got all of these problems with too weak steel and shit, corrosion and all of that stuff. So they've been trying to turn it on, but it's not fully turned on last I checked, because it's even newly built. it's got like the problems of a 40-year-old reactor in terms of like wear and tear and so on. And that shit costs like 200. Well, let's see. Like, yeah, it costs like 20 billion euros actually, and they originally planned for it to cost 3.
Yeah. It's I sometimes when I want to kill some time, I go to ourworldindata.org, and they have visualizations for everything. So like when you start giving people numbers and stuff, they don't understand what you're talking about. So sometimes if you use colors and fucking crayons, people can understand what you're doing. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put an image on here in the chat. I'm going to reply and share. Then I'm going to share to the spaces so we all know what Sir Malcom is talking about, and we all know how fucked the goyim in France are. So, give it a few seconds. Okay, electricity production by source in France. So basically, nuclear is that teal color in the middle. You can kind of see from 1985 onwards, it goes up, it goes up, it goes up. It kind of reaches this peak at around the 2005 mark. Then it just completely stagnates, and then it starts declining bit by bit by bit, right? And you were talking about the 40 nuclear reactors. Basically, you're going to get like a Seneca-type cliff event sometime in the 2030s, 2040s. And then what does France do? Well, it's got this hydropower thing, but it's kind of shitty. The wind and the solar's kind of been the same for about 10, 15, 20 years. And the oil is basically non-existent. And they've got a little bit of gas and that's it. But you're looking at, just visually, if you just look at this visually, that's like 60, 70% drop. So yeah, Sir Malcom, start doing some math with regard to the excess mortality for a society that loses 70% of its like energy inputs.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of, again, what I find so interesting is just that we have all of these narratives about like being stabbed in the back and so on. Like and then you just do. You spend 5 minutes reading about this stuff and you realize it's all a crock of shit, and you try telling people. And again, like, that's when you really get tired of the goyim.
Bro, I literally do this every day, man. Like, I'm like, no, man, it's not the fucking blue hairs or the fucking Nazis, man. You made choices in the past and certain limits were crossed and now you're in this mess. Like, it's a boring message, man. They want an enemy to hate. Right? That's all it is. They want an enemy to hate, and they're like, if this fucking guy didn't have the vote, or if we just shot all these it's the politics of the fucking 12-year-old, man. Like, yeah. I'm 12 years old, let me play with my action figures. That's what this is, man.
And look at Germany. Like, every time there's a problem in Germany now, people post a pic of that, like, cooling tower or whatever that they blew up from some reactor that was 40 years old when it was closed down. And people say, well, if we hadn't blown up this cooling tower and shut down this reactor, like, things would be fine. And then you actually look at, I looked at some statistics for how much, like the costs of energy, comparing like different types of energy. And the cost of energy for nuclear power in Germany was like 3 times the cost of natural gas. So, I mean, even if you built these things, if you're telling Siemens or Volkswagen or whatever that, okay, from now on, we're going to give you the generous privilege of paying 3 times more for energy than you did in 2021. They're just going to say, like, why are you building this nuclear power plant? We're not going to buy anything from you. We're closing down the factory.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, we are not interested in buying a form of energy that you say is great, but that costs us 3 times more than what we used to have, and we were like barely holding on to competitiveness then.
Yeah.
Like, it's just not going to happen.
No.
And my own country, Sweden, they did this study, like they promised like this nuclear renaissance or whatever, and then 3 years into the new government, nothing's been done, because they're in this trap. because they've
Yeah.
said like this is the best technology ever, it's going to save us all. And
Yeah.
then they did like this sort of preliminary research into what it would take, and what they found was there is no country, no company on the planet willing to build a nuclear power plant unless they get a guarantee that like it can cost infinite money, but the state is going to pay for it all. The moment you tell a company, well, okay, you're shouldering some of the responsibility, so you're going to shoulder some of the profits as well.
Yeah.
You can do that for every kind of energy, but you can't do that for nuclear.
No.
And the other finding was you can't actually put a price on a nuclear power plant today. Like, it's impossible to know
No,
what a
you can't.
nuclear
No,
power
you
plant is going to cost.
Yeah.
Because when you
Exactly.
try to build one, like if you're lucky, it ends up like Olkiluoto 3, where it's like people complain it's like the most expensive building in Europe or whatever, or in the world, or second most expensive, and it
Mhm.
costs 3 times as much as what you thought it would cost. But the last French nuclear power plant cost 5 times as much.
Yeah.
So we're talking like 20 billion
Exactly.
euros or dollars. I mean, they're basically equivalent today.
Yeah. And just to buttress your point a bit, this is something a lot of people don't think about. If you're like an oil driller or like one of these like natural gas guys or these coal guys, right? These sources of energy are fungible. So even if you're like a company and the government's like, hey man, this is the fucking cost, this is the fucking bill that you gotta like sign up for if you want to do any prospecting or building or whatever, right? The thing is, you can dig a little bit of the stuff out of the ground using your fancy equipment and get back a little bit of the money, right? Nuclear and these other forms of energy are all or nothing, right? You gotta build the entire fucking thing for several years, and then after all of that bullshit that you go through, right? Then you might see a little bit of trickle, right? The same is not true for oil, coal, and natural gas. So like, like you're talking about nuclear. Well, you should check the numbers for fucking solar and wind. They're fucking hilarious, man.
Yeah, and it's like, again, I'm not really saying necessarily even that, oh, well, nuclear power sucks, like I'm going to join the Green Party. I'm just saying, like, the figures are out there.
Yeah.
Nobody's disputing them. Like,
No,
nobody's
no.
disputing the cost of Flamanville 3 in
Ironclad
France.
numbers. The numbers are ironclad, basically. Yeah.
And like, nobody's disputing the fact that there is no plan to replace these things. And the reason that there is no plan to replace these things is that we can't afford it.
Correct.
Like, this is not controversial. It's not controversial either to say that the cost of nuclear energy in Germany was like 3 times the cost of natural gas. And if you try to triple like natural gas prices by replacing, Russian gas with liquefied natural gas from America, the only thing that happened was gas demand actually fell because all the industries started closing down.
Yep.
So, I mean, like the operative thing here is just if you triple energy prices, your industry gets fucked. It doesn't matter if it's like natural gas from India or from Russia or some other kind of gas, or nuclear power or whatever. Like, it's the price that matters.
Bingo.
And again, like, what I find, to be such a source of goyim fatigue, it's just that you bring this up and you see people, you see their brains reboot. Like, the light behind their eyes disappears, and then they're like quiet for a couple of seconds, and then their brain just goes on, like it resets. And then they keep talking like you didn't say anything.
Bro, they go back to the 20th century, man. That's literally like when you see that fucking reboot sequence, that's what they're doing, man. I've seen this happen so many times, man. Holy shit, right? And like there's different kinds of goyim, right? Like some of the goyim who are like in the 19th and 18th century. These are like the dissident right, the new right people, right? Their brain boots back to like the 18th century and the 19th century, versus these other guys who go back to the 20th century. But like, you explain to them, okay, the cost is what matters, man. Like, if the cost is fucking, like, if you're a barber shop in like Sweden or fucking Germany, and your energy cost goes beyond a certain point, man, you're not making money in that enterprise, right? And it's like, okay, well, now you, the small businessman, you're absolutely fucked, right? It's like, But the people don't want to listen to it, and then they're like, you tell them these things, you tell them that, okay, well, there's only 5 or 6 companies who can build these things. 3 of them went bankrupt. There's only 2 left. And guess where they are at? Oh yeah, Russia and China. So good luck getting those guys to help you. It's not going to happen. And so
Yeah.
all this other shit. And then it's like, well, man, if we just have more white people, we can just teach a bunch of 21-year-old white people to learn this shit in like 3 years. And then on year number 7, we're going to build it, man. Like, that's all they got left. It's like that.
Yeah.
This is literally what they believe, man.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing, like the point of the book that I've started working on is basically like you're familiar with the great John Michael Greer, so
Yes, sir,
you
yes.
know all of this stuff about like William Cadden, overshoots, Club of
Yeah.
Rome, limits to growth, and so on.
Yeah.
You know, like all of this stuff was kind of created in the later half of the 20th century.
Yeah.
Before or during or slightly after the big oil crisis. So that was like the big sort of seminal moment where people realized, holy shit, like there's a problem on this train. Like we're reliant on growth forever, and now we have this huge thing like the oil crisis that is kind of putting a massive crimp on growth. So then they started thinking like, okay, can growth go on forever and so on? And I mean, the issue is that we kind of, as a civilization, had a choice in what to do at that point.
Mm-hmm.
We could have, because like, I don't know, like how many people were on the planet, like 5 billion or whatever, 4.5, like when this discussion really started going.
Mm-hmm.
But we could have sort of tried to slow our roll and say, okay, well, there are some limits, so we should prepare for them. But instead, like, and you know, Greer was part of that movement. Like, it did exist.
It
And
did.
it did like a lot of stuff, you know, like teaching people to be like solar heater installers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so that's where kind of Greer cut his teeth in a lot of ways. But then that movement was kind of replaced by like the American psycho yuppie era, where it's like, no, there are no limits. Like we're gonna go hard to the wall here. And now, and people dismiss this stuff, like the Club of Rome, like people like William Cadden. Oh, well, they were hippies. I mean, if you're a Zoomer today, like my sense, my bet in some ways is that you are willing to hear out like the thoughts of the people who went before you talking about like what would happen when we started hitting limits, because this is your life, Andrew. You know, 50-year mortgages, 15-year car notes, completely unaffordable housing, a tax system that is designed only to wring out as much money from you to pay for old people, that doesn't even try to hide that when you are old, you're going into the fucking Warhammer 40K Soylent Green tanks. Like you are getting ground up into corpse starch. There's not going to be a retirement for you. There's going to be a bullet to the neck, and your family is going to be billed for the fucking bullet. Like that's retirement care for Zoomers. But they're still sort of busy working away, paying taxes to keep this system going so that like the people that are old today can enjoy one last big blowout before it all falls apart. So like the vampire economy here, like the economy built on sucking the blood from the young to pay for the old, it is our response to the limits to growth, to overshoot. Like that is what we chose to do.
Exactly. Like we cannot claim that there was ignorance or oh bro, we didn't know or whatever. Like bullshit, man, bullshit, right? Even the people who were like deriding, they're like, oh, this is all conspiracy. The human spirit or whatever the fuck can overcome the limits to growth or whatever the fuck. There are no limits to growth, man. Even those guys, even that entire group of people, they were also responding to the question posed by the book, and they were giving an answer, right? I'm just gonna quickly give like I'm going to quickly give an image. This is the 4 scenarios that the limits to growth looked at, right? And I'm going to share it to the spaces as well. But basically, like, it's very simple stuff. The base model is BAU, no assumptions added to historical averages that they were measuring back in like the 1970s. You get a collapse in population due to natural resource depletion. Then you've got BAU2, which is double the natural resources compared to the average. So like, what if magically human beings, we found double the resources on the planet, right? What
we
they
get
found
like 20 years or whatever.
Yeah. Well, basically what happens is, this is interesting, right? So every time they added a multiplier, so let's like, okay, well, we find 2 times more resources, or 10 times more resources, or 100 times more resources. What happens is you get a more brutal collapse, and the collapse happens due to like pollution, right? Yeah. And then the third scenario was, okay, well, we find a shit ton of resources, and governments figure out amazing technology, and everyone just fucking adopts it, right? Like world government or whatever the fuck, right? Well, in that case, what happens is you get law of diminishing returns for technology, and then you get like the steady state, and then population stabilizes, and you get the vampire economy, basically, right? You get the vampire economy, and then like the final scenario was, okay, all of the above. In addition to that, you get change in like social values or whatever, right? So, and this was by the way, like Limits to Growth, it kind of presented itself as like a neutral book, but like if you actually talk to like Meadows and these guys, right? I think he's still around, right? He basically says that this is what their ideal scenario was. Their ideal scenario was, we could talk to people, we can persuade them to like want population stabilization and kind of like this welfare state everywhere model, where like it's just a bunch of old people everywhere, like living with like technology and whatnot, right? But like we didn't choose any of those, right? We chose like the shitty outcome. We chose like the outcome of like, yeah, man, we're just gonna overshoot and collapse.
Yeah, I mean, like the overshoot happened.
Yeah.
I'll probably maybe speculate a bit on this in the
Go for
book,
it,
but
man. Don't
like
worry about it.
I think the overshoot probably happened like at the very latest, like 1900 or whatever.
Yeah.
But like, because again, once you start growing like super rapidly, when you grow the human population, like, I don't know, 10 times in a couple of 100 years,
Yeah.
you're moving at such a speed that you can't actually stop and think about like what the natural limits to your society and complexity are. If
Yeah.
you're a medieval, like agrarian society, and you're growing at like, I don't know, annualized like 0.08% or something every
Yeah.
year. Like, yeah, you're going to hit limits in terms of like, okay, there are no more, there's no more great pasture space and so on for animals. But like, you're hitting the wall, you're driving a car into a brick wall at like 8 miles per hour.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's going to be damage to the car.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to have to send it to the shop or whatever, maybe.
Yeah.
But if you're hitting it at 90 miles per hour, you're going to die.
Exactly.
But again, like today, if you're still thinking in terms of like, I don't think a lot of Zoomers do this necessarily, but like if you're, this might be a bigger problem among millennials because we kind of have one foot in each camp. But like if you're basically saying, oh, well, the limits to growth, like the people talking about overshoot, like they're hippies, like they don't understand that we can, like the system is fine, it's doing great, it's just these communists. Like you are basically signing up to be a fucking bag holder. Like you are there to provide exit liquidity for a boomer crypto scam.
Oh yeah, bro.
Like, I'm sorry that you're not going to turn this ship around and then say, yeah, well, like after you've paid for our pension, we're going to press the magic button to make sure you have somewhere to live. No, like they're going to ring you for everything you can be rung for, and then they're going to leave you to die.
Yeah.
So like, what sort of benefits would like a Sumer get from basically buying the official like propaganda narrative that they're at this point keeping up by saying, like, you had this piece of news recently where it's like Black Friday sales set like records, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
they
yeah.
spent 9% more or whatever than last year,
Yeah.
and they bought like 2% less items.
Mm-hmm.
And people are saying like, wow, okay, this is such a great indicator. And it's like, if you have a fucking working brain, you realize that no, people aren't turning to luxury consumption or whatever in 2025.
Yeah, yeah,
And the people who are into luxury consumption do they even like, is Black Friday even a thing
yeah.
for like Louis Vuitton? I don't
No,
think
no,
so.
no,
I
no,
think
no, no.
like I don't
It's
think
for the pros, man.
Lamborghini or
Black
whatever,
Friday
or
for the
like,
fucking pros. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah, like
Yeah.
it's a fucking peasant holiday, right? Like
That's right. Yeah,
Lamborghini doesn't have Black Friday sales for
yeah,
luxury cars.
yeah, bro.
So like Black Friday, if people are paying almost 10% more for 2% less in terms of the number of items, that's because inflation is higher than 3%. It's like not rocket science.
Yeah.
But like that, these are the kinds of lies that they have to keep telling in order to keep up the idea of, oh yeah, just keep working,
Yeah, bro.
uh,
Yeah.
Shabbos goy, like just keep doing the
Don't mind
grind.
me. Don't mind me as I open this trapdoor here and make my exit. Stage left.
Mm. But the funny thing
Yeah,
is, we talk about like boomers,
yeah, yeah.
but and I need to do more research on this for the book.
Go for it,
But
man.
like, what preliminary research I've done
Mm.
shows that like boomer, like end of life care,
Yeah.
like that shit is a nightmare too. It's just like this industry built on like razor thin margins and squeezing profit out, and like in some cases like kidnapping boomers,
Yeah.
appointing like a state like trustee who
Yeah.
then liquidates their entire estate and then puts them into some sort of assisted care prison
Yeah.
where
Yeah.
they're just milked for their assets.
Yeah.
So like even that shit is kind of like it's pretty bleak, man.
Yeah. I mean, like, this was always going to be the outcome. It's just like everyone was given the option, and you were asking when did we overshoot? The number is 2.5 billion. When did human beings get to 2.5 billion? It was 1950. That was the critical year. Limits to Growth came out about 22, 23 years later, right? But like that's the point the authors made. The point the authors made was that if we act now, we can kind of get this like quote unquote best case scenario, which like they were very honest about it. They're like, this is actually, I mean, it's kind of like this steady state economy. There's a lot of luxuries you got to give up. It's gonna feel like pretty bad and whatever, right? But you can kind of still live, right? Like you were saying, Sir Malcolm, on the previous show, right? You can have like 1,500 elk on the island for like thousands of years or whatever the fuck, right? But we chose, like, we as a species, we as, you know, individuals, as nations, as societies or whatever, right? We chose that, hey, no, man, we just gotta let it ride, man. We're just gonna use it all up, right? And everyone's gonna suffer. It's gonna be millennials, it's gonna be boomers, it's gonna be the whole fucking thing. And different people will just point fingers at each other. They're just gonna be like, "Oh no, it's the fucking old people, man. You guys are the fucking vampires." And then the old people are like, "Oh no, I want you to be my fucking exit liquidity. Fuck you," right? And that's how it's gonna end, man. It's just gonna end with everyone pointing fingers at each other, everyone overshooting, and just like the slow death down the fucking slope, basically, right?
Yeah, but like again, I tend to think that what you do on the downslope really actually matters.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Both on a personal and a societal level. I
Yeah,
mean, and again, like the example of the reindeer on St. Matthew's Island is kind of like that's where the book starts. But it's useful just because, again, we have the dynamic of the overshoot where it's like 48 reindeer or whatever at the start, and then it goes up to 6K, and then it crashes down to 48 and
Yeah.
like 40 years later. But I mean, once it's at 48, it keeps dropping. Like
Yeah.
they go extinct even at the point where like they don't have to go extinct.
Yeah, bro.
Because again, like probably like I don't really know the mechanism, but there's probably some kind of like epigenetic thing or whatever where
Yeah.
because you see this in populations that do survive, where it's
Correct.
like if you have like this massive starvation, like the normal rules of population growth are kind of disabled for a pretty long time. So like even if you put these people in an environment with a shit ton of food afterwards, like they will not like grow at the same speed as populations that haven't been through starvation.
Yeah.
So I mean, but so like there is kind of a quote unquote choice here for humans in like how bad we want the descent to be.
Yeah.
And again, like if you think about a country like Sweden, okay, so Sweden has 40% of its energy coming from nuclear power. But the vast majority comes from hydropower. And hydropower, you know, if you play Civilization or whatever, you unlock hydropower in the ancient era, like water wheels and so on. This is kind of a technology, it just works. And sure, to have like a hydroelectric dam, that is complicated and it requires maintenance and investment and so on. But like hydroelectric dams, in terms of whether they are like sustainable, whether they are a net positive, like nuclear power isn't. Nuclear power has to be subsidized by something else. Hydro doesn't.
No.
So like if you're Sweden, you could say, okay, well, we're gonna borrow, I don't know, $200 billion to buy these, like build these nuclear power plants, and we might not even get any because they might be abandoned halfway because even if they're completed, nobody will be able to afford the energy. Or you could just do fucking nothing.
Yeah.
Literally fucking nothing, and then pay the maintenance costs on the infrastructure that is the most bang for your buck, the most return on like expended energy.
Yeah.
And if you did that, like Sweden has a pretty good hand to play.
Yeah.
France is completely fucked. Like they are screwed.
70% drop. Like this is like, what are they at? 68 million. 68 million. So 70% drop. You might see some really bad numbers, like 40-50 million drop in population. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty bad.
And the same thing is kind of with like all of this total fertility and so on. Like human beings throughout history have always thought it to be like the most natural thing and like the most logical thing in the world to just ask the question, like how many resources are there in our ecology? Like whether this is, you know, game animals or fish in the sea or arable land or anything else, like jobs in a factory. How many resources are there for like future kids?
Yeah.
And once you know that, you have as many kids as there are resources to support them.
Yeah.
And so, like, again, like it was the most natural thing in the world for, you know, peasants to say, you shouldn't get married and you shouldn't have sex before marriage or kids before you have land of your own that you can work. And if you're like the third son, that's never going to happen.
Yeah.
Because we can't keep splitting like our farmland forever. So you can just become a monk or something. And like this was seen as completely natural. And again, you can basically do nothing today and you will get like these population drops from people making the decision, like we're not going to have kids because there's no resources to support them. And then of course you have all of these fucking satanic boomers going, how can you do this? Like this isn't Christian. It's not it's
not trad enough, man. It's not
yeah,
trad
it's
enough.
not trad. It's like
Yeah, yeah.
satanic or whatever to only have one kid or to have 0 kids. You have to have kids, and like what they don't say is that like these kids
For
are
me,
only
yeah.
their only
Yeah,
purpose is to provide exit liquidity for fucking like Generation X
yeah.
retirees.
Yeah.
Like that's it.
That's their
Like, and
objective in life.
again,
Yeah.
having kids in order to make cornstarch out of the kids, that's not fucking trad. I'm sorry to say, that's not what having kids used to be about. So again, like we kind of have a lot of options that include doing nothing to make things worse.
Yeah.
And in theory, like that would be like the easiest choice to make, because again, you're expending 0 energy or money or whatever. You're just fucking sitting there playing video games or doing whatever else the fuck you would be doing with your day, and you're getting benefits from it, or at least you're like getting the absence of drawbacks. But I tend to think that a lot of people will succumb to do somethingism, where it's like we have to do something, and so sticking, like poking up my own eyes with a rusty needle, that's something. That's not nothing. And so that's what we're going to do. Unless you can come up with a better alternative to like, self-harm. I'm just going to do it because if you say, why don't you just...
the way they say it is, well, we have to do something because there's got to be an answer, man. There's got to be a way. Maybe we got to get off this rock, go to space. Maybe we got to fucking dig a hole. Maybe there's like a fucking dimension or whatever the fuck. Maybe there's like resources underneath Antarctica. Maybe. And it's a fucking gambler, man. He just wants to fucking gamble at the roulette table, bet the whole fucking house and everything. And he's just like, man, I'm going to win. Let it ride. Roulette's going to spin. I'm going to win, right? We're going to be a millionaire, right? And this is literally the attitude of this entire fucking farce, right? It's not just the Goyim, right? It's also like the leadership of the Goyim and all these other guys and whatever. And like you were saying, Sir Malcolm, they always want to do something, man. It's like, well, thorium will save us or whatever the fuck, or, oh man, let's do hydrogen powered cars or whatever, right? All nonsense, all rubbish, right? Like, I'll send you the paper, but like basically the numbers literally make no sense. If you try to build these things, man, it's just like if you had an entire pristine planet Earth from like 100,000 years ago, and it was right next door, and you could fucking teleport over and just use it all up, it would not be enough. It would not be enough. Yeah.
If you had a pristine Earth, given the realities of what's the word I'm looking for? Like, growth. That's it's not linear. It's the opposite of linear growth.
Exponential growth.
Yeah, exponential growth. Yeah. So, like, given the realities of exponential growth, if you had like another planet, you'd get like 40 years or something of use out of it.
And then the third one you'd get like 10 years or less than that. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing. Like, this is the old parable about like the peasant who asks for 1 grain of rice
on the chessboard. Yeah.
First, yeah. Like people say, well, we have these problems with exponential growth, like we're hitting limits. But if we become a spacefaring civilization,
it's all
we're not
rubbish,
going to be able to deal with that.
Well, bullshit.
I mean,
yeah.
Look, like given how exponential growth works, the moment you need like 1 new planet per generation, you're fucked, because the next time you need 2, and the next generation you will need 4, and so on, until you're basically growing at the speed where you need an entirely different universe.
Yeah, Red Queen
for each
problem.
generation.
Yeah. This is just Red Queen problem. It's like you're on the treadmill. You gotta run faster and faster so that you don't drop off the treadmill, basically.
Yeah. And so like the actual sort of challenge today, and this is not just me making like a point about what I would like to see happen. It's a point about like this is the only thing. This is the only game in town. If you're a zoomer, you have to be part of like humans trying to find a solution, like a way of living without exponential growth, because like you're already living in a world without exponential growth.
Yeah.
You're living in a world that has hit those limits already.
You're living in the fucking biologists call it the logistical function. So in the logistical function, it starts off flat, then there's like an exponential upward slope, and then it curves back down, right? You're living in the logistical function, man. You're not living in the exponential world. Like that's what you're living in right now.
Yeah, and I mean like that. So if you try to find ways to actually survive in that sort of environment, you might even survive. If you don't, you won't survive. Like it's really that simple. Like it's trying to bargain with these things is it's kinda ridiculous. It's like you're stuck in Siberia, it's minus 40 degrees Celsius or whatever. And if you say, well, do I really want to learn how to live in like minus 40? Do I really want to put on these like seal hunting clothes or whatever, like I'm an Inuit? I mean, yeah, maybe if you want to survive.
I'm
Like,
an Indo-European like bloodline, whatever the fuck, 6,000 years ago, and my ancestors conquered this, that, and the other thing, man. I can't put on the fucking steel shit. I was born to reach the stars. It's like,
yeah,
that's
but
what you're dealing with, man. These are the people
yeah,
you're dealing with. The Goyim. That's that's what the Goyim are gonna respond with.
yeah. Anyway, we might as well open up this conversation.
Yeah.
Because I'm interested in hearing other people like their thoughts regarding like, okay, if you're an American in 2025,
Yeah.
and you can kind of see which way the wind is blowing, like what do you even do? Like that is kind of the issue that's occupying at the top of my mind.
Perfect.
Because we're kind of seeing the limits of like a lot of populism today, a lot of political populism is basically just saying, well, if we abolish property taxes so that old people don't have to pay for schools,
Yeah.
then things will be more affordable. Yeah, I mean, sure, you won't have schools though.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And
And many other
so,
services, man. Not just schools. Many other services will be gone. Are you
yeah,
ready for that?
because they're all funded by property taxes. And if you like abolish property taxes, you can maybe keep going for 10 years or whatever, because I mean infrastructure that you stop maintaining, it doesn't just disappear overnight.
Yeah.
But it's just like everything is just about eating the seed corn. So I mean like more examples of like the boomer vampire economy or whatever, like thoughts like
Yeah. All right. Let me just make a few housekeeping notes. So I got a bunch of requests. I'll approve a bunch of speakers. Ask your questions and comments and whatnot. Make sure it is relevant to the discussion topic. Don't be long-winded. Don't be a smartass. Just normal etiquette, normal conversation. Be a normal human being. And we're pretty chill space. Don't worry so much about that stuff. But yeah. I'll begin approving. Yeah, if you have questions for me, Sir Malcolm, go for it. Now is your time to shine. We have Kareem Optal 45765. Good sir, you are speaker. Go on right ahead. Question, comment, go on right ahead.
Hello, sir. Hello, Malcolm. I hope you're doing well. I have two questions. First is concerning I think the coup that is going to happen in America. I know old Dolly always wriggle out of it, but this time it seems very serious. The generals are really angry about this BS throwing under the bus the other general. It does seem serious. What do you think about it, Malcolm? And two, please tell me, Malcolm, I am French. Tell me that France is not fucked. Please.
Bro, were you here when we started the show? That's literally
Yes, I heard the last bit, but I didn't.
I mean, I'm sorry, but France actually lost like the wine competition to China or whatever, or at
We
least like
still
the
have the
one.
cheese, bro.
Yeah. I mean, that's what you have to. That's
I'm
what you
sorry,
have
bro.
to
I'm
count
sorry,
on.
bro. I'm so
Like,
sorry, bro. But like,
but also like
Oh, fuck.
again, if you, I think first of all, like France, if you're to answer the second question first. First of all, there's no way the Chinese are ever going to beat the French at cheese. Like, yeah, they might have beaten them at the other things like bread, but like, no.
They hate it, I think. They don't.
I am bearish on like the Chinese cheese. I'm sorry to say, but other than that, like
yeah,
it's. I mean, we've been here before. Like, Rome still had like a municipal government, whatever, when it was down to 50,000 people. Like, these things happen.
yeah,
And again, the interesting thing here is just that, like, if you compare what we're looking at to something that has happened within living memory, within like the historical record, it's not that bad. Like, I'm thinking about like the Columbian exchange here. You
yeah,
know, through like some fluke of geography and nature, you had like 90 to 95% of the North American population just get like completely decimated, like get exterminated in, 2 generations.
yeah,
And we're not discussing like, and people still had to go to work, like they still had to, like the few survivors, they kept on going because that's what humans are built for. Like, you can't even have a literally apocalyptic plague that kills 95% of the people with, and you know the show still goes on.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
And what we're talking about here, we're not talking about like mass death. We're
yeah,
talking about immiseration, sure, and we're talking about like
yeah.
people getting poorer and like having less kids. But it, like
But with the
it,
ethnic tension that is already here, it's not going to be fun, no?
It's not gonna be fun, man.
yeah, it's not gonna be fun. But I'm I'm kind of less like, I used to be into this sort of, well, Europe is facing some sort of ethnic war, whatever. Like, the more I think about it, the less convinced I am of that, for a couple of different reasons. One of which is, like, if you look at second generation immigrants, they have like less fertility than the European population. At
Yeah,
least that's
it
the
goes
case
down
in.
significantly. It goes down
Yeah, like, at
significantly.
least that's the case in like Scandinavia, for very sort of normal reasons, which is that like fertility isn't so much a product of culture. It's a product of like your ecological niche.
Hmm.
It's a product of the human ecology,
Hmm.
which is why like even the Amish in America, like, they're basically hitting the cliff. Like, it hasn't really manifested that much in the statistics yet.
Hmm.
But like, they can't keep growing because there's no more land to buy.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah,
so you have Amish, like, you have all of these people like starting, accounting farms and sending their second and third sons to college because they can't inherit the farm. Okay, but if you send a bunch of Amish to college and have them get law degrees, I'm sorry, but they're not gonna have 12 kids
yeah.
because
Exactly.
they can't afford to send their 12 kids to fucking college. And the reason they went to college themselves is because they can't work on the land.
Yeah, bingo.
So we kind of have those sort of limiting effects as well. So
Yeah,
I mean, it might be bad, but it's like, I think the apocalypse is kind of the really frightful thing that people are going to have to grapple with. It's just that decline is just going to become, ordinary Tuesday.
Yeah.
And eventually you're gonna stop like even noticing it. Like it's like in the Matrix. All you see is blondes and brunettes. You don't even see the code. So that's the answer to the second question. The first question is, I mean, let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's like a coup. I don't think that's gonna happen, but you kind of have this problem where the Trump administration really doesn't it doesn't even have a direction. I mean, from what I've been seeing and hearing, Trump is sundowning pretty badly. Like he's not doing all right.
Wasn't he fucking
And
asleep at the Thanksgiving dinner? He was
yeah,
literally
I
like
mean,
doing that old guy
he's had
pose.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
he's had several things like that where he's
Yeah.
just fallen asleep. And there's pictures coming out regularly where he just looks awful. And then he kind of disappears and it's like,
Yeah,
oh,
the
don't
week
worry
that he
about it.
disappeared, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, he is and like at his dad at this age he was gone. Like there was nothing left of him. So it kind of runs in the family as well. And all of the leaks from inside the administration is like, okay, Trump, he cares about the ballroom and he cares about doing renovations on the White House because that's real estate stuff. And real estate stuff, it's kind of what he remembers from when he still had like a working brain. So that's kind of what really gets his gander up. Stuff like geopolitics or whatever, he'll just say like, okay, why did you pardon this sort of drug lord from Honduras? Oh, I don't really know.
Yeah. Probably doesn't even remember, honestly.
Yeah, who
Like,
is he? He'll ask, who is he? I don't know, yeah.
Yeah. I think that's the honest
so
answer, actually. He just fucking forgot. He just fucking
yeah,
forgot that he's too old.
yeah. I mean, he's not hiding it. He's just saying, yeah, I don't really know this stuff. Like he said
Yeah.
that with that bit
With
or that crypto
Coinbase.
guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
But like the dynamics of the dynamics of the Pentagon right now are pretty interesting because again, Hegseth is like he's a small unit commander. Like I think the most he's ever led is like a platoon.
Has he led a platoon?
Maybe. I mean,
I
I think
thought he
it's
was just a sergeant.
no.
Sergeant.
I think it's a bit higher than that, but it might have been less than a platoon. But I don't
He
think
was a
it's
major.
more. I don't think it's.
All right, so he was a major, so maybe a bit higher than that. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think he has actual experience. Like he was a major in the Army Reserve.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Minnesota Army National Guard. Okay, yeah, I see it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, like I don't think he's actually had more command experience than like it's definitely small unit. Like okay, it might be a company rather than a platoon, but I doubt it.
Mm-hmm.
But we're not talking like a brigade or a division or something like that here. So even there, he's kind of an outsider inside like the old boys club of the Pentagon, like the upper ranks.
Mm-hmm.
They don't like this guy, and they don't like him like for cultural reasons. Like he has a bunch of tattoos and shit, like saying Deus Vult and with like an AR-15 on his arm. Like generals will look at that.
And
they will look at that and just say like, this guy, he shouldn't fucking be here. Like he should be using the servant's entrance.
Yeah.
Like he hasn't paid his dues to the institution, and I mean he hasn't.
No.
So I mean they're primed to dislike him for that reason.
Yeah.
And they really started disliking him after he had that fucking TED talk where he's like, "You people, you're fat and you're stupid, unlike me."
Yeah.
Who's a Fox News
Oh,
host.
but Sir Malcolm, don't worry. These generals and these admirals, man, they're gonna go on Twitter. They're gonna see a bunch of these based memes by the new right and dissident right, and they'll forget all about this. And when Hegseth wants them to show up, they're gonna fucking show up for the coup.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, the sad thing about Hegseth, like he is a guy who is so obviously out of his depth.
Yeah, bro.
Like,
yeah.
And again, like there's been a shit ton of leaks about this. Like this is not a guy that's very influential who even sets policy. Like he, from all of the reporting, Marco Rubio, a guy who has zero legal authority to give orders or listen to briefings or whatever, he just shows up at the Pentagon, and then, Hegseth said one thing. Oh, well, Marco Rubio said this, so we're going to do what Rubio said. So he is paranoid about losing his job, and he's just a fucking coward, man. Like,
Yeah, bro.
when he gives an order and he brags about it with all of these AI slot memes,
Yeah.
and then he comes up and says, "Oh well, I have 100% support for this SOCOM, like head of SOCOM that actually gave the order. He's a great guy. He's doing a great job." Like, he is really scared of getting
So you think that the kill them all was Rubio, not him?
No. I think that's Hegseth. I think that's definitely
Okay.
Hegseth. And now Hegseth is saying, like, oh well, this is all the generals doing. But I mean, sure, the generals should have disobeyed the order.
Yeah.
But like, Hegseth
It's
is
a
putting
double
them
tap,
in a
man. It's a
situation.
fucking war crime. Like, a double tap
Yeah.
is a fucking war crime.
Yeah, like they had
Double
a guy.
tapping water, imagine.
Yeah, they had a guy who just quit the same day that this shit happened because he didn't want to be a part of it. And a lot of generals are kind of cowards and they won't do that. But I mean, you have to think about this in terms of like the political side of it. Like, Hegseth is offering them a lose-lose. They can follow through on the illegal order out of loyalty to the team. And the moment they do, Hegseth is going to say, "Oh, look at these war criminals."
Yeah.
And if they don't, they're going to get fucking fired.
Yeah.
So, like, you have a situation where I don't necessarily think, like, there's going to be, like, a coup, but there's going to be a shit ton of leaks. Like, he is sitting on top of an institution that hates him and wants him gone. And like, these people are not going to go above and beyond in the war against Venezuela. They're going to like countermand orders or like forget to do things. And then when they forget to do things, they're going to say, well, this is Hegseth's fault. And you can't really run a war like that. Like, if you try, the war is going to fail, and everyone below you is going to be looking for a way to blame you for it.
Yeah. I mean,
so we're basically looking at a slow rolling disaster, slow rolling collapse of sort of the command authority of the Secretary of Defense, as well as like all of the energy is going to go towards infighting inside this administration.
Bingo.
And it's already kind of happening.
Yeah. I think I saw one of these like very, very big sample size polls, right? And when these things come out, I do take notice, because if you take like a normal poll, the margin of error is like 3 to 5%. So it's like one poll. Oh, it doesn't fucking matter. But this one, I think it was like 26,645 people for the sample size. It's a huge thing, right? And they asked a simple question, which was, okay, is Trump doing a good job? I think 40% of the people said he's doing a poor job, right? And only, I think, 5% of them are saying he's doing like an excellent job or whatever. And they asked a few other questions. I think one of the questions was like approval. I think like he won the election with like 91% approval among Republicans. Right now it's at 84%, right? Amongst independents, it's like 25%. Amongst Democrats, it's like fucking 3%. If you add up all the numbers, it's like 36%, which is not his lowest. I think his lowest ever was like the January 6th stuff with like yeah. So like, he's at 36. He might get to 34. I honestly think like, in a way, Trump is already a lame duck. I think like, especially with this Venezuela stuff, right? I mean, will he? Won't he? Let's say he's not a full pussy. I mean, I'll actually be very surprised if he's not a full pussy. But let's say he doesn't back down and he actually goes for it, right? Like, Venezuela's got like air defense stuff from like the early 1980s, right? They don't have like the 1950s stuff that Iraq has, right? We saw a bunch of these Russian planes land, the IL-76, which is like a heavy transport. We don't know what's on those planes, right? But let's assume, for the sake of argument, they gave Venezuela, instead of the third-rate stuff, Venezuela now has access to the second-rate stuff, right? I mean, yeah, he can definitely kill a lot of Venezuelans. Like, the Yankee Satan loves bombing women and kids in hospital. That's the fucking American pastime, right? But okay, so he does that a few times. But then he's gonna lose equipment, Sir Malcolm. He's gonna lose jets. He's gonna lose this other shit. And then what the fuck does he do then? It's like his fucking approval is at 36. It's gonna go lower than that.
Yeah, and it's kind of a basic rule of this stuff is if you want the military to do something, like the U.S. military is not enthusiastic about war at all.
Yeah.
Like, generally speaking, I mean, there are exceptions, especially on the general level. So you have the guy in CENTCOM, for example, who's now getting replaced, or has been replaced.
Yeah.
But he was at least like there was a lot of talk about him because he was kind of this outlier in terms of being a real like a war hawk, a booster for war with Iran.
Yeah.
But like in general, like you will find a shit ton more people saying like we shouldn't have any wars at all because like the U.S. military is not in a good space.
Yeah.
And like all of the weapons that are being used are gone forever. They cannot be replaced. And so wars of choice are really not, they're just not looked upon favorably.
Yeah.
And so you have a situation where the U.S. military is kind of on average, on balance, like negative towards anything like Venezuela. And then you're starting to give illegal orders, and you're also telling the generals that we will fuck you.
Yeah.
We will force you to do stuff where you can choose between having your career ruined or having your career ruined. Like even the stuff where they say like the SOCOM guy, he was the one who ordered the strikes. Like even just saying that, okay, it implies that they're gonna allow that guy to go to jail or fire him in order to find a scapegoat.
Yeah.
But even at the point of saying this was his doing, they've basically branded him a war criminal.
Yeah. And they're basically giving the entire military the message that, Hex said he's the golden boy, and if we have to dump you under the bus and say that you're the one who ordered the fucking double tap, we'll fucking do it. That's Donald John Trump's fucking, defense secretariat or what have you, right? And I'm like,
even if this guy, the SOCOM dude, this head of SOCOM, even if he ordered it, you don't say that he did. Like you don't paint that target on his back. You don't like ruin sort of his reputation in that way.
Yeah.
Like this is kind of this is supposed to be a structure, like a feudal structure where the Lord has all of these rights and also the duty of protection.
The hilarious thing is the so-called rightoids, that's literally how they view Trump. They're like, well, Trump is our chieftain, man. Whatever he says is like legit, and like we don't care if he's consistent or logically sound or whatever the fuck. If the chieftain says it's good, it's good. I'm like, okay, so you believe that, but that even fucking that's not true. Like feudalism, man, neo-feudalism. But dude, that's fucking false. Like Trump's not even a fucking competent king. He's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you play Crusader Kings 2 and you just do things arbitrarily, you stack up this modifier called tyranny, and it never goes away.
Yeah.
And eventually everyone just hates you because you're basically overreaching what the system is built to do.
Yeah.
And I just tend to think like we're really looking at some sort of mental collapse here on the part of like MAGA Goyim here, because like what are you even for? Like the idea that the U.S. military shouldn't have any laws whatsoever applied to it. We're not talking about like laws that have been invented by China or Europe or whatever, like the Hague. We're talking about like laws Americans back in the day said, these are the laws that govern our conduct because we can't be lawless. And if you say, well, the military should just be lawless, that's not what you said 5 fucking minutes ago. That's not what you said when Biden was president.
Yeah.
What are you even defending?
Well, see, they themselves don't know, right? Like sometimes they write shit like, like the, I don't know how much you know about Substack. Maybe I'll let you know about my life a bit, but like I'm actually writing like a mini book as well. It's kind of like, it's like almost like a mathematical quote unquote proof of like why I believe that warfare in the distant future is only going to be land based, right? And like we're kind of going away from sea based warfare. I mean, basically perpetually. I mean, I'm maybe I'll do some other spaces. It's kind of not related to this one, but anyhow. But the thing is, I sometimes interact with them on Substack, right? And the way they talk about it, it's just like, man, if the Canadian military was just given like a ruthless mission, and it's just like, well, you just gotta go in there, kick a bunch of doors, and do some other stuff or whatever, and you're not given any bureaucratic red tape or whatever, man. The white boys, they're gonna shine through or whatever. And this is literally what they believe, man. It's just like they got a bunch of vibes. They just think it's a matter of willpower. They think the blue hairs are stopping them, right? They're like the powerful, mighty stallion. If you just let the mighty stallion run forward, it's gonna impregnate all the mares or whatever the fuck. And like it's the fucking politics of a 12-year-old. I'm sorry to say, man, but like the goyim, right? The MAGA goyim, and I guess all the goyim I meet on Substack and these other places, man. That's all they got left. This is just like end of civilization. Hey, this population is about to get culled. Let's fill it up with like a bunch of these shitty ideologies that literally make it more cullable. That's what I'm seeing here, man. I mean, it's pretty bleak. It's pretty bleak.
Yeah. Okay, but let's move on.
Yeah.
We probably have more
We'll
people
probably beat
who.
that dead horse. Yeah. All right. Let me see. Oh, meow meow. All right, I'll approve that. You should be speaker, good sir. Question, comment, go for it. We're just shooting the shit. Beating dead horses, talking about the goyim fatigue, talking about Peter Hexet's fucking war crimes, all the usual shit. It is what it is, right? So you should be speaker. Go on right ahead. Unmute and speak. Unless something happens.
Oh, I was,
Yeah, go ahead.
oh, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Well, I was gonna say, I just joined, but I was gonna say, like, I remember the days when, the Bush administration, Bush 2 at least, made the Hague Invasion Act. So it's to give cover. It's like,
Yeah.
we'll protect our war criminals. And then, with Hegseth and Trump, they're just like, no, or I'm gonna throw you under the bus. It's like,
Yeah.
I don't know, like, it seems like the first thing you kind of want to secure is the loyalty of, the police and the military, right? I mean, they have the coercive apparatuses. And
Yeah.
once they're in a state of confusion and in a state of like uncertainty, you're going to get a lot of trouble. I mean, I'll give you an example from like China.
Like Bush was kind of like, he was living in that era where like, like you had that final supper in the 1990s or whatever, right? All the fucking defense companies got fucked. And then they had a bunch of this like leftover stuff from Europe and these other theaters. They used that in like Afghanistan and Iraq, right? And so he kind of had, I mean, Bush was not a bright guy. Dick Cheney was basically co-president during that time, basically. He was not vice president. He was co-president de facto. But like, he kind of gave Bush the idea that, yeah, we can fucking invade Europe and do whatever the fuck we want. Honestly, man, I think like Trump is sundowning and the fucking eunuchs all around him, they're well aware of the fact that America's got no invasion potential, man. Like, the 15,000 Marines that are like near Venezuela, that's all they got. That's what they got, man. That's what they got. So I don't think like this thing of, well, we're gonna do another like Hague invasion thing or whatever, or oh, Hex said, don't worry, man, you can commit the war crimes and we'll invade the Hague and bust you out. I think it's more bleak than that for them. I think they can't even do that anymore, right? Like the Yankee Satan is so fucking far gone, it can't do that shit anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the Hague. Like, that's not relevant. It's
not
just
relevant,
like Hegseth isn't going to be sent to the Hague. He's just going to be indicted by Democrats
Yeah.
who really hate him and who have like the best possible scalp here in the world. Because I mean, sure, they might not like some war crimes if it's Obama doing it, but Obama, when he does war crimes, he doesn't post AI slop. He still like keeps the majesty of the office by saying, "Oh, we tortured some folks, and that's bad, I guess." And like we're gonna keep this on the down low.
Yeah.
But like the problem with Venezuela is there's no plan. Like you can't win a war because a war is, politics by other means. If you don't have a political goal, like it's by definition impossible to win.
Yeah.
Did
they even mention what the fucking goal is? Like they just change it every 2 days, don't they?
Yeah, they change it every 2 days, and it's like, oh well, it's about fentanyl. It's about restoring democracy.
Fucking.
It's about they don't know themselves. That's the problem. They don't know themselves, and so in that situation, if you actually do a war, an invasion, the moment like 2 American soldiers die, you are gonna have the Pentagon going to the press saying this is Hegseth's fault. Like these people could have been alive if it wasn't for this day drinking piece of shit.
Yeah.
And I mean, they wouldn't have done that if they didn't hate the guy.
Yeah.
Because soldiers are gonna die in war. But like again, if you try to go to war with your own institution against you, like that can only really end in one way. So like we are really at the it's like first as tragedy, then as farce with like this Bush era thing where they just go, oh yeah, but we're restoring democracy, I guess, and nobody believes it. Like I remember, because I'm a fucking millennial, but I do kind of remember how Americans were in the aftermath of 9/11.
Mm-hmm.
People believed that shit. Like they were proud to be Americans. And they actually believed America was an example to the rest of the world.
Mm-hmm.
Like, which is why if you think about something like Abu Ghraib, like the torture scandal, that led to endless amounts of congressional hearings. People got fired. People were genuinely shocked that like this, like we're America. Why did this happen?
Yeah.
Like, like the sort of MAGA cattle today, they just go, oh gosh, we're like evil and stuff, but we're the strongest. But
Carl
also
Schmitt, state of exception, we're the strongest. Because we can do it, we get to make the rules. That's literally what they believe,
yeah.
Fucking goyim.
It's like this most petty sort of, we're evil, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
You can't actually
fire the missiles and kill us. Oh my gosh, Iran's a pussy, man. They're never going to do that.
Yeah, it's so funny because like the same people who go, we Americans are evil, we live in this Hobbesian war against all, like all against all, and there are no morals or whatever. They will just start straight up crying.
Bro, they literally emigrate. Bro.
Yeah,
it's hilarious. You know what's hilarious? You know, like a few days ago, when like Elon made all the accounts public, right? And everyone was having like freakouts of like, oh my gosh, Indians and all this other shit, right? Most of these fucking like Groiper and MAGA Goyim and all these fuckers, they're not even fucking American, man. Like, there's this one guy, he's like fucking Turkish or whatever. And he's like, no, man, I'm fucking American, right? Like, buddy, if you're fucking American, that means you fucking ran away to Turkey, right? They emigrated a long time ago, man. And it's like, well, we are fucking villains. We're gonna kill you. What are you gonna do about it? He's gonna fucking run, man. He's gonna run to Thailand, then he'll run to fucking Bangladesh or whatever, right? And that's their life, man. They're just like a bunch of craven criminals, right? And eventually they're gonna get, justice will be done. That's what this is, man.
Yeah. I mean, it is kind of that is kind of the saddest thing about this. Like once you have Americans saying, I'm an American, and that means I'm a amoral piece of shit who doesn't believe in anything. and is, spurned by God.
Yeah.
Why would you brag about that? Like that, you have
You're
already
begging for the
admitted that
Iranians
you
to
have
kill you,
lost.
man. You're just begging for the
Yeah.
Iranians to fire the missiles and kill you in like, Al Udeid and like, Prince Sultan Air Base and all these other places where you're like a bunch of fucking sitting ducks. Yeah.
There used to be Americans who were proud of being Americans and said, like, to be American is something positive. It's not just a repository of the worst aspects of humanity. And so, like, imperceptibly, that sort of sense got lost. And now people are trying to say, like, we are the worst people on the planet and that's good, ha ha ha, like, as some sort of cope.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's move on. We can.
Yeah, we can always talk about something else. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
definitely. In terms of what else is happening, honestly, it's like, so you've got the Hexet thing, you've got this other shit. Trump is like, he's collapsing, but honestly, I think one thing we need to watch out for is, Bibi Netanyahu, he's coming over, right? And he's kind of like, I don't know what the exact trip is going to be for, but it looks like he's going to restart hostilities with Lebanon, right? So I'm going to keep an eye out for that. So Malcolm, what do you think is going to happen with regard to this particular round of things? Are they going to go for another ground incursion into Lebanon?
Maybe, but I mean, I saw a lot of people, like a lot of analysts, were very certain that there would be a new war with Iran, and I thought so too, actually. Because again, like, Israel kind of needs it. Like,
yeah.
The logic behind that was sound, but now we've kind of hit the point where, first of all, like, Israel probably are going to be flying in very inclement weather if they try to do an air campaign. Like the moment in time where conditions were right for that sort of thing has mostly passed now.
Yeah.
But also the US has moved all of its like forces away.
Yeah.
So they're not in position.
Mm-hmm.
And moving that stuff back is going to take, several weeks.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I mean, Israel kind of blinked here. And so I think there's going to be like a lot more of those occasions. But what I do find more kind of pressing, I guess, is just eventually you're going to have like the civil war inside Israel, like the big conflict between different groups inside Israeli society with the settlers like attacking the military. That situation is probably coming to a head at some point. Because not only is the country basically bankrupt, but it's primed for some sort of civil conflict.
Yeah, it's also, I think one of their like, and I gotta bleach my eyes every time I do this, but like sometimes I go on these Israeli Telegram channels and stuff. They kind of pass around military stuff, and they brag about the usual, like the fucking craven cowards killing women and kids, the usual shit, right? So you gotta bleach your eyes every time you go there. But one of them was saying the other day that Israeli intelligence has info, and they're pretty certain that this is going to happen, that in the coming weeks and months, the Syrian president, right, like al-Shara or whatever, like the Haidar al-Shara, that guy, the Al-Qaeda guy or whatever, right, he is basically going to get assassinated, or there's going to be an attempt on his life that's going to be serious, simply because like he's unable to, at this point in time, keep all the different warring factions under his control, right? And so at that point, it's like what they're basically saying is we have to go back into Syria as well, because he's gonna be in this situation where either his life is taken outright, in which case he's just gone, or he's just gonna be like unable to deal with like all these different fucking Bedouin tribesmen pissed off at him making nice with the great Satan and the little Satan at the same time, right? So they're on a clock here with regard to like what they can do. They're probably gonna do the war with Lebanon thing, just because like they're like, okay, well, we have to get this decisive victory against Lebanon, which somehow the last time we did it, 6-7 months, 800 meters, we couldn't do it, but this time somehow magically it's gonna happen. All right, man, good luck. And then he's gonna have to do that right before the Syria thing flares up again, and they gotta do it right before Iran starts like raining hell on them again or what have you, or does something else. So lots of fun times ahead, but that's where they're at, right? And so, like, this is what Bibi Netanyahu has visited Trump like 5 or 6 times already in the span of 10 months, right? He's just his bitch, man. Like, he's just like, I'm going to show up and you're going to give me whatever I want. So it's just funny to watch, man.
But I mean,
this is America.
The US can't really give that much.
No.
I mean, they can keep up the status quo, maybe, of sending all of these bombs and so on, but eventually, like, they can't really increase production because there's no ability to increase production for explosives. And we're like, it's really funny how Israel bombing Gaza has led to worldwide, essentially, shortage of like explosives and primers.
Yeah.
Because I mean, there's just not enough industrial capacity. And again,
No.
I find this is kind of the point of where we kind of started this conversation, where it's like we have had all of these narratives about how we're at the top of the world and like growth is continuing and so on. And the only way these narratives could even be kept going since, the 90s has been through like serving as big meals as before, but basically the corn has been replaced by seed corn.
Yeah.
So like the meal you're eating, that's the future prosperity.
Yeah.
Because again, like if you basically slash all the money that's going to arms factories, for example, which is what the US did. They basically said, we're going to pay for 5% of the industrial base that we used to have.
Mm-hmm.
So 90 to 95%, all of you're just going to go fucking bankrupt because there's not going to be money coming. And if you do that, you save a lot of money in the here and now.
Mm-hmm.
But then when you have a crisis, there's nothing you can do. So, like, we're coming to the point where the bill comes due for a lot of that stuff. And I mean, the AI bubble is set to collapse any day now, actually. Like, the latest news is that
it would be hilarious. It would be hilarious if like it crashes because of fucking crypto and Japan going like panicking, and that causes AI to collapse. Because then they could like, base Japan is the reason why America fell apart. That would be so hilarious, man. Oh man, because like the Goyim, they love Japan for some reason, right? But if Japan causes the crash, that would be hilarious, man.
Yeah.
Well, I think
Go ahead, man.
If I could interrupt, just 2 things. I think with Japan, at least, the why people like it is probably like Obama, like in the pivot to Asia stuff. I don't know. It was just during that period you had.
That's not the reason, man.
Well, I'm just saying. I'm just saying, like during the pivot to Asia, like you've had. It just seemed to me, at least,
got it.
Like a lot of Japanese artists being put into mainstream America in the way that traditionally in America, only Europeans artists have been given during the Cold War. So you saw like a huge amount of cultural exchange, basically during the Obama era, after basically, the financial crisis.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering to make
I see what you're saying, but like the thing is 2008, 2016, these Goyim have been obsessed with Japan way longer than that, man. Like,
yeah, I'm not sure I agree entirely with you here, comrade, because it's like, the US has had like very different kind of relationships to Japan. Like, I mean, Trump comes from the previous era where you were supposed to hate them, right?
Yeah.
So I do think that, like, I mean, there are a lot of different levels to it. Like, I think there's some people who like Japan just because, like, they see it kind of like they have a sort of parasocial relationship to it.
Mm-hmm.
And then there are others who see it like who just like it because it's different.
Yeah.
And then there are other people who like it because these are our allies. Trump told us so, like Obama did. But it's hard to see. So I kind of agree with you that that like.
Well, I was going to say the other thing.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Well, the other thing with crypto is, as you're seeing like crypto declining, I think I've been hearing they're using crypto to buy gold and silver.
Well, it's not just that. Yeah. Well, you're correct, right? But it's not just that, right? Like, what has happened over the years is that Bitcoin and these other things, they have a cost, right? The cost is cost of mining, the cost of the electricity, and these sets of things, right? The cost right now of like mining Bitcoin, I think the global average is like $71,000 or something per Bitcoin or whatever, right? So one of these like crypto guys, he basically said, in the history of Bitcoin, it has never been the case that the actual value of Bitcoin has fallen below the electricity cost. It has never happened, right? If this bullshit keeps happening with like, liquidity problems and like right now, I think Polymarket and these like gambling fucking, cycles, like these are fucking gamblers, right? That's what they do all day, right? These gamblers are saying that there's like an 85% chance that Bank of Japan, a few days from now, they do like a rate increase of 25 basis points. So if that happens, right, and they're correct, there's going to be a really fucking, shit show with regard to like the yen carry trade and the basis, all this other stuff. Long story short, I don't want to get too finance nerdy about it. Long story short, if you think crypto's bad right now, wait till you see what happens when the fucking yen carry trade implodes, right? And at that point, man, if it goes below 71,000, yeah, I mean, all bets are off, right? And, like, I don't need to be the one to tell you that Trump and his entire presidency, there are a few pillars to it, but one of the big pillars is it's a fucking crypto scam, right? And if the crypto ain't working, right, you better watch out.
Yeah, I don't know, like it's the crypto thing. It does seem to be kind of unwinding, but like the AI thing, it's just falling apart. Like anything could be a trigger because again, it's the reason it's going to fall apart is because of its own internal contradictions.
Yeah.
And in this case, the latest news is just that Sam Altman has declared like code red emergency or whatever to save like his company because there are too many headwinds.
Yeah.
So that's not a great sign of the times. And I mean, if the AI bubble collapses, like that's just it. Like you won't be able to keep the game of extend and pretend going.
Yeah. The U.S. economy last quarter, because again, we don't have GDP numbers for this quarter because, Trump says they don't exist anymore. But like for last quarter, it was 0.1% if you took away all AI. So basically, the economy is not growing at all. And if the AI bubble pops, that's all she wrote, basically. That's what's going to happen. So, hooray! Lots of fun. Lots of fun times. Lots of winning. I think people are getting sick and tired of winning.
Yeah. I mean, he wasn't wrong about that. We would win so much, we would get tired of winning.
Sick and
we
tired of
would tell him, Mr. President, it's too much. We can't take it anymore.
We can't take it anymore.
and he would tell us, no, I'm sorry.
No, we gotta keep on winning.
We have to keep going. We have to keep winning.
Just what a fucking riot, man! This guy, holy shit!
It's amazing how fast he's turned into like Biden, right? Yeah. Like he's just mimicking the trajectory of Biden.
Bro, Biden's gonna outlive him, man. Trump's not gonna outlive Biden, man. Like the way things are going, man. This is not gonna be the case.
Biden is gonna be there in 2 years, like sniffing hair and going, back in my day, corn pop or whatever. Like he's gonna miraculously fight off his fucking cancer. Trump is just he's gonna keel over or something like in 9 months, like the way things are going. But I mean, you're right about like his trajectory. Like he's below Biden on fighting inflation now. Mm-hmm. And with Biden, like for the last years of his term, like he lost the 2020 for election because of inflation. And I mean, like the thing is, Biden during his last years, Kamala Harris lost 2024 because of inflation. Because, I mean, she was the VP of Biden. But like Biden's approval ratings have been like going up and down, up and down, and up and down. And then they kind of went more down than up. And they eventually ended up at like a truly atrocious level. Trump started at like positive, and he's just fucking like scuba dived down to the Mariana Trench in approval ratings over, less than a year. It's really quite remarkable, like how quickly he's just destroyed himself. And also, he just tells people when they sort of say anything like, fuck off. Like, it's a lie. Like, it's a Democrat hoax. It's like James Comey or whatever invented inflation. But let me tell you about this ballroom I'm building.
Yeah. All he's got left is real estate, man. That's how rapid cognitive decline is. So,
yeah. I mean, the signs were there, and they were there with Biden as well. And it's actually kind of funny. Like, I had someone like Martyrmaid unfollow me because I said Trump was a bad candidate. And he's like, I don't really see that. And it's like, dude, the guy's fucking 80 years old, man.
1946. So, Sir Malcom. Every president, Bill Clinton and onwards, 1946. Born in 1946.
Yeah.
Welcome to the gerontocracy, bros. Welcome to the gerontocracy. Limits to growth. Got it right ages ago. You live in the fucking gerontocracy. You're gonna be the fucking Soylent Green for like the old people to live forever.
Yeah, I mean, like, what do you even say at this point? It's just so ridiculous.
It's staring you in the face, man. It's literally staring you in the face. You live in the fucking gerontocracy. All the goy slop, this is a goyim fatigue edition part 2, but like the goyim fatigue is from the goyim getting fed the Soylent Green and us yelling at them, dude, you're fucking goyim, you're a Hebrew plaything, you're someone else's exit liquidity, and this guy's doing like Black Sun based Europa memes online. Fucking irrelevant goyim. Get the fuck out of here, man. That's all he's got left, man. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Trump's gonna order a couple of these idiots to like go to Venezuela as like a volunteer corps or whatever the fuck, and maybe a few of them will be idiotic enough to believe him, man. Right? Like,
yeah, I kind of doubt it. I mean, these people are all fucking talk. But I mean, we're not even gonna get a war with Venezuela. They're gonna. It might actually end up where it's just Trump calling Maduro and asking whether they can get permission to bomb like a military base or whatever that's been evacuated and hasn't been used in 20 years. So just so they can save face. Like that's what this administration is all about. Like, it's about face.
Yeah.
You know how people post these things like, oh, in China, like, the concept of face is very important. Like, that's the only thing that matters to this administration.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But I mean, like, I don't think they will be able to save face in terms of the economy. Like, it's easy to forget we're only like 10 months into this presidency.
Yeah. It's going to be month 11. It's going to be month 11 in like December 20, and then it's going to be like one full year on January 20th.
Yeah. We have 3 more years of this shit, and like Trump isn't going to make it the entire. He's not going to make it the entire term, just like physically. Like, he might genuinely die. The chance of that is pretty high. But even if he doesn't, like, you're gonna wish he did. Because if he did, you're gonna have, J.D. Vance, who is lucid, and he's a fucking millennial. Like, that's crazy. Like, having a millennial in charge of things.
Yeah.
But like a
But
guy
Sir
who,
Malcolm, he's gonna deport. But Sir Malcolm, the Goyim told me that JD Vance is gonna deport a bajillion people, even though he has an Indian wife and 3
oh yeah,
Indian
yeah, definitely. But I mean, like,
kids.
I mean, I'm not really Vance curious even, and I'm not a
Yeah,
Vance booster. But like, okay,
yeah.
if Trump dies, you're gonna have JD Vance. JD Vance is a guy below 50.
Yeah.
That's insane. Like he has a working prostate. Like that is crazy in the times in this economy. Like having a guy who is not gonna keel over
He wasn't
from
born in 1946, man. What the
yeah,
fuck? He wasn't born in
yeah.
1946.
So like even
Yeah.
on that point, yeah, he might be a fucking sog slave to Peter Thiel or whatever the fuck. But it's like, okay, here's a guy who is not gonna, piss his pants because of some sort of weird old man disease. That is a positive. Like, regardless of whatever you want to say about the guy himself.
Yeah.
But like, if Trump doesn't die, he's gonna be a fucking shuffling zombie that they're gonna cart out once every 9 months, and he's gonna ramble something about like, when he was a kid, like there was this
Isn't he
dog
just
that
like
liked to.
yeah, but isn't he just like, like I saw the other day, he was just like yelling at the reporter, "Quiet, piggy, quiet."
Yeah,
Like he's already
yeah.
gotten to that like grandpa phase of like fucking insulting people randomly.
Yeah. I mean, he like the part of his brain that deals with social inhibition is, rotting away. But like when he was over there at Pete Hegseth's powwow, that shit was like the most bizarre thing I've ever seen. Because Trump was he was worse than Biden. Like he had a Fidel Castro length speech where his voice was terrible and he looked like shit. And like nobody could even tell what the fuck the old man was talking about. It's like, I saw this video when I was a kid and it was about boats, and I think we could learn a lot about it because like I think this was World War II, and like missiles are expensive, but like guns don't cost money, and it's really strange that people don't talk about this. And I mean, I don't know, you generals, you might not like it because like the color is all wrong, but I really
Oh
do
man.
think that like, and it's like, what the fuck are you even talking about?
Oh man.
So like it's just that these kinds of like really old man rants, and like, to be fair, if you sit down and sort of think through it, it's like, oh right, he's talking about the 2020 election. That's what he's talking about. And it's like, why the fuck are you talking about the 2020 election in 2025 at a gathering of all of the generals in the US military?
Yeah.
They don't give a fuck. It's not relevant.
Yeah.
So I mean, like, he is like, the faster he dies, the better in some ways, because like then at least you will have, if you're a magatard, you will have some sort of dignity. You can just support Vance. But if he's alive for the entire term or most of it, you are going to be forced to debase yourself even worse than the Biden people were forced to humiliate themselves. Basically say, oh no, like it's just a speech impediment. He's had the stutter since he was a kid. It's like, come the fuck on.
Oh dear. Not
All
born
right,
in
do we have any
1946.
more questions, comments, whatever?
Don't be shy, folks. There's a lot of listeners here. You can ask to be speaker. I'll make you speaker. Just basic etiquette. Don't do anything crazy. Question, comment, go for it. You can ask me. You can ask Sir Malcolm, whatever you wish to. And
I
go
actually
ahead.
want to ask you too. I don't know if you already talked about this. Like, what's the end goal, like in Russia, like for the administration? They seem like they're desperate to try to get a deal. but they're not going to get a deal.
What are
With the Russians.
desperate for a deal? The Russians? I don't.
No, not the Russians. I'm saying the Americans. The Americans are desperate for a deal.
Oh, I see.
Because, it's going to collapse. So, but it's like, and then I'm looking at it, like maybe Sir Malcolm could tell me more. Like, why are the Europeans now just like talking about attacking Russia? Like, this just seems insane.
Oh, go ahead, Sir Malcolm.
Yeah, I mean, I just think this is kind of part and parcel of the basic problem we're finding ourselves in, where like they don't really have a plan to get out of this stuff. And so they're trying all of this art of the deal shit. Because again, I mean, look at what happened with the trade war with China. China has lower tariffs than pretty much any other country in Asia right now, or at least like they're on the lowest kind of level you can have. So all of this all of this work for nothing, for less than nothing, because the Chinese are not buying soybeans at this point. They said they would, and then they're like, we changed our mind. What the fuck are you going to do about it? And there's nothing America can do. So they burned all of those bridges and fucked over American farmers for, like, they just overplayed their hand.
Yeah.
And I think we're just going to see all of this, like, useless kind of bloviating until like there's some sort of fall of Saigon moment in Kiev, and that moment seems to be coming pretty, like, it's pretty close to happening. Most of the people that were around Zelensky have now been, sacrificed, including his chief of staff. So, I mean, that guy could get shot tomorrow by like an Azov battalion Nazi or whatever. Like he's, and like, they don't have any more people in Ukraine. Like all of this talk about like going to war with Russia, like the problem isn't whether you can or not. Like, yeah, you can go to war with Russia tomorrow. You can start bombing their shit. And they won't nuke you or anything. They'll just bomb your shit back.
Yeah, Oreshnik, bro. Oreshnik, standard conventional load. They don't need a nuke. They can fire like a couple hundred of them at you.
Yeah, I mean, look, like the UK, for example, has this undersea pipeline going from Norway to like, the old Blighty. Like they could just send a submarine and blow that shit up.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, well, you blew up Nord Stream. Like it's a war. Or you asking us to like not do to you. Like we're not going to escalate. We're just going to do the same thing back to you. Like if that happens, tens of thousands of Britons are going to freeze to death.
Yep.
There's no plan. There's no like margins. Like we are basically like a really small dog behind the fence barking at a really big wolf.
Yep.
And like the threat is just, oh, well, you, Mr. Wolf, you're not going to like it. What happens when we take the fence away? And it's like, yeah, we are capable of taking the fence away.
Yeah.
The wolf isn't afraid of that happening because the wolf is 10 times stronger than us.
He's amused. The wolf is fucking amused, man.
Yeah.
He's just fucking amused at the Chihuahua barking. He's like, is he gonna fucking do this? Is he actually gonna fucking do this?
We
This
can
is
blow
fucking
up their
amusing, man.
pipeline. We can blow up their pipelines. They can blow up 10 pipelines that we have. We can drop a nuke on their capital city. They can drop 100 nukes on our capital city. Like whatever we want to play, they can just do the same thing. And so we're gonna have this dog barking behind the fence dynamic until the fence collapses, and then the barking is gonna stop as well. But like we have the ability to do a lot of stupid shit, like confiscating. This is mostly things that impact Europeans, though. like confiscating Euroclear and stuff like the funds Russia has at Euroclear. Like that would be a disaster for Europe. But is it going to happen? Yeah, I kind of maybe, but we're really in the final hours of this sort of war with Russia stuff. It's like we're not going to be having this conversation in a year, even. I don't think.
Yeah. Like there's one of
I
these,
guess
like,
for me, I just don't understand. Like, the end is coming. The Americans are not going to be there, and yet these people are still barking like chihuahuas, right? Like,
but
it just seems to me like, yeah.
It's the same thing with, if you think about what we talked about earlier with like France and nuclear power, right? So France has, 56, 57 nuclear reactors, and pretty much like 40 at least of them are reaching the end of their service life, meaning they will have to be replaced. And the plan is to build 6 more. Okay, well, 40 minus 6, that's 32. Oh, sorry, 44.
34.
And so you have a deficit of like 44 nuclear reactors that are currently producing electricity. They're not going to produce electricity in 15 years. What's the plan to, like, you're not going to be able to have a society like at any close to scale if you just remove them. So what's the plan? Dead silence. Like, once things get too big, people start shutting down their brains. Like, it's a computer overheating, and you get like the blue screen. Like, to protect your computer, like, it has been forced to shut down. You're seeing the same sort of process with Ukraine. Like, we can't do anything because people's brains keep shutting down when they think through like what the plan is.
Yeah, I mean, there's like this big battle right now in Pokrovsk. I sometimes follow a bunch of these like nerds. All they do is like do maps and stuff the whole day. One of these guys, he was doing like a linear regression trend, and he was like, okay, Russians are gaining this many kilometers. It's been 1,200, 1,300 something days or whatever. And what he found was that the trend line is beginning to break. So like if you do like a linear regression model, it kind of like goes up a certain way, but now it's broken that trend. So the Russians are gaining land at a faster and faster speed, right? And this was eventually going to happen anyways, just because like it's an attritional war. So eventually, because of the greater scale and scope on the Russian side, they were going to attrit the Ukrainians. And basically, like the way to think about it is, let's say you have a house. It's a 3-story house, right? And you've got a guy at the bottom of the floor. He's trying to break into the house, right? It doesn't fucking matter that, oh, how many rooms in the house has he occupied? All that matters is he has to kill you, right? If he kills you, right, the fact that, oh, he hasn't occupied the entire house, like, it doesn't matter, man. He's killed you. Now he can do whatever the fuck he wants, right? And that's Ukraine's situation, basically. It's a bit grim, but, like, that's literally what it is. It's like, after a certain amount of attritional combat, you simply cannot hold the front line anymore. And as Sir Malcolm was saying, like, okay, the Chihuahuas barking, they're like, hey, Ukraine, but don't worry, Ukraine, we will avenge you, man. Poland and fucking the Baltic Chihuahuas, we'll fucking avenge you, right? Okay, like, Tallinn for Chicago, what was that, question? Would you sacrifice Tallinn for Chicago? That's the question they should be asking, right? And I don't think like Sir Malcolm's talking about like them. I don't think they're even gonna do it, man. I think like what happens is Ukraine loses 1/3 to 1/4 of its like landmass. Russia basically installs some like dude in like the rump Ukraine. NATO yells a bit loudly, and then it just becomes fucking irrelevant, right? I don't think they're gonna do anything. I think like they're gonna bark a bit. They might do some terrorism bullshit or whatever, but that's all they got left. I don't think the Chihuahuas can even do anything. It's gotten to that point, man. It's gotten to that point. So yeah, let's see what's going on here.
It's so late in the day that I don't really think there's a lot of will left for like actual big moves.
Yeah,
A lot of the stuff with Ukraine is like Sweden promises to sell 200 Gripen aircraft.
yeah.
And it's like, okay, you check the details, and it's like
Yeah.
after we're gonna start producing them after the war is over.
Hey, Sir
And also,
Malcolm, don't worry, man. The Finns are gonna save the day, man. They
Yeah.
got like the fucking what do they call it? They have like a name for that stupid thing. Like they have like a militia in Finland, 900,000 people. It's so hilarious, right? Like Finland is like, we are this tiny nation and we have this giant border with the Ooga Booga Russians, man. And there's 900,000 of us. We're gonna die for our country. Like the way they market themselves, and then you actually, like you were saying, Sir Malcolm, you look at this for like 5 minutes. Okay, what the fuck is this? Okay, so 900,000 people, I think 5 or 6 days a year, they do a little bit of training with firearms and small arms fire or whatever the fuck. And like, you're gonna fucking stop the Russian army with like fucking pistols and shit, man? Really? That's what this is? Okay. I'm like, whatever. Oh my gosh. So fucking funny. Oh, we got good sir Slop Enjoyer. Hello, good sir. Question, comment. Go on right ahead. We are a pretty chill space.
Yeah, so kind of wanted to get your thoughts about the effect that the internet and social media has had on, I guess, the general trend in the West. You mentioned 9/11 and the state of America after that. I'm old enough to remember that. I was around in that era, and it was probably a moment where the country was most united in my lifetime, and I was born in the 80s. So there was a moment probably for like 6 months after the 9/11 attacks where you would see the American flag like everywhere. Like people were putting them on their cars. Um, it was all over the place. And that was like right when the internet was starting to really break out. So, and in the last like 20, 25 years, we've seen basically the complete destruction of the traditional media. So like the America that I grew up in was largely shaped by the traditional mass media, television, movies, radio to a certain extent. And there was some variety, but we were basically kind of viewing the same things and getting our news and information and our kind of worldview basically shaped by the same groups of people. And that's been basically obliterated in the last 25 years. So do you think that's kind of hastened the decline, or has it not been kind of neutral towards it, or maybe it's arrested the decline a bit? I don't
know. You're talking about social media and that kind of stuff. I think the 9/11 stuff and the quote unquote patriotism from that stuff, I think it was mostly a dead cat bounce. I think real American patriotism of like, okay, well, I actually am proud to be American, that kind of stuff. I think that stuff died with like the 1970s with like the Vietnam War and what have you, right? Like
I would agree with you because again, I grew up in like the late 80s and 90s, and the general American attitude was already pretty cynical by that time.
Bro, okay, you're correct.
And
but it's
so there was like this brief spike right after the 9/11 attacks where like, oh, everyone's like became patriotic again. And it was this strange feeling because up until that point in America at that time, no one was really that excited about America. And then like after the attack, suddenly we're all into being American again for like 6 months.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. Like, I've got my own theory, right? And again, I'll say it in advance. I don't have like amazing empirical evidence for this, but I'll give you my theory, right? You've got an entire generation of people, the goyim, the magatards, whatever you want to call them, right? They basically grew up on these advertisements, right? 1950s, 1990s advertisements of like white family, this, that, and the other thing, right? And they look at the advertisement, they're like, oh, this is what our country really is like, right? And they don't see those advertisements anymore. And they're like, oh my gosh, the country has changed or whatever, blah, blah, blah. What really changed was demographics, right? Like if the population becomes older, you market to the younger demographics. So that's why you have like more black and brown people in the advertisement because, you know, they actually buy the shit, right? That's the first thing, right? The second thing is, right, the hatred towards Muslims, right? The way they despise Islam and this kind of stuff, right? You know, like that meme where like the goyim, you've got like the goyim robot. You open up the back, you take out one chip and you put in the other chip. That's what this is, man. Right? Like it's all fake and gay and like retarded. People don't believe in this shit, right? Okay, when they say they're racists, right? They're not even real racists. The goyim aren't even real racists, right? If they were, they would care about the fact that poor whites in Missouri, West Virginia, Kentucky, etc., would lose access to like food if SNAP gets cut and like, okay, medicine and these types of things. Hey man, they actually need medicine and, you know, healthcare and these things. This is important. They don't care about that shit. They don't care about fucking nationalism, okay? They care about empire when it gives them fruits, but they don't want the costs of empire when they don't get, like, you know. And so they don't care about racism. They don't care about fucking nationalism. They say they are realists. They're not fucking realists. They don't even believe in biology, right? They don't believe, like, they have like some of these 19th century, 18th century's ideas about race and ethnicity or whatever the fuck. All of that's fake and gay, right? Like the moment you bring in real biology and real ecology and like, okay, well, if a guy is 55 years old, he has this much testosterone versus a guy who's 35 years old. So there's a disparity there. The moment you bring this shit up, man, they're just gone, right? And so like they don't have a coherent ideology. What they have is NIMBYism, okay? NIMBY, not in my backyardism, right? They were promised the life of a NIMBY, a yuppie, all this other bullshit, right? They got advertised, their brains got cooked by all that shit, right? And 9/11 was them doing their dead cat bounce. That's what the whole fucking thing was, man. Right? Like the last thing with like American patriotism, it died with Vietnam. America lost in fucking Vietnam. They fucking lost. I gotta say it again. They fucking lost, right? And after they fucking lost, they never recovered, right? They made up stories. Oh, you know, if we fucking tried, man, we could have fucking killed the damn commies. And you know, the Yankee Satan made up all these other fucking shitty stories or whatever. But that's where it ended, man. Everything after that was just a K-fobby bullshit. It's like they don't believe in any of this crap, man. Like the moment you actually sit down, use a cool, rational brain, evaluate. Okay, is this guy a racist? No. Is this guy a nationalist? No. Is this guy this? Is this guy that? You go, no, 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 no. You check off all the boxes. After you check off 100 boxes, you come to the final conclusion. This is the final red pill. The final red pill is these are goyim, and the goyim aren't people. That's the final red pill.
Yeah,
haven't, you know,
people have.
go ahead.
Go ahead, man.
Yeah, people have individual preferences. They don't have a worldview.
Dude, it's worse than that. Bro. It's worse than that, man. They don't have individual preferences. Their preferences are just whatever the fuck the vibes are, man.
Well, their individual preferences are just set by whatever milieu they're in.
Yeah, that's exactly it, man. It's just emotion. It's just fucking vibes. They're goyim. They're not people, man. They're fucking goyim. That's the point I'm making. Like, they're not even racist, man. Like, I used to think, right? And I made this mistake, right? I used to think that the alt-right, okay, well, they're racist, but okay, they care about white people. Maybe there's something we can talk about. And they seem to have learned a thing or two from the global war on terror days. And, you know, like Sir Malcolm says, like, you know, I deserve a Fell For It Again award for believing all this shit. They're not fucking racist, man. They're not fucking racist. They're not fucking nationalists. They're none of these things. And if you make a list of like 100 things, they're not 100 of those things either. They're just fucking goyim. All right, that's what they are. We got a bunch of other people. Yeah, sure. Sunset Parabellum. Question, comment, whatever you got for the panel. But you know, I'm just like, I figured this out way too late, right? I should have figured this out ages ago. But like, what can you do, man? Give me my Felford again medals, right? I definitely deserve them, 100%.
I guess
Good,
the
good.
question is
Yeah.
it harder to herd the Goyim now that the traditional media has declined?
Why do you want to hurt them?
To go in some kind of direction, right? If you want to invade Iraq or whatever.
I would overall say yes, but it also kind of depends. I mean, what's happening is definitely that there's been a lot of fracturing. And also there's been, like, on some level, like the case where it's much harder now just because people can get informed or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah, there is some element of that. Like, if you think about Venezuela, that's like nobody's into it really.
No.
But you go on Twitter and you see all of these people who are like their brains have been fried by being part of like this echo chamber where it's like, oh, we're fighting against Hamas over here in Venezuela, so we don't have to fight them over there in Israel. And it's like, fuck off.
Venezuela sending fucking like nuclear fissile material to Hamas. That's fucking hilarious, man. Who the fuck believes that bullshit?
Yeah, I mean, so like there is kind of this aspect where social media or the fracturing of the media space just makes it so people just spin off into their own self-reinforcing silos, which is, not always that great. And so you can herd the Goyim these days, and you can do it in some ways much easier than you could back in the day. It's just that you're going to have to basically figure out this micro niche of Goyim who are susceptible to this kind of trickery. And then it's just playing the magic flute and having the rats follow you and then drown themselves. But you can't really do that for the entire population anywhere as easily as you could back in the day.
Bingo. It's not the same thing anymore because MAGA is basically not long for this world, right? And after that, it's going to be more fracturing and more bullshit. And like Sir Malcolm said, you can do the Pied Piper bullshit with the Goyim, but why the fuck would you want to do it, man? Just let America fucking die. Like they wanna shoot their neighbors, they wanna kill their friends, they wanna fight their relatives. Many of them are like cheering it. They're like, yeah, man, we need a fucking civil war. Why the fuck do you want to save them, man? They want to choose this thing. Let them choose it. They're like free individuals. They say they have volition. They say they have free will. All right, man, exercise it. Good Sir Sunset, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
I want to answer Mr. Slobinger's question.
Yeah, go for it.
And I think there are two ways to view this. If we're talking about capital A, America as kind of the cultural and political capital of the world, I feel that the Arab Spring is a good example of an attempt at the American dream that was very kind of influenced by the internet and stuff, and it failed ultimately. Even countries where it seemed to have worked, like Tunis, the authoritarian backsliding occurred. That's one way. Another way you can look at it as a cultural thing. I feel this decentralization has benefited the U.S. culture a lot. Everyone has American culture on their phones now more than ever. And I will kind of conclude with this point. What is it called? Yeah, like people here, kind of like zeal. Maybe Ahnaf is or the term عصبية. Kind of the zeal is redirected towards kind of Western-like causes. So I feel that there's kind of a mind capture in a way that has not happened before. Yeah.
I've heard your argument before. Like, there's a guy like from Santiago Capital. He made a similar argument with regard to finances. He kind of it's called the dollar milkshake theory. The argument you're making is an analog to that, except it's with regard to like culture and ideology. Like your basic argument is, well, America is like saturated and deeply saturated, quote unquote, culturally and everything. And the thing is, right, it's like Sir Malcolm and me, we started the show talking about ecology and fucking nuclear energy and all this other stuff. Okay, what does that have to do with anything, right? If you talk to the ecologist, William E. Rees, right, he'll tell you something. He'll tell you, if you add up human beings, you add up all of their domesticated animals, like, cows and sheep or whatever and whatnot, it's like 94, 95%, a very high number of all mammalian biomass, right? When we had a far more primitive understanding of ecology, we used to think that was a good thing. We're like, 94, 98%. That's amazing, man. That's wonderful. We are in every fucking food chain. Excellent. So that means we'll never, like, if something fails in this part of the world, the other part of the world will survive, right? So we are like this multi-dominant species in multiple food chains. That's wonderful. That's actually completely 180 degrees wrong. If you're in every food chain and you're saturated that way, what that means is any one failure point, if it compounds long enough and strong enough with like multiple other compounds, you're going to get absolutely annihilated, right? And so to answer your like comment or question or whatever it was with regard to American culture, that's where American culture's at, man. Like America, by virtue of the fact that it has quote unquote saturated the world with regard to like these tropes and these other things, and like we can call it culture, but really it's fucking slop, man. Like America nowadays is known in the world with regard to like producing slop, right? And so the extinction of that is going to be very, very brutal, right? Because like again, we can use basic ecological principles with regard to like overshoot and habitat and biome and food chains and what have you, and we can kind of make analogs for that with regard to the cultural space, and that's basically what's going to happen, right? I don't think America is going to be missed, because again, like they seem pretty hell bent on like shooting their neighbors and friends and relatives, and like I said, like I have no problem with that, man. If they freely choose to do that and they're fine with it, they should do it, man. Like they're just like whatever, let them do it, right? Let them do it. Yeah, you got your hand raised. Go ahead, man.
Just before I say anything, does anyone want to comment?
Yeah, just that there's kind of an analog to that, like America influencing the rest of the world, and that in certain ways advantages America, but conversely, it also allows some blowback. So like you've seen with the recent X thing of like the world becoming Americanized also allows other countries to come in and fuck with the American media space better than they could have done 30 years ago because they're familiar with American culture in a way that they weren't 30 years ago.
Yeah, that's true. Yep. You see it especially with bot activity, right? 2017 was the critical year. So 2017 was when real users were outnumbered by bots. And right now on the internet, at any given moment, the ratio is 10-1 or higher. So for every real user, there's 10 bots. And I'm not going to be the one to tell you this, but you can check the analytics yourself. Whether it was after the assassination of Charlie Kirk or many other events, there were many, many bots doing all kinds of shit, right? There was this one bot from India run by one of these big accounts. I think he's got like a couple 100,000 followers. And one of his, tweets got like 15 million or 20 million impressions, which is like significant, right? And he basically showed a picture of like Charlie Kirk, and it was like a very graphic image. And he basically said, America will never be the same again, right? And like these types of operations where you're trying to do like this thing where you influence public opinion and that kind of stuff, man, like that's like William E. Rees will be having a field day with this, man, right? He would just look at this and just laugh. He'd be like, yeah, this is my work in ecological niches and food chains and like salmon and like, jumping over rivers and shit, and except applied to the cultural space and how like you actually become more fragile the deeper you saturate, basically, with regard to that side of things. Yeah, you got your hand raised. Go ahead, man.
Like I agree completely with you in a sense, but I feel that maybe you're missing the forest for the trees because we're kind of on the cutting edge of culture in a way.
No, go ahead, man.
Like if you talk to your average Egyptian, maybe like no one really knows about anything like that. Like I have cousins who live in the US who didn't even see a Sojak in their life, right?
Didn't ever see a
So I
what?
feel
I didn't quite get that.
Sojak, the
A
Sojak
soy
meme.
jack. Okay, got it. I see what you mean. Sure, man.
Yeah, and I feel that kind of the way people receive American culture comes in waves, in a sense. Maybe we're on the edge where we're seeing it happen in real time, with these bots and stuff. But if you ask your average Egyptian, what is the US? It's democracy. It is,
Sure.
great culture,
Sure.
films, music, all that jazz, right?
Sure.
People don't really know much about the bots. So I feel like culture is kind of stuck in time in a way. Like maybe you're open to a culture in the US that's kind of stuck in 2016, right?
I mean, maybe like, look, maybe people will have fond memories. I'm not telling people to not have fond memories. All I will say is this, right? People have fond memories of the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union is dead, right? So America's headed towards its death as well. I mean, all the signs are there. We're seeing the bankruptcy, signs flash red with regard to, I mean, America's basically insolvent at this point, man. I mean, we've got all these other things going on. Look, maybe people will have fond memories. Maybe a couple of these guys will have like memorabilia or whatever the fuck. Like you can go to Eastern Europe. There's people who are like literally out there who still believe that the Soviet Union didn't fall or whatever, right? And if you go to Germany, there's like an entire movement of like these old people who say that actually, the German state that we live in, it's actually not the correct state because the German Empire was never really dissolved. So technically, the German Empire really truly exists. I mean, look, 100 years from now, in the year 2125, there's probably going to be some dude in Egypt or Bangladesh where I was born, right? He'll be like, I collect American memorabilia and America still exists and blah, blah, blah. It's just ritual at that point, man. It's just ritual, right? Like, culture, fine, whatever. But without material reality, without finances, without like the basic functioning of the state and all these other things, right? Like, if the thing just fucking falls apart, right? It's just dead, right? It's not coming back, right? So that's what this is. What are we looking at here? Oh, Sir Arnold Jindal is here. All right, let me make him speaker, right? And I gotta congratulate him because every time Sir Arnold Jindal comes here, I gotta congratulate him for like conquering American cyberspace without firing a single shot. I gotta do it every single time, right? Oh, he just dropped by. Okay, he'll come back again into spaces soon. But no, but that's what things are. I don't think like well like the goyim, right? Especially like the new right and the dissident right goyim, they put a lot of weight on like culture, and I've always been very skeptical of that. Like especially when people are like, well, man, culture, and then from culture is downstream of politics and this, that, and the other thing. I used to follow these people, and I used to observe them from the outside. And the final conclusion I've come to after like watching them for like 10 years is that this is a subculture of people who basically they're part of the vampire economy, as Sir Malcolm was saying. They don't have any real power and influence. They don't have a seat at the table, right? Their fate is to be ground into dust and be someone else's exit liquidity, as Sir Malcolm was saying. And so, like, they just concoct these narratives about, any day now, man, we're gonna do culture wars shit or whatever and be relevant and this, that, and the other thing, man. Like, that's what this is, man. It's nothing more than that. It's nothing more than that, and I think it's a mistake to see it as anything more than that, right? Like these guys. Look, if one of these Substack guys, right, and let's say he writes a good essay and it's a nice essay or whatever, right, and fucking Peter Thiel happens to read it or whatever, right? Even if he gets that and a few other clicks, what's going to happen, right? Is it going to magically, like, oh, magic wand has been waved. Now suddenly America can resolve its debt crisis. America can resolve all these other fundamental predicaments that have been, strangulating it for the last, like, several decades. No, the answer is no, right? And if the answer is no, then we know what the answer is with regard to, like, the fundamental question we posed at the beginning, which was like, are we living in the world of limits to growth? Yes, we are. Yes, we are. We're living, as Sir Malcolm was saying, we're living in the gerontocracy, right? We're living in the gerontocracy, and the young people are screwed, man. That's what this is, right? The young people are screwed, and we're getting absolutely crushed. That's the starting point. That is the starting point. With regard to how things are. Oh,
Yeah, I
dear.
mean, again, if you're a kid, if you're a Zoomer, or even worse, a Generation Alpha, like you are gonna have to find your own route forward here in terms of, again, like people used to think like the idea of a limit to growth, like they used to find that like that was sacrilege, that was heresy, that was deeply offensive.
Yeah.
And it also felt kind of absurd, like, dude, we're having growth all the time. Like
Yeah,
they
look around
say,
you, man. The
well,
growth
yeah,
is everywhere. Yeah, look around you,
they,
bro. Everything's
yeah,
growing. Yeah.
they say, well, like we haven't actually paid any money to maintain any infrastructure for like 40 years or whatever,
Yeah.
and it's slowly starting to fall apart. But like, yeah, you could believe that, like you could feel that, like if you try to at least.
Yeah.
Today though, it's like, where the fuck is the growth? It's
No.
like, yeah,
No.
okay, we released a figure that basically includes, illegal fentanyl smuggling into our GDP statistics. So
Yeah.
now, like, you're 15% richer than you were yesterday, peasants. Like, they've actually done this in several countries in Europe where they just said, okay, well, our GDP growth is like in the negative and it's been for too long. So now we're just going to start counting like illegal human trafficking and prostitution as parts of GDP. Like we're going to estimate
Oh,
how
bro,
big these industries are.
bro. No, not just that. Not just that. Like one of the main reasons they want to count like domestic housework is for this reason. Is because like they want to like juice the numbers up, right? That's literally the reason. Like the reason isn't, oh my gosh, I fucking believe in feminism and equality and egalitarianism and moms do work too. That's all fucking rubbish, man. Like the reason they're gonna do it is because, oh man, my number is negative 0.4, man. We can't have that. We gotta make the number go up. So now the women and the fucking housework and shit that they do, that's also gonna be like getting you to like the magic number of 2% GDP growth. Fucking going.
This is something that Sir Bullfrog Patriarch had said once. Like he had posted this thing once, where if you divorce your wife, it will actually increase the GDP. So everything for these people is like, they have to like. He actually
Oh
like he was
god,
like,
bro.
if you divorce it, like you are in the system now. So like everything for them is on the books. If it's not on the books, then it's not GDP growing. That's why these people go after these things.
Fucking vampire, the fucking vampire and the fucking goyim. That's the economy right there, man. It's just like, holy shit. Yeah, because like lawyers and all the other bullshit, right? Service sector, whatever they call it. Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, no, that makes sense. But no, it's like Sir Arnov, your speaker again, excellent. Congratulations once again. I gotta congratulate you. Congratulations for conquering American cyberspace without firing a single shot. How do you feel?
Amazing. It's like, again, it's like something that you didn't even think that you can win. It's like, oh, we were just doing our jobs. We were doing like a second or third hustle job. You could get it in dollars. So like that helps us.
Bro, did you I sent you that link, right? It was a Sri Lankan guy, right? Like but I think I'll send you the other link. But this is like a guy from like Canada,
Oh yeah, Dimes. I know, and I have consumed his content before. Like that guy is actually funny, but
yeah.
yeah, like it's like at this point everything is
Bro,
brain rot. So
he's
like
not even a fucking boomer. He's not even a fucking boomer. And
yes,
he's
yes,
like,
yes,
and he's like,
yes,
bro,
yes.
the hilarious thing is he's not a fucking boomer. So he can't make the excuse that, oh, I'm a fucking boomer. I can't tell the difference between AI slop videos and whatever, right? He's taking the first prime minister of Canada and he's making AI slop videos, right? And I'm just like, dude, this is goyim behavior. What the fuck are you doing, man? Right? What the fuck are you doing? Right? And so it's like, I just think it's a good thing, man. Like you got a bunch of people who are terminating online, doing all this other shit, right? And so like, they call the Indians scammers. I completely disagree, man. I think the Indians are just a bunch of hustlers, man. They're living in the slums, like you're saying, Sir Arnov. They're working their second or third job, night shifts or whatever the fuck, right? And these guys, man, they're just falling for it, man. You just give them tenfold for it again awards. You guys are hustling them for the money. Good for you, man. Right? Like, what were they gonna do with the money anyways? They're gonna spend it on some old guy, and like, you know, the vampire, and the vampire is gonna take the money from them. You put it to better use. It's just like,
So yeah, I mean, like the best thing in all of this is that we
yeah.
have not subverted even a single thing.
No,
We
bro.
have just plain reflected that. Like the amazing thing is,
bro. Bro, I figured out the answer to this question, and when I did, I laughed so loud. You guys are their drug dealer. They are the fucking junkie. The reason they hate Indian people so much, and they're like, oh, you smell bad, and you eat curry all day, and you're fucking street shitters or whatever, is because you're their fucking drug dealer. you're just giving them the supply of the drugs that they want, which is like, you know, the blonde women in the fucking Aryan tunic saying, I want to have 12 kids with you, and running across the wheat fields. You're a fucking drug dealer. You're giving him that stuff. That's what this is, man.
well, till the point.
You could say that one of the defining characteristics of the Goyim is a refusal of agency.
Bro,
right?
They literally do that all the time, man. They refuse.
So it's like the Chinese are forcing fentanyl on us. Like, it's like, well, do the Chinese control the American border? Like, who's allowing this? Like, it's like, no, China has to stop sending us fentanyl. Otherwise, we're just like helpless.
Dude,
like, we have to use it. Like,
bro, who the fuck is holding the syringe? No, bro, who the fuck is holding the syringe, putting it on their fucking arm, and injecting it up there? Who the fuck's doing that, man?
Yeah, well, yeah, it's just like the Goyim getting overdosing on fentanyl is China's problem. Like the Goyim buying into these like MAGA slop accounts from India, that's India's problem. You know, it's like,
bro, they always do this, bro. They always do this, right?
Like, bad things are happening to America, and like, it's not America's problem. It's like, it's China's problem. It's India's problem. It's like, well, these bad things are happening to you. Like, don't you want to do something about that? It's like, no, India should do something about this. China should do something about this. It's like, what? Don't you think you're telling me these guys are your enemies? Like, why would your enemy want to help you? like you hate China. Like, you constantly tell us that China wants to destroy you. Like, and then you expect China to stop shipping you fentanyl? Like, what?
These people are Anglo-Saxon, barbarian, Viking, conqueror, explorer, whatever the fuck. So they can't control what they inject into their own bodies. They can't control what they see, like the drugs that they see with their eyes, which is pornography. They can't control what they fucking hear with like their ears and shit. That's another form of pornography. They can't control any of that shit. And they are just going to, what? Conquer Mars? What else are they going to do? They're going to annex Antarctica. They're going to do all this other shit. But, you know, I mean, we've beaten this dead horse to death. But, like, it's just fucking funny and sad to watch at the same time, man. It's just like, what is this? Oh, man.
It's like, Sanav, even you have stopped saying about Mars. Like, a few months back, you used to always harp about Mars. Even, like, you have stopped it. Like, it's like...
I stopped it because, like, Elon and these guys, right? Like, Elon's Mars grift wasn't working, so then he went on to the AI grift, right? He went on to the AI grift, and then he's like, oh, well, 20 years from now, no one's gonna be working because work is gonna be fucking voluntary. And I laughed, and I'm like, the reason no one's gonna be working 20 years from now is because, like, the fucking jobs will be gone, man. They'll be doing, like, subsistence activities instead, right? It's just, like, funny watching these people, man. Holy shit. It's just, like, hilarious. Oh my gosh.
I mean, it is sad in the sense that if, like, you know, if you don't know how these things work out, you're like, oh, these are new discoveries. Oh, this is how people get fooled and stuff. Like, now it's like, you know this stuff, and then still you see people getting fooled the same way. Then it becomes, like, sad.
Yeah. Some things will never change, man. Some things will never change. Yeah, I mean, Sir Malcolm was like talking like a few hours ago about how the entire millennial generation has to be sacrificed because to let the old people live, man. I mean, we're living in the bleak future of like limits to growth. It's now the realization has arrived that all along they were correct. So there you go. What's going on here? How's Mumbai, India? Did they anything going on over there or
Nah, it's like life as usual. It's.
life as usual? You
I
guys
mean,
aren't
the
even getting your
the
weekly.
amazing thing is that after getting to know this, Modi went along and said that we have to get out of this Macaulay mindset. Like this idea that English, we have to be English speakers and all. So like that's when I was like, oh, is this coordinated somewhat? It's like once we conquer the cyberspace and then we are like we don't have to do anything with the language.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So yeah, but yeah.
You guys will be fine, man. Honestly, you guys will be fine. I think honestly, you guys should just colonize America. Just be done with it, man. Like, they're a bunch of goyim anyways. You guys worship cows. It makes perfect sense, man. Like, you guys worship cows. They're a bunch of goyim. Match made in heaven, right? What's the problem? I don't see what the problem is. Like everyone gets upset. They're like, "Oh, great replacement, blah blah blah," and they start fucking crying. I'm like, "What, dude? It makes perfect sense, man. They need some new management, right? Bring in the Indian management to manage the goyim. What's wrong with that, right? The goyim aren't people anyway, so like whatever.
I mean, they're doing it themselves. Like, haven't they doubled the H-1B visas issued?
It's much worse than that. It's much worse than that. I mean, it hasn't. So this is just so funny, man. Like I was trying to like I should stop doing this, but like I was interacting with these goyim the other day, right? And he was saying, well, it's not really a bad thing because Trump, it's 65,000 to 130,000, but it's possible that it doesn't become law. And don't worry, man. Even if it becomes, it's only 65,000 more. And I just fucking laughed. I'm like, dude, H-1B is only one visa category. There's multiple visa categories, right? 65,000 is just for the breadwinner. He's gonna have his wife, right? He's gonna have minimum 2 kids, right? And more. And then he's gonna have relatives and all this other shit, okay? So 65,000, if we're being generous, you have to multiply it by 4 at the minimum. At the minimum, okay? That's 260,000 people, right? That's literally what you're signing up for, right? It's just fucking funny, man. Like I said, the goyim aren't people. They can't do basic math and like understand the implications of what they're saying, man. Right? Oh my gosh, what is happening, man? Yeah, no, we were talking about nuclear energy and this kind of shit, and Sir Malcolm at the beginning of the spaces. I don't know if you were here, Sir Arnold, but we were talking about how France, for example, is literally 40-something nuclear reactors. They're only building 6 additional ones. And after the 40-something shuts down and you do addition, subtraction, like France's, long story short, France's electricity production is going to probably go down 50, 60, 70% over the next 15 years, right? And yeah, it's not just them. It's many other parts of Europe are going to have that same situation happen with regard to energy
I
consumption.
mean, this nuclear cope, I don't know, man, for how long people will, like, when will people leave this shit? Because now in India also, the
Yeah,
government actually declared that, like, for the longest time, nuclear was under the government, this thing. So now
yeah,
now they're trying to give it to private players, and there was a huge outrage that, oh, Chernobyl will happen, this will happen, that will happen. And then there was another side which was fighting that no, all these other countries have given it to private players. And I'm like, it does not matter. It is not going to pay it for itself. It is not going to, it will never ever replace coal and gas and oil. Like, I don't know
yeah.
why we play this shit. It's just that everyone gets so enchanted with new technologies. It's like it has to work. It's like people forget why you use the technology. The problem statement they forget. It's like the technology is there. We have to use it no matter what.
I mean, like Sir Malcolm talked about at the beginning of the show, but like the companies that go through this fucking ringer known as nuclear energy, most of them are outright bankrupt, or they're like, okay, well, yeah, we'll take the project if the fucking government subsidizes everything, right? Which is another way of saying nuclear energy doesn't fucking work, right? So
Yeah, there's a really funny thing about that though,
yeah, go
which
ahead, man.
is the next thing inside nuclear energy is so-called SMRs, small modular
Yeah,
reactor.
thorium, that thing, yeah.
And it's so insane because it's like, okay, so we can't build full-scale nuclear reactors because it's too expensive. What's the solution? Building really small nuclear reactors will make them more economically viable.
Oh my god,
And it's
bro.
like, bro, the point of fucking like industrial society is you make things big.
Yeah.
That's like saying we can't afford like a garment factory in Sweden because we can't compete with Bangladesh if we have like 1,000 Swedes or whatever. So let's
Yeah.
just make a factory employing 5 people.
Yeah, bro.
And then we'll
Yeah.
be able to overcome the fact that we can't compete with Bangladesh in the garment department. Like, there's too much people, there's too many cost savings from scale. So if we remove all of that shit,
Remove that
like
shit,
this
yeah, man.
technology will work. Like it's
Yeah.
just a scam.
Bro. It's like I meet these thorium people. Like I know exactly what you're talking about. I talk to them, and I'm like, you're talking about a technology which it does work, but you're literally talking about what? Let's say you set up these fucking things everywhere, like miraculously, you wave the magic wand, you miraculously have like 100 of these. You're talking about like municipalities of like, Sir Arnold, mute yourself. There's like background noise. Thank you, sir. Yeah, but like, you're literally talking about like what, 100,000, 200,000 people, and like you said, Sir Michael was like, oh well, hey, let's make industrial society. Yeah, bro, let's make it fucking small. And then you're just like, okay, there's 340 million people that live in this country. So you're saying you only are gonna make infrastructure that taps out at like 200,000 people. Okay, what happens to the other people, man? Do they just fucking die off? Is that what's gonna happen to like the big cities like Chicago, New York, etc., etc.? Like that's what you seem to be implying. It's so fucking funny, man.
And to make these
Wasn't
things small,
the
Who?
peak of the nuclear power optimism was in the 50s and 60s, and
Yeah.
it just never panned out.
No.
Like, it should have replaced oil by now as
Oh,
a primary.
bro. Not just oil. We should have. It was gonna replace oil, and then people were gonna use the fusion power to take a trip to the moon and then come back. Like they would take a trip to the moon in the weekend and then come back. that's literally what the sales pitch was, man. That's what the sales pitch was.
You could almost say that like the rise of the I guess the peak of the the industrial growth society, the rise of the
Oh, what happened?
was a result of basically the nuclear hope not panning out. Like, they tried this nuclear thing and it just wasn't delivering the kind of the surplus that was needed to move past fossil fuels. So by the
It wasn't even
70s, it was just
surplus,
like,
man. It wasn't even surplus, right? Like the issue isn't surplus. The issue isn't we need more of the shit. The issue is the relationship itself. Like Sir Malcolm was saying, the exponential function, right? You're growing exponentially. You cannot grow exponentially in nature, right? You got to get to steady state system or something similar, right? The fact that nuclear didn't work, honestly, is the good outcome. If nuclear did work, right? If it let's say magically fusion power, right? The heat generated from all of that enormous energy and all the other shit, right? We probably would have like destroyed the planet's ecology or some other shit, right? We would have done some other bullshit with it, right? The issue is not more. The issue is, okay, what relationship are you using to interact with the world around you, right? Industrial civilization, right? We're talking about the last 300 plus years and more. If you want to extend it, you can do so, right? But the relationship is keep on growing forever. GDP line go up, this thing go up, that thing go up, etc., 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 right? And bad news, folks. GDP line does not go up, nothing grows forever, and eventually you get crashes and corrections and so on and so forth. Oh, you got your hand raised. Sunset, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to briefly comment on the nuclear optimism. A couple months ago, I had the displeasure to watch Fantastic Four, the newest one, in the cinema.
You're cutting up. Could you like try
and,
to fix your thing? Okay, yeah, I think it's working again. Okay, try speaking again.
Is it any better now?
Yeah, it's better now. Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, go for it, man. Go for it.
All right. So, kind of this film, in short, kind of gives this highly romanticized version of a 60s America. That never was really kind of theoretical. That while Gus was sending people to the moon, Jim Morrison of the Doors, if you've ever heard of them, it's an American band in the 60s.
Okay.
They made a song called Ship of Fools, mocking the whole endeavor. So this whole, like, they project their optimisms upon the past and kind of create a new world in a way that doesn't exist.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. I didn't know that. No, yeah, well, like there were skeptics, right? But the skeptics basically lost, right? Like, there were skeptics of nuclear power. There were people like John Michael Greer, who like Sir Malcolm and myself, we consider ourselves to be like, students of the Grandmaster of Doom, John Michael Greer.
Same.
Yeah, but like, he cut his teeth back in the day. He was also one of the people who basically said, yeah, we should care about planetary limits, ecology, etc., etc. But like, we just gotta be honest about what happened, right? Like, it's not just the cultural rebels and all these other guys. It's also the people who actually worked in these things. All of us fucking lost, right? We lost to people who, for all intents and purposes, whether we like to admit it or not, right? This is true. Like, this is how the perception is. The perception is that these people have a more positive, enriching, and enabling view of humanity and its role in the world, right? That's how they were viewed as, right? Like, obviously in the 1980s itself, like, there were people saying, okay, well, Thatcher and Reagan and these guys are fucking nut jobs. They're going to absolutely destroy everything. But back then, there were many people who viewed them as, oh, well, this can-do attitude, this attitude of like, yeah, man, if we just fucking want to do it, we can do it. Yeah, like this was viewed as, like a positive thing, right? And limits to growth and this other stuff. It's like, oh my gosh, the fucking doomers, man. Holy shit. They're so anti-human. They're so awful. They're so bad or whatever, right? And, well, I mean, we lost, right? So, when it comes to sales and marketing, doomers, unfortunately, Sir Malcolm, myself, and others, we can't, the optimists of the world are gonna have an advantage over us, right? That's just kind of, that's just kind of what you got to deal with, right? So, yeah, that's kind of what happened. No, Sir Arnav, you were saying something, I think. Can you hear me, or did the spaces crash or something?
No, now we can hear you.
Okay, good.
Now we can hear you.
Okay, good.
I need to disconnect briefly and reconnect on my phone. 1 second.
No worries, man. Go for it. Sometimes spaces does weird shit. Don't worry about it. Go for it. Yeah. But no, Sir Arnav, you were saying something about I forget, what were you talking about before you got I think I interrupted you, so my apologies for that. But what were you talking about before I
No, I mean, like this point that you were talking about right now, it's like the insult that you get is of a Luddite. Oh, you are such a Luddite. And then they will like give you 100 years history of, oh, like people thought horses were there, then they were replaced by cars and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Which I think, which is true. I mean, you only have your lived experience, so you cannot really fault people for it. I mean, I was actually watching Dennis Meadows' interview yesterday night,
Yeah.
and he was like, you are a fool to think that these people will ever change. It's just you can't. And the problem is that because the West has done it, the East, and now because it's a global phenomena, you cannot really escape it.
Correct.
Like
Correct.
you will have to do it. If you don't, they will invade you. Like that is why every country has a nuclear weapon, because having a nuclear bomb
Yeah, I mean,
makes gives you a sovereignty. I think so. Like
the thing is,
you can't have. Yes.
the thing is, that's actually not correct. The Israelis actually developed the bomb right after their victory in 1967, right? We know this because in the Negev desert, satellites and these other things, they picked up like radioactive shit. Long story short, Egypt in 1973, when they invaded, and again, it was a two-front invasion. But I think it was back then they were called the United Arab Republic or whatever. Egypt invaded from the west to east direction. Syria invaded from like the north to south direction. They did so even though Israel had nukes. The thing with nukes is that Ward Wilson wrote an excellent book. You should definitely read this book. It's called 6 Myths of Nuclear Weapons, right? And it goes over it one by one. And one of the myths of nuclear weapons is that nuclear weapons cause deterrence. That's actually false. The Americans actually developed that story, right? To explain the Cold War, right? The thing about the Cold War is that the Soviets were never fucking interested in marching their troops to fucking Portugal, right? After they won World War II, they had this huge gap in their demographic pyramid, right? They lost 27 million people. Large chunk of them were men, right? They never fucking recovered from that, man, right? It was just like Sir Malcolm once used the analogy of like the knife fight in the alleyway. One guy dies in the alley, the other guy dies in the fucking hospital. It's much worse than that, man. It's just like, you have like this tough, powerful looking Russian guy. He won, but in reality, he has like an internal wound, right? And that internal wound basically got him, right? Like, the thing is, a lot of these things, like China is going to overrun this and then Russia is going to overrun that, a lot of this was just mythology, right? The problem with nukes is that there's no actual use case for a nuke, right? Like, to use a nuke effectively, right, you would have to have like an actual goal of using the nuke, right? What is your goal of using the nuke, right? Is it to get a political outcome? Is it to get a military outcome, etc., etc.? Well, they're basically too big and clunky to do anything, right? Like, even the battlefield nukes that they tested, so these are like tactical nukes, and like, okay, well, the nuke is artillery shell size, and it's only, quote unquote, 5 kiloton or whatever, right? It basically, if your forces themselves use the artillery shield and they're wearing all the equipment or whatever the fuck, and they fire it, right, the radiation and all the other bullshit is still going to affect them, right? And you're still going to have like a mortality rate thing, right? So on the battlefield, they're fucking useless. Okay, what about the fucking, okay, well, strategic nukes? Well, in that case, then you've got MAD, right? You've got like, okay, well, first strike, second strike dynamics, etc., right? Well, okay, MAD, okay, fine, we can't use it on that side. Well, what about fucking nuclear terrorism? Well, what about, like, what was the name of that movie that they recently made on Netflix? It's called House of Dynamite, right? And it's like a very interesting concept, but like, it's a concept that the CIA and these other guys, they kind of had for a while, which is like, okay, well, what if only a single nuke is headed towards Chicago, no one knows who fired it, and you just get, quote unquote, the other guy to react, right? And it's not the nuke itself that destroys them, but rather it's the decision paralysis and all the different mistakes that they make from that scenario that destroys them, right? Okay, fine. I mean, like, if you want to push it that far, we could say, well, nukes have maybe some marginal cost. No, like, no, marginal, I said the wrong thing. Marginal utility with regard to that, right? But bottom line is this: the nukes are simply too big and too clunky. They actually can't achieve anything. You can kill a lot of people with it, but then you will die as well, right? And so,
I personally, I think the nuclear weapons are overrated as a weapon in terms of their destructive capacity.
you can kill a lot of people with it, man. Like but the thing is, yeah, you're correct, right? Like if you read
there have only been 2 times where they've been used in combat.
Correct.
And that was in a time when Japan was completely defenseless.
Correct.
Completely defenseless.
Yeah.
They were bombing Japan at will with conventional weapons for 6 months prior to the atomic bombings.
Exactly. Ward Wilson actually, if you read the book, one of the things he says in the book is that one of the myths that he debunks in the book is that the Japanese surrendered because of the nukes. And then he says, if you go to Russia and China, that's actually not what they teach in their schools. What they teach is the nukes happened. The Japanese emperor was informed that the nukes have happened. It's a terrifying weapon. And then, like, the staff that were, like, briefing him, they just move on to the next fucking thing on the agenda. For them, it was not a big deal, right?
It's just another day.
Yeah, bro, Tokyo was getting...
The Japanese had cities disappearing every week for the last 6 months.
Yeah, no, exactly, bro. Tokyo was getting firebombed brutally. Like, 100,000+ people were dying. But the thing that actually, like, this is Ward Wilson's argument, and I think he has support for this. And I think actually I agree with him. I tend to lean more towards his view, right? His view is that the real reason Japan surrendered was because Manchuria was overrun by the Soviets and the Red Army overran it in a matter of days and weeks. And the Japanese looked at that and they realized, okay, we really only got 2 options. We can surrender to the Soviets or we can surrender to the Americans, right? In either case, right, like, in both these scenarios, right, we've got something to lose, right? In the case of surrendering to the Soviets, there is a non-zero chance they're going to murder the imperial family, right? Because again, they're communists and they have like this...
The Japanese, I think they were trying to play the Soviets off against the Americans, right? And the hoping to retain some kind of independence by playing these powers off each other. When the Soviets invaded, it basically was over because it's like, okay, the Soviets are cooperating with Americans. It's over.
Yeah. It's like, Wilson basically made the argument that the real reason they surrendered was because they feared that the imperial family would be murdered. Japan is like a very peculiar society. It views the imperial family as descended from the sun god Amaterasu. And so it's like, well, if the imperial family is gone, that's the true end of Japan as a nation. Because if the imperial family no longer exists, there's no point to life whatsoever, right? Because your very existence is for service to the emperor and that kind of shit. Like, they believe in weird shit. Anyhow, so it's like, well, we can do that. We can surrender to them, and there's a non-zero chance of the imperial line getting squished. Or we can surrender to the Americans, and okay, they're going to humiliate us and all this other shit, but the imperial family will probably survive. And so they pick door number 2, basically. That's Ward Wilson's argument, right? I see a hand raised again. Actually, I see Sir Otter here. Hello, Sir Otter. There we go. Let's make him speaker. Let's make Sir Otter speaker. We have a show with Sir Otter on like Wednesday, but let's make him speaker. Good Sir Sunset. You've got your hand raised. Go ahead. In the meantime, you can quip in.
All right. I have two questions.
Yeah, man, go for it.
The first one is Arnav wrote the word Luda. I think Luda is the correct word, and it's not attractive, right? And you spoke about how just the doomers are not very good at marketing. But that's not the point of kind of being a doomer, because it seems like the world just has a plan for itself. Right? Everyone is kind of a sort of an addict that's not gonna stop until it ODs. So what's the point of being a doomer? That's the first question. The second question is about the Middle East.
And second question?
Yeah. My second question is about the Middle East. particularly Egypt and Israel, have been kind of discussed for a while. And I have the feeling that a conflagration is on the horizon. And it's not just because, the Egyptian government has been levying hostile rhetoric against the Israelis.
Mm-hmm.
It's more of like the two sides here, and no side's willing to back down. And any sort of escalation will lead to a very, very serious
Sure.
consequences.
Sure.
So my question is, does anyone think, this question is for and the other one before as well, something's going to come out of it?
I mean, you're breaking up. I don't know what's wrong with your audio, but I think I understood what you're trying to say. Yeah, like, what's the point of being a doomer? It's to speak the truth and to warn people about the consequences of their actions. Right? For me, it's primarily a religious thing, right? I'm a Muslim. One of the things we're taught is that we need to be a warner to people, and so that's where I get my quote unquote impetus from with regard to like what I do. Will people change their ways? A minority will, and the majority won't. That's just how it is, man. You're a doomer. You're gonna have bad marketing. You're gonna have all these other disadvantages. That's just how it is. Suck it up, Buttercup. Right? That's the point of being a doomer. As for the other stuff, we talked about this at the beginning of the show, Sir Malcolm and myself. I think Sir Malcolm's listener right now. I can make him a speaker if you want to talk to him. But like, it's very clear what's happening. I mean, the thing with Israel is that John Michael Greer, Grandmaster of Doom, he got it right ages ago. He basically said, if you want to know the future of Israel, all you got to do is look at the past of like West Asia, Middle East, whatever you want to call this region, right? This region, right, it always has a systole and a diastole phase, right? And when it contracts, right, outsiders try to gain a foothold, right? You especially see this with like the kingdom of Outremer. Outremer was basically this like zealotry filled like, crusader colony / outpost where like weaponry and manpower and all these other like flows are coming in every week and month and year from all these different places, whether it's the Holy Roman Empire, whether it's like the different like French kingdoms and duchies, etc., right? And that it was what allowed it to survive, right? The moment you had a disruption to those flows, that was when like, okay, well, this place is gonna fall within weeks, months, and years, right? And same thing with Israel, man. Israel's not invincible. Israel's not like some fucking magic pixie dust unicorn, whatever the fuck. Israel follows the same rules of warfare, physics, biology, ecology as everyone else, right? And that's what this is, right? And so it's like, what's gonna be the shock? I don't know. It could be that the dollar-yen pair falls apart, and then you have a situation where like the Americans are just like physically and financially incapable of supporting the Israelis, right? It could be something else that does it in, but eventually you're gonna get to the point where Iran and its proxies, along with Turkey, along with all these other guys, they're just gonna be like, all right, now's the time to go for it, and it'll take a few months and years, but eventually Israel will be out there, right? I don't see Israel surviving, much longer. Let me put it to you that way, right?
I mean, it depends on its sugar daddy America, like how
That's
much
exactly
longer
it,
it
man.
can
That's
keep
literally it, man.
its empire.
That's literally it.
Like it's amazing to me that America's empire depends on the Saudi, like the entire sort of petrodollar.
Yeah.
Yet their internal goal is to save Israel from them. So it's a
Oh, it's fucking hilarious.
how long they
It's fucking hilarious.
how long can they how long they can play both sides, because playing both sides needs a lot of money.
Yeah.
So I don't know how much they can do it.
Yeah. Honestly, man, it's like America. If America can't even fucking fight Venezuela, right? Which is, I mean, Sir Malcolm is like, he's giddy with excitement when he's thinking about America just like fucking running away like a pussy bitch, right? Which might happen actually. I mean, I still think Trump's gonna try some bullshit, but like, if Trump runs away like a pussy bitch and doesn't even fight Venezuela, like that is a big warning sign that the collapse of America is near, right? Because like you're moving all these naval assets and all this other shit, and you can't do crap, right? I mean, if Israel sees that, and Mossad and all these other guys are like, okay, well, what does this actually mean for our strategic situation, right? They're gonna come to the same conclusion, which is like, yeah, that's a bleak sign, man, very very bleak, because
we're not gonna get the supply or the support or what have you when shit hits the fan on our end of things, right? So that's what's gonna happen. Oh, Sir Malcolm approved to speak. All right. Sir Malcolm approved to speak. You should be able to speak, Sir Malcolm. Yeah.
Because they can't keep their forces in theater for like they one of the aircraft carriers has already sailed back to Puerto Rico.
Oh yeah,
So
really interesting.
so I mean, it could sail back, sure, but these things, like you can't keep them active for very long.
Yeah, correct. So yeah, that's the situation. So I mean, if Iran fires the fucking missiles, man, like that's like whatever. America's on the other side of the world; they can't do shit. Yeah, so it's like people need to realize that America is the only thing that is propping Israel up right now. That's all it is, man. And like that's just like okay. We gotta wait for our sugar daddy America, like you're saying, Saronov, to like fucking save us. But don't worry, man. He's on the other side of the world with his fucking fleet. All right, bro. Sure. Okay, cool. Oh dear. Just funny watching this shit, man. Oh my gosh. Oh, it became quiet again. If you guys have questions and stuff, request to be speaker, I'll make you speaker and ask your question, make your comment, etc., etc. We're pretty chill over here. Just make sure that your audio is working and stuff. I want to have a decent recording, so when I send this to Sir Kenaz for editing, people can actually hear what you're saying on the, Substack post. So, no pressure, but, send in the requests and we shall make you speaker and we will try to answer your question / comment or what have you to the best of our ability. But actually, no, Sir Arnav, what do you think? Do you think, like, Trump's gonna actually pussy out? Or do you think actually he's gonna attack Venezuela? Because, like, he's, like, been doing this bullshit for, like, 3 months. And I'm like, don't be a pussy bitch and just fucking go for it, man.
I mean, at this point with Trump, any absurd scenario that one concocts, it is going to happen. The sane option is the lunacy.
The shame
If
of
you mean,
okay.
yes. So, I mean, I don't know really. Like, I'm not an expert at all at whatever military. Like, I'm
If you
just
had to
guessing it
guess,
on.
if you had to
Yeah,
guess,
I mean,
what
I'm just guessing it on their past victories, which are none.
yeah.
I don't know. I don't think so. Like they can do what they did to Iraq in 2003.
No.
I just don't think so.
They don't have
They can.
200,000, bro. They don't have a fucking ground army of 200,000 Kurds, right? Like,
What they would
why the fuck?
need is some kind of alternative, like they would need Colombia or some kind of internal domestic opposition to basically do all of the heavy lifting.
Yeah. Like,
They can't
like,
do
like,
Iraq
like, like
because I
Sir
don't think they
Malcolm,
have the
bro. Like,
capability.
no. Sir Malcolm, do we talk about the Goyim and how they should we like shame the Goy cattle on how they say, yeah, we killed the Viet Cong, we killed 1 million Viet Cong, and we only lost 55,000 Americans? Should we do it? What do you think?
They lost to goat hurtlers. Like you can't. Like I
No,
don't know
we're talking
how
about
these
Vietnam.
people can.
Bro, we're talking about Vietnam. But like I guess I'll spoil it for you guys. But the hilarious thing about both Vietnam and Afghanistan and all these other things is that the Americans never fucking learn. It's like, okay, you're counting the Americans. Okay, you're counting the Americans. Why the fuck are you not counting the local troops who did the majority of the fighting? And as a ratio, they were more mobilized on the battlefield than you were, right? Why aren't you doing that, man? Like, okay, well, 55,000 Americans died, and this many, Viet Cong died. Okay, well, what about the South Vietnamese army, right? And okay, Afghanistan, we killed this many Taliban. Hooray, USA. Okay, what about the Afghan National Army? And then you get crickets, man. And that's what this is, man. It's all fucking vibes and bullshit, right? Like America, the great Satan, it can't do shit, right? Once you do the real military math, once you do like, okay, ratios and actual like, okay, what was the actual outcome of the war, etc., etc., it's just like, this is a fucking, this is a complete fucking shit show, man. What is this? What is this, right? So,
America has done that for all of their wars for the
And,
20th century.
yeah,
So
and
like,
could I just add, like, all the casualty stuff?
yeah,
It's like World War II, the Allies suffered disproportionately way more casualties than
exactly.
the Axis. The
Yeah.
Axis still in the end lost.
Yep.
The problem
It's
with
like
America is
these people
not
don't
the
have any
casualty count.
etiquette how to actually do a war, because
Yeah,
Yeah.
unlike
Yeah.
they unlike the Europeans' forefathers on which they're like jumping around, those people had to understand the local culture. Those people had to wait. I think so. One of the disadvantages Europeans had is that they didn't had the mass army which America had. So for America, it is like till the time we don't land in this land in the country, all your culture, all everything is down the drain, and now we will have gender neutral bathrooms here. Like that is how these people are. Like these people don't have any sense of
The,
history. They don't care for anyone's sense of history, and that's why they lose.
Yeah.
the problem with Americans is I think, Malcolm already said this. War is an extension of politics by other means, and you need to have political objectives, and you need to figure out how much you're willing to pay for these political objectives. For example, for the Vietnamese, they will fight to the last Vietnamese for their own country to be free, because that is something that is worth it to them. And for the Americans, it's like, oh, we don't care, we could have killed more. Look at the casualty counts. It's like, well, you guys are a bunch of retards, because obviously it didn't matter that much to you. And you ended up losing 50,000 for what? 50,000 people for what? Just thrown tossed into the wind.
Actually, yeah, I mean, you're correct, right? You're correct. But I think it's more pathetic than that. It's like, well, I have a kill death ratio of 2:1 or 3:1, or okay, and you're fucking dead in the alleyway. So what the fuck does that mean? Okay, so Nazi Germany had this many, kill death ratio, whatever the fuck, high score, like what is Sir Malcolm called? The high score list? Okay, you made it to the fucking high score list, and you're fucking dead. You're extinct. Nazi Germany's gone. Like, the fucking Goyim, man. The fucking Goyim. All they can do is go off vibes on this, man. They don't understand war. They don't understand, again, politics by other means. They don't understand any of this shit. They don't, right?
Yeah.
And so, like their brain, like I like to joke. Some people, they don't believe that we're living in the 21st century. That their brain reboots back to the 20th century. These motherfuckers, man, their brain reboots back to the 18th, 19th century, or maybe even earlier. That's what you're dealing with over there. Oh,
No, they're rebooting back to Sparta. Just like, I don't know, the gay homosexual crap that's
man,
like running around. It's
yeah.
like a lot of this stuff that you look at this, it's very weird with these people, just the constant vibing.
Yeah.
And I guess one of my biggest criticism, and I've seen these people talk, it's like, oh, in Chinese movies, they make the enemies look super strong, like and the Chinese do, right? I don't know if you saw this movie called The Battle of Lake Changjiang, or Battle of the Chosin Reservoir.
It's actually pretty nice.
And,
Yeah,
and they do make the Americans look incredibly formidable, intimidating, right?
Yeah.
And it's like they forget their own, like, in terms of narrative, it's like what we're fighting, if we really believe it, you don't really care about the odds, right? It is, based on the principle alone. And for the Americans, when they talk about this casualty stuff, it's a very nihilistic concept. Because rather than talking about values, it's just like, oh, it's just material. Look how awesome power projection is. Power projection for just power projection's sake.
Like, bro, like, even when they talk about that shit in a nihilistic way, and they want to do it in a nihilistic way, even when they do that shit, they're wrong. Right? Even when they do it that way, they're wrong.
Yeah. Even when you're counting the bodies, look, in most of the 20th century wars that America was involved in, they were a latecomer, or they were like a secondary participant. World War I, the Europeans slaughtered each other for years, and then the Americans come in right at the end and claim victory. World War II, most of the action was in the Eastern Front.
Yeah, correct.
The Western Front was a sideshow.
Yep.
Most Japanese soldiers were employed in China.
Yep.
They weren't in the Pacific.
That was actually the reason, by the way. Like the reason, obviously American industrial production was very important, but the reason why Japan fell apart so rapidly in the space of like 4 years was because the attrition that they were going through in like continental China was like brutal, man. They were getting ambushed everywhere, man. Every fucking place, right? Chinese were bleeding them, right? And that's the real reason they lost, right? Like, okay, fine, the Americans are destroying their stuff, fair enough. But if they had the manpower from like China, let's say a weird alternate universe where they did not invade China, this would have been a completely different fight, man, right?
It would have been much more bloodier because in the sense of all the resources the Japanese devoted to the army, that would have went to the Navy.
Correct.
And instead of tanks, guns, and armies, they would be making basically carriers, Navy planes, and warships. And that would have been, I don't know how much the Americans would have stomached.
I mean, America would have taken maybe an extra 4 years to defeat the Japanese, right? That's basically what would have happened, right? Because like you were saying, ultimately Japan would have still lost because, again, material and energy flows. You've got scarcity of that on that island chain, so you're not going to get there. But that's like China fundamentally bled Japan out over there, and then America kind of like delivered. But yeah, that's what it is. Well, that's what it is, man. I mean, and if you look at the 20th century, it's just like, America's using other people's troops. Like in Iraq, they use the Kurds. In Afghanistan, they use the Afghan National Army, right? I mean, this time around, man, they don't even have that option. They're just like, okay, well, Venezuela, 15,000 Marines. And then it's like, and then I ask these people, okay, so who are you using this time? It's like, well, we'll use fucking Guyana. I'm like, oh, Guyana, you mean the guy with like 3,500 to like $5,000? Okay, so let's add that in. Who else are you going to use? Well, we're going to use Trinidad, bro. Okay, Trinidad's got another $5,000. Okay, so 25,000. You're going to use 25,000 so far. We don't know yet if they're going to increase it yet. Trump might pussy out. You're going to use 25,000 to invade a country of 30.5 million people, right? Where it's like they've got a lightly armed militia of 4 million, and they've got like an actual standing military of like 100,000. I mean, good luck with that. Okay, whatever. Okay. That's how
I mean, it's also basically, I think, what the jungles in Venezuela. I'm not too clear in the geography, but it's not like a flat land, right? Like it's very good for ambushing. And it's just, for me, it's like, what is the political objective? Like, what is it? Like, it's not clear at all what the political objective is.
Oh, there is. It's just,
and the thing with the Americans, it's like, since the end of the Cold War, their foreign policy is like anything happens, like they're all just like, don't just stand there, bomb something. And it's like, it gets you nowhere. This type of like reaction gets you nowhere.
These guys, man, they got nothing on the Africans, man. They're more dysfunctional than the fucking Africans, man. Okay? I'm not saying that.
All right, I got something for you for that one.
Go for it, bro. Go for it.
So do you remember Charles Munger? He was like talking about India.
Munger? Yeah, I remember him. Yeah.
You remember he was talking about India, and he was like, individually, Indians are great, like some of the smartest people, but like collectively, they were saying like the institutions and the government, there's just problems. And then he gave an example of like South Korea and it's like some of the dysfunctions, right? Mm-hmm. And I just remember that like video when they were talking about Shipley trying to build the iPhones back like in the US when they were thinking about this. You remember the first wave of tariffs? And then eventually they decided like, fuck that, we're not going to the US, we're actually going to go to India instead, right?
Yeah.
And I was just thinking in the back of my head, I was like, the Apple executives basically looked at Charles Munger's like video and description of India, and they're like, this is definitely a safer and better bet than manufacturing in the US.
Oh, that's wonderful, man. That's wonderful. No, but what I was going to say is that one of these Goyim, right? He has a Substack. He's pretty popular. I'm not going to mention him by name, but I think Sir Arnav knows who I'm talking about, right? But like this guy, he writes like this big like tweet. Like you gotta like click the see more button because like it's such a big tweet, it doesn't even fucking fit. But he makes like this big thread, 3 or 4 or 5 posts, and he's like, only in the West did like the civilization and the culture think about the future as something real and that exists out there, and blah 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 blah. And he kind of went over like, well, Africans don't have a concept of the future; they only have the eternal now and the distant past and this, that, and the other thing. I was fucking laughing the entire time when I was reading that fucking Goyin Goyslop or whatever the fuck, right? And so I read the whole thing. I let it digest. And then I made my response. And then I said, if you're correct about this, I'm not even like agreeing with you, but let's say you're correct. Only the Western world has a concept of the fucking future. You are then the most fucking dysfunctional people on the planet. Because what that means is you would destroy the present and completely erase the past for something that does not even really exist, right? You would do that, right? It's like, well, the future, man, the fucking moon colony and the giant city on Mars. Okay, so that means you would pollute the earth and destroy it to get that bullshit. Bro, the Africans and their dysfunction and fucking Congo and fucking like, South Africa corruption, this, that, and the other thing. They got nothing on you, motherfuckers, man. You are fucking useless shit. Fucking Goyim, man. Not even people. Get the fuck out of here, right? Get the fuck out of here, right? So that's what it is.
It's like they're willing to destroy their own societies.
Sir Arnold.
They're willing to destroy.
Exactly, bro. Exactly. Sir Arnold,
They're
I
willing to
want you to replace America. Please do it right now. Set off the Goyim. Replace America. Send over.
Man thing, right?
Please do it.
The Faustian bargain.
Yeah. Please fucking do it, man. Send all the Indians to America, replace it, right? Oh,
The visa lines are full.
Okay, I do have this.
Full.
So
don't worry, it is going to happen. Again, we do it everything by the book, so it takes a bit of time. But once but when it happens, it happens. It's
There we go, man. There we go.
So I will say this.
Yeah.
Sometimes I get into like arguments with the Goy. They're like, "We're going to deport everyone," right? It's like, get ready for this shit. And I'm just like, dude. How about you actually like do a job, get a job, like do the hard labor the Mexicans do, or do the intellectual labors that you get the Chinese or the Indians do. Because if you can't do those two things, bro, you're not taking back shit.
Bro, I'm gonna.
I said that.
My friend, I'm gonna teach you something nice. It's a life hack. I'm gonna teach you a life hack. You know what you do with these people when they say I'm gonna deport a bajillion people? You send them a GIF, GIF. You send them a GIF of like a puppy snarling or like a chihuahua snarling, and then you quote back their own words to them. We're gonna deport. Quote. We're gonna deport a bajillion people. ... Close the quote, and then send them a GIF of a puppy. That's what you do, man. You don't have to do anything else. Just quote back their own words to them and just show them a puppy, man. That's what they are. My apologies.
Sorry.
I just realized my apologies to. I just realized that I have like 3 requests to speak. My apologies. I was having so much fun. I completely forgot that I'm the host. Okay, my apologies. I'm gonna approve a couple of you guys. I'm gonna approve Sir Richardson, and I'm gonna approve Yadolf. I don't know who that is. Yadolf Goletier. Good sirs, you are now speakers. Unmute, and whoever wants to go first, go for it. Question, comment, whatever you want, go for it. Just basic etiquette. If you've got a question specifically for Sir Malcom or myself or Sir Arnav, go for it. And yeah, we'll try our best to answer. But like, this is a pretty chill space. We're not that, we're not that like judgmental, quote unquote, or what have you. Unless you say nice things about the Goyim. In that case, we got a problem.
Can I speak?
Go for it, man.
Yeah. As far as your comments for Japan, I don't really find that to be viable as far as the whole being held down by China thing. They couldn't have just made more ships. It doesn't really work like that. That's a process that took years, and they were kind of bound by the international treaty that they signed in 1921.
With Britain, with Britain,
Yeah. And really, the U.S. Navy did most of the casualties inflicted on the Japanese. If you really look at that, actually, China was kind of a rather minor theater.
Depends how you see it. a large amount of the Japanese army was bogged down in China. So one way you can look at it is opportunity cost. So had China, quote unquote, not been a theater, how much more excess resources could have been diverted elsewhere, right? I think America would have won anyways, but it would have extended. Instead of 1945, it would be longer than that, basically, right?
Right.
That's
Well,
basically my point.
consider this though. Most of the most of the Japanese Navy, I believe, was sunk by the American submarine fleet. It was a
That's
very
correct.
small
Yeah,
portion of the
that's
American
correct.
fleet. And that was one of the things that the American Navy actually really smartly invested in.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, the problem was is that they had really bad torpedoes at the start. Once they had fixed that, they pretty much
Yeah, that's
essentially
right.
annihilated Japan. By 1944, it was pretty much near impossible to get a boat on or off of Japan
Yeah,
by the
I
summer of
mean,
1944.
yeah, you're correct. Like the basic, they got that sneak attack in Pearl Harbor, right? And then a few months later, the real decisive engagement was Midway, right? After Midway, Japan was really like, they were just limping, man. It was not gonna make it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, it is what it is. History happened. Sir Richardson, hello. It's been a while.
Yeah, it has. Good morning, evening. What time is it over there?
What time is it over here? Well, I know for Sir Malcolm it's early morning, and I think same here as well. Yeah, so I mean, technically, I woke up like 3 a.m., so it doesn't matter to me. Like it's
I'm up at 3 a.m. Can't
yeah.
sleep,
So
so
it's like
works out.
9 something. Yeah, it's like 9:53 over here. I think Sir Malcolm's like 8:53 or whatever, right? So we're actually pretty close with regard to time zones. But no, Sir Richardson, what do you think? Well, do you have any Goyim fatigue stories for us with
At the
regard to?
moment, trying to
Sorry.
think. A couple people crashing out, and they're like, "Oh no, the issue the U.S. is having is we're not optimistic enough. We need to be even more optimistic, guys."
Oh my god, man! Oh my god, bro! Who said
if
this?
you
Who
think
said this?
about it,
Yeah,
what was it?
I was asking who actually said this. Who actually fucking said that, man? Which
What
fucking
was the
Goyim
guy's
said that?
name? Richburg guy. It's like the guy who has like a cabin up in like New York state. He has like a wife or something. Just had a kid.
Oh, that guy. Okay, all right.
But he's just doing like a sort of thing where he's like, yeah, I think if you're not optimistic enough, you're suicidal. And it's like, well, there's a sort of thing where you get too far to the other end and you're also suicidal. But you do you, dude.
It's all about willpower.
It's all
Willpower.
about willpower,
Willpower is
man.
it.
Yeah. If you Sir Arnov, if you ever want to go to Substack and you want to have a real laugh, I think you know the author I'm talking about. I'm not gonna mention his name, but like, if you go to his Substack, he's got like an entire piece. And Sir Malcolm, like actually, you know what, Sir Malcolm, if you want to have a fucking laugh, I'm gonna send you something, right? It is so fucking hilarious. It's an entire essay, which is like, how do we improve the fighting power and potential and war fighting capabilities of the Canadian Armed Forces, right? And it does it in a way which is like very, very unique, quote unquote. And I use unique in like the pejorative sense here. But like, he literally doesn't make any mention of like imperial material reality. All he does is he lectures you about DEI and like the blue hairs and like, oh, the men aren't allowed to be men or whatever the fuck. It's just like the entire fucking thing is just him going on and on and on about that bullshit, man. Oh my gosh, fucking Goyim. Holy shit. I think
It
Sir
is
Otter, you know
weird.
what I'm talking about. I think Sir
Yeah.
Otter is speaker. Sir Otter is speaker. He knows exactly what I'm talking about, man. Because like we kind of we are Substack writers, both of us, but he knows exactly what I'm talking about, man.
Yeah, although I just woke up, so
No worries, bro. No worries, bro. We're just chill. We're chill here. Don't worry about it. Just say what's on your mind.
Well, I'm right now seething about everyone talking about Dugin and not understanding Dugin at all. It's shocking how many political commentators here on X
have
no fucking clue about the source material they keep referencing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we have AI now. You could just put in Grok real quick. What did Dugan say in the fourth political theory?
Yeah.
But they have this much hubris, they just go and post anyway.
Yeah.
And all the goyim clap like retarded little seals. Oh, I love this post. So good. I'm losing my mind, man.
Yeah. You're losing your mind about people not quoting Dugan properly, bro. You're not gonna make it, man. They're gonna do more shitty stuff, bro. Like the goyim are gonna do more crappy stuff. You think
what
this
I'm
is
losing
anything,
my mind
man?
about is that we have to fucking allow these people to have a voice in things. Like we got to bring back an aristocracy where we can sneer at these people.
You're too optimistic, man. That's not gonna happen. We know that's.
I know it's not gonna happen. But hey, man, I can dream.
You can dream, man. It's all good. It's all good. Sir Richardson, you had your hand up. Want to say something?
Yes, I did remember something, some like sort of like stupid thing that happened. I've noticed as like China and Japan have been like having that dispute over Taiwan, and like China's like their Navy just not suddenly raised the whole Okinawa like Ryukyu Islands thing. I've been seeing increasing American accounts that are just like pretending to be Japanese people, and they're like,
Oh, dude, it's worse than that. It's fucking Eastern Europeans. It's fucking Polish people pretending to be fucking Japanese. It's fucking disgusting.
So there's those guys,
yeah.
but I'm also seeing Americans like it's like I think Japan should have Taiwan, and it's like, what are you doing? I actually like Japan. Like you're gonna get them fucking killed. Like shut the fuck up. Like stop keep shitting over this.
Oh my god, man! Fucking hell.
What motive do the Polish have to piss off the Japanese?
Anime, man. Fucking anime. That's all it
No,
is.
everyone's tied to anime, and it's like Japan should have the Kuril Islands and like Taiwan. It's like yeah, like push them against two nuclear fucking hyperpowers and see what happens.
And when they go to actually Japan and they see 70-year-olds being shopkeepers,
Bro,
yeah.
Here's how you defeat Japan, man. Here's how you defeat Japan. It's very simple. It's very simple, right? It's very simple. You pick up the phone, you give the Saudis a call, and you let them know, hey, man, you know that oil that you sell to the Japanese? Yeah, you might give that a second thought. And if you don't feel like giving that a second thought, here's our proposition. We are not going to do business with you in X, Y, and Z areas. Oh, by the way, you wanted to know who's calling. Yeah, no, it's the fucking Chinese foreign ministry who's calling. Yeah, that's who's calling. Right? That's all you got to do, man. Right?
Yep.
Japan is a fucking, like, it stops existing. It exists because of the global trade system, the trade routes and all this other stuff, right? There are certain countries who, as we go through the downslope of industrial society and all these other things, it's going to be brutal, population contraction, all the other bullshit. But, they've got autocracy, they got some other stuff, they'll be kind of fine, right? Japan, man, it's like fucking, Goyim extinction bomb levels of like brutality. Right?
Yep.
And not just like Japan, but like Netherlands and these guys are, oh my gosh, look at fucking Netherlands with like high population density, urban area, and like simultaneously like super productive farmland, which only fucking works with like all these cheap inputs from like 30 different locations all across the planet, right? Yeah, good luck. Good luck making all of that function in the world of like, 20, 30 years from now.
It's Wakanda for these people, as you said.
Yeah, it's fucking Wakanda. Japan is the right-wing Wakanda. That's what it is, man. It's like everything gets downgraded. Everything gets downgraded, right? So like Tokyo, which is like the sci-fi dystopia hellhole, where like the young people are committing suicides en masse in the fucking forest, right? Only 11% of the entire population, male and female, say that, oh, I would fight to defend my country. Literally the lowest number in the world. What else is there?
Yep.
You've got pornography, you've got all the other bullshit, right? You've got old people who are basically like, falling apart everywhere. They don't even have access to like basic services and shit because like there's no taxpayers left. all the bullshit, and they call this place Wakanda, man. This is just, like I said, man, the Goyim aren't people. The final red pill, man, the Goyim are not people, right? You take the final red pill, everything else makes sense.
Oh, I'm pro Georgia Guidestone's plan. Reduce the global population to like, what is it, 500 million?
500 million?
we're gonna. I mean,
I don't know if there needs to be a plan. I
we
think
don't even
everyone
need a
just
plan.
like unconsciously does it.
Yeah, it's gonna be we're at what 8.5 billion right now. I mean, if William E. Reese is correct with his calculations, we're probably gonna get to 2.5 billion, 3 billion by the end of the century, right?
Like, I legitimately think just the lizard part of your brain activates and it's like, nope, you're fucked. You're just not gonna have any kids.
That's basically, yeah. Oh my gosh, yeah, that's literally what's gonna happen. Exactly. Yeah.
But like, so enough, like the last space we were talking about, the people who were like by choice childless and familyless, like they are helping the people who make the extinction predictions. Like they're like themselves removing from the gene pool. So like they're helping. It's not it's whatever projections they have, it's going to increase only.
Yeah.
But one key problem here is that social welfare is promoting the dregs of society to actually have children.
It's kind of worse than that in a way. It's just like the social welfare system, the pension system, like Sir Malcolm talked about this on the first installment of Goyim Fatigue Edition Part 1, but all of it is a big fat Ponzi scheme, right? Like, how does the pension system work? It works because of population growth and because young people at the bottom get to, have the quote unquote privilege to like subsidize all the old boomers and shit. And after that, well, hey man, you're not going to get access to the system, but thanks for being my exit liquidity, man. Right? That's what it is, right? It's just like, it's not a viable system. And a lot of countries will quickly have like criminals and terrorists and shit, made up by these people the young people, right, who are just like, you know what, maybe stealing shit is just better, right, than paying taxes and crap, right? So, I mean, you already see it with like, in a minor sense of like, knife crime and this kind of stuff and whatever, right? And I mean, I joke about it, but it's true. It's like, well, Indian scammers, man. Indian scammers are like, scamming the old. No, man, dude, they're Indian hustlers, man. They hustle you, right? They're the drug dealer. You're the junkie, right? I gotta keep repeating this, man, right? You wanted pornography. You wanted drugs. You wanted drugs of the ears and the eyes, right? You wanted the blonde wheat field running girl saying she's gonna have 12 of your kids or whatever. The Indians looked at the demand and they're like, oh well, we'll just create the supply for that shit, whatever. And then you paid them the money, man. Like that's what it is. Indians are the hustlers. They hustled you for the money. They won, and like I got no problem anymore, man. I'm just like, Sir Arnov, send in the Indians, replace America, do it. Right, and
It's already happening.
It's already happening.
It's already
man.
happening.
Set off the Goyim extinction bomb. Do it, man. Fucking do it. We're ready. Let's go for it, man. Let's go.
Like one thing that is very interesting in this is that before the 20th century, having kids was your security for the old age.
Exactly.
And like in the 20th century, like they flipped it and the state became the security for old age. It's like everything in human history became reverse.
Yeah, bro. It's just like, I'm just like, if people still believe that growth is infinite after all the shit that they're surrounded by, man, like it's just Goyim behavior, man, just pure Goyim behavior. Right? Yeah. Let's see what's happening on Substack. So Arnold, you should start a Substack. You should interact with all the funny people on Substack. It's always very funny.
Yeah, I mean, the Substack algorithm has changed. Like before, like I don't know, before sometime your this thing used to pop up a lot, but now it is like all sort of slop over there as well, like relational slop and whatnot. I may have clicked 1-2 clicks, so it's all that level slop that is going on.
Okay, yeah.
So I'm not getting a lot of political stuff.
Got it.
The guy you were referencing before, it is like, this is a new version of Roger Scruton, who likes very beautifully about losing.
Oh yeah,
all these.
I know that guy. Yeah, that fucking guy. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like he waxes poetically about losing, and this is the same guy who was doing some written interview to an author, and he's like, I don't like the term Indo-European because of the word Indo over there. Like this is the level that he has reached.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
He's pure goyim, man.
That's
He's pure goyim, man. Pure goyim. Right? He doesn't know it, but like he's pure goyim, right? I think Sir Malcolm knows who we're talking about, but like,
Oh, the cope that really irritates me is that the ancient Indo-Europeans were all white.
No.
This whole thing of like continuously like recalling the past or past glories, and I need to find like this ancient artifact that proves that we were here first or something. It's like look in the mirror.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're like you exist right now. You just look in the mirror and you see what you are.
Yep.
Like you're not riding a chariot,
Nope.
Like you're not swinging a battle axe. Like
no.
You can just see what you are. Like you know what you are.
Yep.
And
well, I mean, they want to pretend otherwise, man. Like they want to say that they are not this like horrendous thing that they see in the mirror. They are this like amazing 1,000-year bloodline or whatever the fuck. And if only the Indians and the Jews stepped out of the way, they would conquer the world all over again, right? But again, it's always it's never their fault, right? It's always someone else doing the shit, right? So they got no agency in this like fairy tale that they've concocted for themselves, man, right? Like,
and the funny thing is, this fairy tale was given to them by Pakistanis.
This is like my biggest breaking point with a lot of these like isolationist guys. Because I'll agree with them on like 80% of stuff, but then they start going on. It's like, well, we'll just get rid of these people, and then everything's fixed. It's like, no, I mean, it would potentially give you sovereignty to do actions, but like, consider how they even got it in the first place in the economic system you had, and they don't.
I mean, they're not even.
They keep getting pissed off at like they get pissed off at Trump because Trump says, "Oh, we're going to bring in some more H-1Bs," and it's like, "Oh, you need to be deporting all these people," and it's like,
oh, man.
it's like they don't understand. It's like they're trying to run something here, and you're not doing the work.
No, they don't have a seat at the table. Like the way I say it is, look, you don't. It doesn't fucking matter what you want and what you don't want. I don't want Indians. Nobody gives a fuck, man. You don't have a seat at the table. Wake the fuck up. You don't have a seat at the table. Number one. Number two, the way these societies work, right? And you can go back to the beginning of the show, but we also did like Goyim Fatigue Edition Part 1. But like these societies, they pursue infinite growth. They have GDP line grow up. They have exponential growth. None of that shit works without population growth and vampirism of the young by the old, right? If the young emigrate, if the young are paying less taxes, etc., doing other shit, they'll figure something else out. It's called migration. They'll bring in the cheap labor who they're going to treat as slaves, and they're going to do all of this other shit, right? That's what this is, right? Them saying that I don't like fucking Indians is fucking goyim, irrelevant, whatever, man. You're just goyim. You don't count. You don't count. You don't count, right? You're a Hebrews placing, right? And you talking like this, right? Like, did this thing, society, you can call it society, you can call it people, you can call it whatever the fuck, you can call it government. Everyone already made the decision to live life this way, right? They decided, yes, capitalism, infinite growth, this, that, and the other thing. Yes, we'll do it, right? And it's like, well, enough, but I didn't choose it. I didn't choose it. Okay, bro, you didn't vote, or indirectly you did something else, but you are part of the society, right? You're part of the society. You're not separate from it, right? This is your baby. Whatever, you may not like it, but that's the situation you're in, right? Be realistic about it.
Yeah, so, Trump and the leadership, they're just trying to kick the can a couple more.
They're trying to, but I don't think they're going to succeed, man. Like Japan's looking very bad. I mean,
Oh yeah.
it's if the gamblers on Poly Market, and then these guys are fucking gamblers, but like if these guys are correct, right, and the Japanese actually raise rates, Bank of Japan actually raises rates, you might
Oh
see the fucking thing. Yeah, it's
yeah.
gonna fucking implode, man. It's America can't do anything at that point. It's gonna be fucking miserable, man. Holy shit.
For years, I've watched
So
like
enough.
the
Yep.
U.S. just like go to Japan, and it's like, okay, Japan, take more of our economic pain. We have more inflation. We need to like dump on
Please
you.
buy our bonds, Japan. Please buy our bonds,
And
Japan.
like I'm
Please.
like
Yeah,
literally watching Japan like lose the physical ability to like to intake those like
yeah.
bonds. And it's like, oh well,
Yeah.
okay, running out of time
Yeah,
now.
so if you like I got a bunch of bros. Sometimes I go to them. They're like finance bros. They want me to get into this shit. I dislike finance. I view it as an extremely stale subject, right? Like if you told me, enough, I'm gonna put you in the library. All I want you to do is read a bunch of books on naval warfare and like history of land warfare. I would spend 48 hours doing that shit nonstop. I would drink like 5 monsters in a row just to stay awake. But if you told me to do the same thing with like fucking finance, I'd be like, get me the hell out of here, right? But anyhow, Japan, the thing with Japan is that the dollar carry trade, the USD yen pair, right? It's responsible for like $9 trillion plus of like actual liquidity on the markets, right? So, okay, there's a lot of shit you can talk about and stuff. But, once upon a time when like Harvard University and these guys were writing about Japan, and they're like, oh my gosh, Japan's going to be the third superpower after like America and the Soviet Union, right? When they were writing that shit, right? Well, what did the world look like, right? That world was a world in which the Japanese yen was, right? It was, I'm going to say 250, 300, something like that. A very, very like big number, right? So like Japanese yen was very, very weak compared to the American dollar, right? So yeah, I mean, if you go back to 1971, 357, and then 1975, 303, and then 1984-ish, it was still 250 something, right? So basically what that meant was Japanese exports could actually like outright outcompete many American exports and shit. There's like, Trump and his cronies, they hated that back in the day and all this other stuff. And so now you're at the point where the yen is at like 155 or whatever, right? 155. I think the last time it hit that number was like 1998 or something, or like 2001. Anyhow, the point is that if you do some technical analysis, like the finance people do, right? Okay, well, what happens if the Japanese yen goes to 160 or more? Well, then it'll try to find like some ceiling to hit, right? Because like numbers and these prices, they tend to go towards, path of least resistance. After 160, there's nothing holding it back, right? After 160, if it does break out, it's going to keep going up, and it might go to 200, 250. It might go back to those numbers. If it does go back to those numbers, right, you can kiss the, dollar yen pair goodbye, man. Because at that point, it ceases to give the excess liquidity that most of these markets need, right? And most of these markets, man, like, they need a shit ton of liquidity, especially like the crypto markets. The crypto markets are like absolutely fucked if that happens. It's absolutely fucked. There'll be like Bitcoin and these other guys, they would get absolutely nuked at that point, right? And I'm going to enjoy it, and I'm going to get a bag of popcorn ready, and I will once again congratulate Serrano for, like, again, getting America for free without doing anything. So,
Yeah, we don't even have to pay the 5 million which Trump was saying earlier
yeah.
for
Yeah.
citizenship.
You don't have to pay that shit. Yeah, especially if that crap happens, man.
That was just cape shit for the goyim,
Pure
so it would
cape
calm
shit,
down.
man. Pure cape shit, man.
Well, Japan's purpose was as
Oh, hello. What happened? I think you got cut off.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, so like for most of Japan's like post-war history, they took in resources, they made consumer goods, and they exported them. So, and they produced more than they consumed. So,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
in particular to the West.
Correct.
In the past 10 years, their trade balance has moved into a deficit.
Yep.
So, which makes sense because they're getting older, the population is declining, they're retiring.
Yeah. Correct. And all of that basically means that Japan is no longer this like deflationary black hole where like you as a big hedge fund guy or you as a big central bank can show up there, park your money in these like negative rate like bonds or like these super low yield bonds. That's no longer the case, right? And
Yeah,
if you
Japan has moved
Yeah.
from being an asset to America to a liability.
Yeah.
Japan has a huge pile of savings.
Yeah.
They're going to start bidding for oil and other resources and commodities, and they're competing with the Americans
Yep.
for those commodities because they're in a net deficit trade now.
Yep. That's correct. Yeah, you got cut off for some reason again. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. Like, and that's what we're seeing in the world today, right? We're seeing, like, whether Japan likes to admit it or not, it will have to choose between, like, okay, well, I can commit seppuku so that my master America survives, or I can, like, fuck over America and try to survive myself. And I think it's going to pick the latter option, right? I don't believe in, like, the goyim right-right drivel of, like, base Japan choosing to defend its imperial master because of, like, samurai honor or whatever the fuck, right? I think it's just going to be, like, Bank of Japan increases rates or some crazy shit like that happens, and then we're off to the races with regard to this bullshit. Right? So
I hope it happens, but then it'd be really funny to then laugh at the
it'll be
people that
really
were like
fucking funny, man.
hoping that they become like
Could you
Ukraine
imagine,
2.0.
like, I want to see the world in like 2026, 2030, where like one American dollar is like 300 Japanese yen. That would fucking laugh my ass off seeing that.
That would be awesome.
I mean, we are halfway there. Like, aren't they 150, 160 yen
So the way these charts work,
per
yeah. So
dollar?
the way these charts work is it has to like it's a very stable currency actually. For many years it's been very stable, right? So it has to break above 160 and it has to be a meaningful break. Like, okay, what the fuck does that mean? I honestly, man, I don't know. Talk to one of my finance bros. He can probably explain it to you much more easily than I did. But like it would have to be like a meaningful break above 160. And after that, nothing's holding it back, basically. It's like, it would go back up to 250 something. Oh, man. Oh, it'll be glorious to watch, man. The fucking Yankee Satan America gets destroyed by its most loyal vessel. Mwah! Chef's kiss, man. Fucking chef's kiss right there.
I will say this: someone was
The
positing.
interesting thing will be what they will cope, how they will lead that cope with. Now that to me is more interesting than the actual destruction at this point.
Well, the best thing that the Japanese can do at this point for America is to disappear because they are in a net deficit position. They're a taker.
Yeah.
They're not a giver anymore. They're a taker. So a long retirement for Japan where they continue to take, and wind down their savings positions, consuming resources. That's not good for America.
Mm-hmm. Nope.
So if Japan just disappeared off the face of the map tomorrow, then all those retirees, you wouldn't have to pay for them anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So there was someone that had a theory that one reason why Japan did or said the crazy shit that they said regarding China was to exactly draw the Americans in the way that the Europeans are saying a lot of the stuff against the Russians to try to permanently get the Americans to stay in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
And as for Japan, to try to permanently stay in Asia because
So
they know that
when will your interest rates paper get over? The Schelsming paper, Bank of England
Oh,
paper.
that thing, man. Yeah, no, it's gonna take a while. It's gonna take a while. I'm guilty of this vice. My vice is I start writing something and then a new idea pops into my head and I'm just like, I gotta write this first, otherwise it's gonna go away.
right? So I'm gonna have to finish that other thing first. My apologies for that. But
No, actually, the reason is that I gave that paper to some of my finance
nice.
people. Either they have not read it, or some have read it. They don't want to believe
They
it.
don't want to believe it.
So I'm like,
It's a very
I
counterintuitive
was like,
result, isn't it? It's a very counterintuitive result.
yes, it is
Dear
very, it is
listeners,
very.
for
Like
those
they
of you
tell
who
me
don't
that.
know what we're talking about, it's Schmelzing, Paul Schmelzing, Bank of England. He wrote it a few years ago, but basically what he shows is that from 1311 to 2018, the trend is that real return on interest rates, real return, real yield, whatever you want to call it, has been declining, right? During wartime and these other things, it does go up, it does spike up, but then it crashes back down. And so it's like, yeah, yield has been disappearing for a long time, right? So what that basically means is people value the future less and less. That's the implication behind the paper. Less and less concept of what the future means, less and less meaning towards the future, less and less value towards the future, etc., less and less claims on the future. Because again, money is a claim. Money is a claim on other stuff, whether it's materials, goods, energy, etc., right? So, what did they say when you sent them the paper? What was their like retort when they said I don't want to believe it or whatever?
I mean, it's like, to be fair, I gave it to pretty young people in the sense who are just 4 5 years elder to me.
Right.
So I think so. If they're like, it's like, bro, like my career. I just started my career. It's like you're telling me that this is all going to end. Like the conclusion of it is it's going to end. And one more thing, and it's
That is what
that
the
same
paper
thing
says.
of that
Yeah.
lived
That's what the
experience.
paper said.
Yeah, it's like the lived experience thing that they don't like. No one wants to really believe that bad things are ever going to happen. So, or if there are bad things are going to happen.
I gotta interrupt you for a second. Okay, 14 seconds ago, the G-Man, TG-Man 98. He's responding to me. Okay, just let the entire thing collapse and let the Sikhs herd the Goy cattle. It's not like they don't enjoy acting like farm animals. Oh my god, bro. Oh, I'm sorry, man. I have to read that out. Holy shit. That's the best thing I've
No,
read
no,
today,
it's
man.
worthy.
Thanks so much, man.
It's
Oh,
it's worthy of a read, 100%.
man.
No, I mean it's one of those things that there will be some
Yeah.
solution. There's some, and like you tell them that there isn't anything.
No.
Like these are historical processes. It's hard, and I can understand their position as well. So I mean, that's a problem. Like we are now so conditioned to think that every problem has a solution, even though what we are facing is a predicament which, as you say, has degrees of surrender to it. Like how fast you surrender to it is the point.
Yeah, and then you can adapt to circumstances, right? But like, yeah, it's gonna take a while. I'm still laughing from that G-Man. Thank you, good sir. You made my day. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Oh,
There are individual solutions,
yeah.
but there is not a social. So it's like you can leave the casino,
You can, yeah.
but the casino will go on until it's bankrupt.
Yeah.
Like other people will still be gambling. Like you could personally leave the casino.
Yeah. Speaking of casinos, I just remembered about like one of the favorite issues that the Goyim, that the Goy cattle love to talk about, which is like the fucking immigration stuff, right? Which is like it's just like they get their knickers in a twist whenever they talk about it, and I'm just like, buddy, these countries don't have infinite money, man. Like, it's gonna fucking end, right? They're gonna run out of money and they're gonna fucking go broke, right? Why the fuck are you talking about immigrants all the time, man? It's like you'll be happy that, not happy rather, but like, in the year 2095, as you are in like fucking the remnants of France, which once upon a time had 68 million people and now has less than 10 million people, you'll be like, oh, please give me some of those fucking dirty, smelly Indian, African, whatever the fuck, immigrants, man. It's like at that point, your priorities in life are going to change, man. The priorities in life are going to change, right? That's just like,
Why aren't they coming to us?
All right, let's see what Sir Malcolm's saying. All right, just Goy cattle thinks TM. All right. Million refugee. Oh yeah, I saw this tweet. Okay, I gotta read this out to you, Jess. This is actually million refugee escape from Milos. Online trats, quote unquote, love to lionize completely incompetent historical figures like Louis XVI and Tsar Nicholas because they remind them of themselves, namely weak, easily led, buried themselves in family sentimentality and petty hobby and distraction as everything fell apart around them. No lies detected, gentlemen. No lies detected. Oh man, it's just like fucking goyim, man. Holy shit.
Truth, Duke.
I don't like. I'm on the fucking other side of the ocean right now. America's on the other side of the ocean, away over there. I'm just like, why the fuck? Like, give it to the fucking Indians, man. They worship cows. They'll take care of the goy cattle, man. I see no problem whatsoever, right? The Americans have demonstrated decisively that they lack agency. They're just cattle. They don't believe in anything, right? Like new right, dissident right, whatever the fuck. They're not nationalists. They're not even real racists. They're not even like biological realists or whatever the fuck they call themselves. None of these things. And then, go down the list. They're not any of these 100 things. They're just a cattle, man. Just give them to India. Be done with it. Be done with it. Oh, what is happening here?
I mean, Trump agrees with you.
Well, bro, he's like the perfect death to America president, man. He's like the perfect.
No, it's ideal. It is ideal.
He's absolutely ideal, man. He's absolutely ideal.
He literally looks directly at the camera in an interview. He's like, "Yeah, these people have nothing to offer. Like, I'm going to be looking for foreign
They're
people.
not talented, man.
No,
Hey,
they can go die. I don't care." And then like,
the
people were
Goyim
replying to
aren't
that, and it's
talented,
like,
man. The Goyim aren't talented enough. That's why we got to get some talent from India.
yeah, he literally like looks at the camera. It says
He said it on
that,
television,
and people are
man.
like,
Like said it on national television, man. Like this is not like Nixon who was caught in some tape. Like this is on front of camera.
but
within
within 10 fucking minutes, you have people replying like, "Oh, I just need to talk to him. I just need to talk to him. He's clearly been misled by his advisors." And it's like, oh my.
He's not fucking misled, man. That's what he believes, right? When you become senile, when you're sundowning and you become senile, you become more honest about what you actually believe.
Yes.
Trump has always been like a New York, Manhattan fucking scammer. And when you're like that guy, right, you respect the Indian hustle, man. You're like, you know what, man? These guys, they got the hustle. And I'm surrounded by my fucking fellow goyim countrymen. Right? They're not going to make it. They're not talented. They're not talented. That's what he said, man. They're not talented. Right? So he replaced them with Indians.
My point.
Trump loves Mandami. Trump in that meeting with Mandami, he was glazing Mandami after his supporters were screeching about hysterically.
Yeah. It's just. Oh man, Trump loves Mandami. No, absolutely correct, man. Absolutely correct. And I think what's gonna happen eventually is, honestly, we're already there yet. We're already there, rather. Like, his approval's at 36, 34. He might just fucking die in office because, like, he's at that age. He's 80 something years old or whatever, right?
Yep.
And at that point, it'll be JD Vance, and it'll be like, I'm already gonna predict, like, if we live in that future, right? It's gonna be like, JD Vance is going to divorce his Hindu wife any day now. Patriots are in. No, bro. Listen.
I agree with you,
bro. Listen. You gotta let me finish,
100%.
man. You gotta let me finish, man. You gotta let me finish.
Oh, of course.
Okay. He's gonna become president after Trump dies. Okay, and then it's gonna be like, any day now, JD Vance is gonna divorce his Hindu pagan wife and marry the widow of Charlie Kirk, Erica Kirk, and have, beautiful white children. Any day now, it's going to happen. It's going to be a healing moment for our nation. Blah, 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 right? One group's going to say that. Another group of goy cattle, zok cattle are going to say, oh, any day now, his Hindu pagan wife is going to convert to Christianity or whatever the fuck, right? And then he's going to have the children convert as well. And that'll be a reawakening moment for our nation. Trust the plan, Patriots are in control. Trust the plan, Patriots are in control. And they're going to do that shit for 3 years, man. That's how the goy cattle goyim are going to behave. It's like, just be
And then they will say nothing ever happens.
Nothing ever happens, man. And that's the only other thing that exactly, man. Yeah, exactly. There you go. I already predicted the next 3 years for you. There we go. Yeah,
That's
3 of 4.
probably would be what happens. I am honestly kind of hoping that like if that does happen, that they just try to get him off the ground and he just like trips over himself and explodes like a couple weeks later. Like just saying that like just
Bro,
hilariously fast, just so
Trump
I can see the Goyim reactions.
claim reaction. Oh man.
Like it's like JD Vance, like, yep, my time to shine. And he just like trips down the stairs or something, like metaphorically, I guess.
Metaphorically.
Like within like a week.
Okay, actually, hang on a second. What year was JD Vance born? JD Vance, hang on a second. JD Vance was not born in 1946. JD Vance was born in 1984. Fucking hell, man. Look at this guy. First president since 1997 or like whatever who was born in a year that's not 1946. Right? Actually, no, Obama was young, but whatever. Everyone forgot Obama, so.
No one cares about what he's doing. He's
cares.
just chilling in his rich manor in like
Yeah.
New England. So
He scammed the nation with like hope, change, or whatever the fuck. But like, yeah. So Obama was born 1961. Okay, Trump 1946. Bush, I think 1946, and I think before him, Clinton was also 1946. So like we've had we've seen three presidents who've been born in 1946. That's like the cursed year, man. The cursed year, the year after World War II. Oh dear.
I think Vance would actually be able to kind of string things along a little better than Trump would.
Oh, he's not senile, so that's just like factually.
Simply because he's like 40 instead of 80.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Just because he has 40 less years on the clock.
Yeah, you're correct, man.
But Sir Richardson, I think so. Age is a mirage. All these people, like as Sir Malcolm was saying about millennials, these people are acting like boomers. Like I don't know what age has to do at this.
Well, he's at the very least he can get through a day without nodding off. Like.
So I would agree with that. My only hesitation is he's like the second Vance becomes president, like everything that like that happened with this administration and Trump's gonna be like an anchor on his neck that starts pulling him down like pretty much instantly. Same thing that happened with Harris with Biden, honestly.
Yeah.
Oh, he will definitely own the Trump legacy, so he won't get reelected, but he'll have a couple years at least.
He's 40 years old, man. He's a fucking Superman compared to like 80-year-old Trump. Oh man. Oh dear. Yeah. So it's just like it'll be very funny though. Like if we do live through that timeline of like Trump dies, JD Vance and all that fucking drama happens about like divorcing his Indian wife or whatever the fuck. But like that'll be very funny, man. That'll be like because JD Vance is like a creature of Peter Thiel, right? And so surveillance and all this other bullshit and like what he's probably gonna be another stooge for Israel or whatever. But
so enough. Peter Thiel is right now giving lectures about the Antichrist.
He is the fucking Antichrist. He's the fucking Antichrist. Man. He's giving lectures about the thing that he already is.
JD Vance will just be Peter Thiel's guy, and his whole style of governance is he'll just post paragraphs of like try hard Twitter texts, trying to do like Abe Trump and not really doing it, and then just being like, "Hey guys, remember Halo? Remember my fellow millennials? Remember the early 2000s?"
Yeah.
And he puts all the millennials in the millennial nursing home, and like that's what I would expect his term to be.
The millennials are not going to get a nursing home. Come on, guys. We all have already been through this.
The nursing home in the sky, metaphorically, in their hearts.
Bro, they're not going to get the fucking pensions and shit, man. Millennials are not going to get any of that shit, okay? All right, let's get our facts straight.
I agree. It's just the idea of getting the taste of it that will be driving them that.
Yeah.
The strange thing about Vance, if you've been following American politics for the last 10 years, Vance was a never Trump guy back in 2016.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I'm aware. I'm aware.
He was a never Trump Republican,
He has a book for that.
and
He has a book for
his
it.
book was the book that all the liberals back in 2016 were recommending, saying, "Oh, you gotta read this book to understand the Trump Republican mindset or something like that," right? And
Yeah.
and then he has this like transformation where I just don't know what is going on in his head. Like
Bro,
He's a
He's just this
sociopath.
guy.
Like he's a sociopath.
listen. You're making a mistake here. You're making a mistake, right? You're evaluating it rationally. You're just like, oh, he has ideology and he changed his ideology. Oh man, what made him? Bro, stop, fucking stop. Okay. Number one, he's goyim. Okay. Number one, you always gotta say this. He's goyim. All right, goyim. What do goyim do? Vibes this way, vibes that way. Vibes this way, vibes that way. Oh, he figured out. Oh, vibes on Trump are good. Trump's gonna win. Trump's a winner. All right, go that way. Right? Oh, vibes this way are bad. Vibes this way are bad. Anti-Trump bad. All right, don't go for it. Simple, man. Keep it simple. Like if you're evaluating the goyim, you gotta keep things simple. The moment you put in complexity and you're whatever, you're gonna fuck up, man. All right. When you're doing your mathematics, just go. All right, goyim, whatever, vibes. All right, there we go. Done. Solved. All right, G-Man. What does G-Man say? Someone from India is going to create a JD Vance and Erica Kirk AI wedding for the geriatric MAGA-tards who are still drinking the Kool-Aid. We are Charlie.
Yep.
Sir Arnov, you wanted some passive income money, right? You wanted some? I got a project for you. Here, make this, man. Get some of your bros to make this, man. Oh man, this is just like fucking comedy gold, man. Holy shit. Oh dear. I just like, man, I stopped caring about the ideology of the goyim a while back, right? And when I did, everything else clicked, man. Because like after you stop caring about what their fucking ideology is, and then you just evaluate them from like, okay, these guys are posturing and they're trying to figure out what the vibes are and this kind of shit or whatever the fuck. Things are way easier, right? You don't have to figure out, like, you don't get like constant goyim fatigue of like, well, I'm gonna have goyim fatigue now of, well, he had ideology XYZ, why does he now have ideology ABC? Don't do any of that bullshit, man. Just like, okay, this is his class position. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Vance was one-shotted by Twitter, is basically what you're saying. Like his mind, he was mind fucked by the Twitter, right-wing Twitter vibes, I guess.
He saw an opportunity and he took it. That's what it is, man. It's not that hard.
Yeah,
right?
fair.
Yeah.
Maybe his Indian wife suggested it to him. Let's grift off the goyim.
Yeah, let's grift off the goyim. Oh, jeez. Yeah, that could be it, honestly. Like, because Trump's pretty friendly to the Indians for all sorts of reasons, right? He wants the cheap labor, he wants all the other shit, right? But now that he's sundowning, it could just take a life on its own, honestly, right? So yeah, that's what's gonna happen. What is happening?
The Indians do seem to be pretty good at goyim wrangling or herding. Like
obviously, bro.
You see all those like all those all those like corporate executives like of like Google and
yeah.
They know exactly what to say, and then people are like, "These guys are amazing. You need to hire more of them." And then you just repeat that. It's pretty simple.
My friend, okay, my friends, why are you surprised? They worship cows. The goyim The Goyim and them are a match made in heaven. Why are you surprised, man? This is literally
I
what
mean,
they were doing.
there's a lot of parallels between U.S. and Indian culture. Just like,
Yeah.
I mean, I was telling some of my like relatives like back in China, I was like, they were asking this, like curious about like on the executive positions, and I was like, well, in terms of like just society, just like the need to puff themselves up, like there is some parallels between India and U.S. culture on this. Like in China, you do the type of like self promotion, people would just kind of give you like side eye, like what the hell are you doing? Like
Yeah.
you don't do that type of stuff,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
Like you basically shut up and work, like nose to the grindstone.
Mhm.
I think there is some parallels between India and American culture
Yeah,
that
yeah.
I would say allows India to basically do very well and like leadership positions.
Mhm.
That's my personal take on this though. But
The
Yeah.
Indians are
I do
good
wonder.
talkers.
I agree.
They're good talkers. And
I mean,
Americans,
to be fair, Americans are very good talkers.
Americans fucking love to yap. Like, you cannot shut these people up.
Yeah, I was telling someone the concept of like small talk in America, right? To like some Chinese kids as students, and they were just looking at me like, people do that there? Like, I was like, yeah, this is like going to be a regular thing. Like, you come.
We are good at following the rule book, nothing else. Like, and we understand authority and all. So we are not rebels without a cause. I think that also plays a huge
People
role.
actually get mad here if you don't do small talk. I fucking hate it.
Well, you would love it in China because you would love it in China because if you go to the shop, there is no small talk whatsoever.
Awesome.
It's just
But in all of this, what I'm most interested is the manosphere stuff. Like, how did these people infiltrate the manosphere and like
Bro,
literally
why are you asking
convinced?
us the question? You guys did it, man. You guys did.
yeah. I mean,
You need to be telling us how the fuck you guys infiltrated the fucking manosphere. That's what you guys need to. You guys need to explain. Right?
yeah, you gotta write that playbook, man. You gotta spread the wealth for like other third world countries
Like what the fuck?
to make like sort of these
like
how to make a goy slop.
Bro,
I think the talking gene, it's something, you got it or you don't. You got it or you don't. Like, look at Trump. The dude can just fucking go off for hours on end. Like, he doesn't need any instruction. Like, it's just who he is. He's a natural.
Yeah.
The Chinese are also rule followers, but they don't yap. They're not talkers.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're not rewarded for like yapping. Like if you yap, that's like, oh, you got a big fucking mouth. Like, the Chinese are very inward looking, right? Like in terms of Chinese culture, there's emphasis on self-reflection, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not that there isn't in like other cultures. It's just, more compared to like, I would say the US. Like there's not really an emphasis on like talking. You talk, and a lot of Chinese people would say like, talk is pretty fucking cheap.
Yeah.
Like, we don't really care, like, whether you talk. Like, in America, you give a good speech, it's like, oh, this guy could become president. In China, it's like, no, like, you could talk a good game, but talking's nice, but we want to see, like, what you can actually do.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's like, it's a very different environment. So, like, if you go to China, like, if you try to do small talk, the immediate assumption is like, are you trying to sell me something, or you're trying to like,
you're like a
rip me
scammer,
off or try?
Yeah, you're like a scammer or something.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if you go to China, like in the convenience stores, they're not like the cashier is not going to say hi. They're just there to scan your stuff. That's it. Like, if you say hi or thank you, it's just very, very weird.
Yeah.
Like that.
Do you guys remember when government shutdown was the biggest issue? Or is that past history at this point?
The Goyim are not even people, man. Like, they forget shit every 50 years, man.
So Americans get socialized to do basically the exact opposite. Like, you get punished if you're just doing work and you're not like advertising yourself. You get punished if you don't yap enough. You get punished if you don't do small talk. You basically have this happen for like 30 years, and then by the time people are like 25, they're unsalvageable.
Yeah. The Americans are trained in the art and science of selling themselves in everything that they do, whether it's like work or like in other areas of life, right? All right, let's see what this.
Not just that. Like, I think Americans, like, if we suddenly stop talking in like a social like environment, right? It gets very awkward very fast. Like, if someone stops talking for like 3 seconds, for like Japanese and Koreans, they didn't do the study for Chinese, but Koreans and Japanese, it's like twice as long, like 7-8 seconds before people could think it gets awkward. Like, the pause is not an awkward thing in other cultures.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, these are just, it's different cultures and different ways of thinking. But
Yeah.
at the end of the day, I mean, but like, I will say, like, yeah, Americans, what is it? The Indians have done a very good job. Like, people are like, oh, look at all the Americans are like, oh, look at all these fake accounts abroad. It's like, no, that's actually more a reflection of how much you guys are idiots. Like,
Bingo.
you basically wanted the Goy slop, and then you got it. Like, these people, like, with minimal contact with the U.S., is able to make something that would generate content that you want to consume, and you consumed it.
Yeah.
It's not on them, it's on you.
I don't even view it as scamming. Like I told you, I just view it as a hustle. I'm just like, you're the drug junkie and he's your dealer, man. That's why you hate him, right? India is your drug dealer. You are the junkie. You just consume the drugs, man. That's what this is, right? So, all right, let's see what this is. Thomas Kennedy. Pete Hegseth went from thinking he was a badass when ordering to, quote, kill them all, unquote, to cowering and throwing his own officers under the bus. And then Matthew Petty quotes it and responds, a lot of people spent the past few days arguing that honor is gay and murdering ground sailors is based. Meanwhile, Trump and Hegseth are desperately searching for someone to throw under the bus. Yeah, I mean, this is just like, what do you say, man? Like, the Goyim have gone insane, man. They're like, well, the military, man, when we fucking rebel, the new right, dissident right, whatever the fuck, we're gonna fucking kill you. The military is gonna be on our side. It's gonna be cold-blooded murderers coming after. Like, buddy, oh my gosh. The way you respond to these people is you quote back their own words to them and you put like a puppy emoji or like you put like a puppy gif at the bottom, man. Like, this is the only way you respond to these people, man. Like, it's way too ridiculous, man. The military is gonna follow these people. Give me a fucking break, man. Give me a fucking break. These fucking dishonorable fucking slobs, man. Get the fuck out of here.
Did you see the post where he's like,
This
I stand fully by the guy who he was the one who did it, by the way, but I fully stand by him. And
yeah, bro. You fully stand by him. Yeah.
oh
Sure
my
you do, man.
fucking
Sure
God.
you do, man. Fucking, oh man, these fucking idiots. Jeez.
Hegseth, after he left the military, what did he do?
I think he became like a
He went on.
Fox
He went on TV, right?
Yeah.
So he's another talker.
Yep. He's another talker. The G-Man says, I thought the Turks were managing Germany, but it looks like the Indians have arrived to hurt the calendar. The Indians have arrived. Sir Arnov, the Indians have arrived to herd the cattle in Berlin.
just victory upon victory.
You know
man.
what,
It's
bro?
like-
You know what, bro? Hang on a second. Do you have Telegram? Do you have Telegram?
Yes, I am.
All right. I'll send you the join link for like the Telegram group. We need to welcome you into the. It's for previous guests of the podcast, but like we have them all over there. We need to have you on more shows, man. Victory upon victory. Oh dear. Hang on a second. Let me invite via link, copy link. All right, I'll send you the link. But yeah, no. Let me see what Sir Richardson sent me. All right, Richardson, posts from the Goyim. Daniel D. Martino. I think this is one of those like Fox News Goyim. All right, what does he say? Maduro is openly mocking and challenging President Trump. This shouldn't go unnoticed. Okay. Open source intel. As we wait to see whether the U.S. will launch an attack on Venezuela, this is Nicolas Maduro right now dancing. Honestly, man, he might know something we don't. I think maybe he knows that Trump blinked and that he's actually not going to attack Venezuela. He might actually know that. In which case, I think he's whatchamacallit. He is legitimate with regard to dancing. right? He's perfectly within his right to do so.
And they're all like, "Stop dancing! Someone kill him for this."
Yeah.
They're so fucking mad about this.
Yeah. The Goyim have gone insane, man. The Goyim have gone.
This whole Venezuela thing has just been a farce.
You know what they say? History repeats, first as tragedy, then as farce, right? Honestly, I think they should change the quote. It should be like, history repeats, first as tragedy, then as farce, and finally as comedy. We're in the third phase now, man. It was tragedy first, then it was farce, and now it's fucking comedy. That's what this is. Oh my gosh, man.
Like, if they wanted to do like a proper regime change operation in Venezuela,
Yeah.
you have to do the groundwork first. You have to build up some kind of local opposition. You have to insert some assets. By the time the president,
Yeah. You got cut off again for some reason, I think. You
you
got cut off
should
again.
be you should be
Yeah.
like 99% done, right?
Once again, bro, making the same mistake. Goyim aren't people. Making the same mistakes. Using logical reasoning. Error. No one's gonna think that way, right?
What's crazy is they've been obsessed with trying to overthrow Venezuela for at least since Trump turned one. Probably earlier than that, but I haven't paid attention before Trump turned one, to be honest. And
Yeah.
like they kept coming up with these like goofy cartoon like schemes to try to get rid of the guy, and it's just like, oh yeah, we have this guy like named Guaido, and he's gonna take over, and then we just kind of forgot about him.
Yeah. I just realized something. Brother Naji is in the chat. Okay, hey, Brother Naji, you should have given me a... bro, come on. I'll make you speaker. Come on. Let me know what's happening in Ohio, Pakistan. I gotta know what's going on there. Right. I gotta know what's happening in Ohio, Pakistan.
Ohio, Pakistan. Zindabad.
Ohio, Pakistan.
Bro, no. They've been trying to take care of Maduro since 2000,
Yeah.
2001. There's a whole documentary about how the CIA...
I think it was Chavez. In 2001.
I'm sorry. Yeah, obviously.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Chavez.
it's not... well, Maduro by proxy, but yes, Chavez.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, they kidnapped Chavez and flew him via a CIA helicopter, I believe, out of the country, and then the entire country erupted, and they had to bring him back because they were like, "Oh shit, this is not going the way we wanted." So, yeah, dude, yeah, Venezuela. We ain't got shit for Venezuela, man.
Do you think Trump is going to actually blink and not attack them, or do you think like he has to do something and he's gonna at least bomb like one hospital? Because like he's the fucking president of the Yankee Satan, so I'm saying he's gonna bomb at least one hospital and kill at least a few women and kids, right? He has to do it, right? What do you think?
100% he has to.
Yeah.
100% he has to. There's no backing down from, like, this is the socialist, communist, devil in our... Like, he's playing to the boomers, right? So, right
He's
now...
playing to the Goyim, bro. You gotta use the right language, man. He's playing to the Goyim. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
He as of this moment, right? Pete Hegseth is under serious like scrutiny for why he ordered the extrajudicial killing of prisoners who were like in the water right after the first strike. He said,
double tap.
double tap, order another strike, right? And that was that was supposed to be like a Trump moment, like we killed them all, but like at the same time, everybody realizes like, dude, you could have just taken them and gotten information from them. But why didn't you do that, right? So, yeah, no, for sure. Now he has to play to the boomer crowd, which is, unfortunately, it's like, attacking Iraq, right? It's like, just, bombs over Baghdad type shit. So, yeah, we'll see. But yeah, I think he will.
You think he will? Okay, yeah, no, I think he will as well. I mean,
Yeah,
he
yeah.
could pussy out, but if he does pussy out, I would laugh so loud, man, if that actually happened.
He can't. You can pussy out when it comes to like Iran, but you can't
Yeah.
pussy out in our hemisphere, quote unquote,
But
our
imagine,
hemisphere.
okay, so imagine for a second that happens,
Hmm.
man. Like, if that happens, that's all she, like, oh, Monroe Doctrine, USA, USA. Bro, if that happens, that's like a falsification of the Monroe Doctrine right there. Like, literally right there. And it's just like, okay, America is just fucking easy pickings, man.
Is that the equivalent of like if we keep like trying to force Soviet analogies where like they just like let Estonia become independent? Like this is just the same equivalent if they just give up here without doing anything.
I mean, that's how Russia, China, and everybody else, or Sir Arnold Jindal's massive bot army will also spin it that way. So there we go. I'm telling you right now, that's what's gonna happen, right? That's what's gonna
No,
happen.
they have to do some kind of shock and awe. Like they have to do some.
They're gonna hit at least one hospital in your view. They're gonna
Yeah.
hit at least one hospital. All right, at least we gotta at least get one. We gotta at least fucking murder at least a dozen women and kids, right? That's gonna be the Yankee Satan motto. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Damn.
yeah. So, but if it doesn't happen and if they blink, I would laugh so loud, man. I'd be like, this
They,
is
yeah.
fucking like Eid. This is Eid coming early, man. This is Eid coming early. Right?
You
So.
didn't even have to fast, you know.
There we go.
I'll say this:
Oh
the
man.
increasing levels of silence are
But
suspicious.
What were you saying, Sir Arnav? And
I was actually like, I don't think so he will do anything
you think he's gonna
because
blink? You think
like
he's gonna blink?
these,
Okay, so
yeah, yeah.
Brother Naji from Ohio, Pakistan, says he's gonna do it. He's gonna blow up at least one hospital.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying from Mumbai, India, no, he's gonna fucking blink. See, there we go. Pakistan and India, they can never get along. They always
Nope.
fucking disagree, man.
I mean, I'm saying this on the basis, and maybe this is a safer position I'm taking, is that like there are going to be unintended consequences of it. I don't think so. Like these people have the strength to deal with it.
Mm.
So
You think he's gonna?
because
Okay,
see what,
so you actually have a much stronger position. Your position is Trump is not only gonna pussy out, but he's gonna pussy out because him and his bros are fucking scared. That's what you're saying.
yes, yes.
Fascinating. Anyone else want to say what's gonna happen with this thing? Just to make a guess. Is Trump gonna? Do you agree with Sir Arnov or do you agree with Brother Naji? Brother Naji thinks at least one hospital is gonna get blown up. Sir Arnov thinks nothing's gonna happen.
I think something's going to happen. They're probably like going to blow some things up, but I don't
Okay.
think they're going to do like. I mean, I don't know if they do like a ground invasion stuff. It's going to be like
No way.
get all sorts
No.
of terrible things. I mean, they might be dumb enough to do it. Like they were like, "Hey, this is just going to be like what is it? Like Pershing's expedition into Mexico." And like the 19 what is it? When did he do the expedition to Mexico?
It was like 1911 or no, some right before World War One.
Guys, this is not Grenada. This is not, you know what I mean? Like, come on. This is not Las Malvinas, the UK in the 1980s. Like, the Venezuelans have anti-tank, missiles. They have, like, real capabilities. I'm just trying to tell you, like, there's no way there's a ground invasion coming. There's no way.
I agree. I think they'll blow up a building and then go home.
Yeah. That's
They're gonna
exactly what
blow
they're
up.
gonna
Okay,
do.
so Sir Slop and okay, so Sir Slop Enjoyer says they're gonna blow up at least one hospital. Brother Naji says they're gonna blow up at least one hospital. Sir Meow Meow is very bullish on America. He thinks the 15,000 Marines are actually gonna do a ground incursion. Sir Arnov says it's gonna be fucking nothing. He's gonna pussy out, right? Who else wants to quip in? Who else is like, yeah?
My gut feeling says nothing. We'll see.
You think nothing's gonna happen? Okay. Any reason you think that?
They're clearly seeing something that's like making them freeze up completely and like not even doing like an actual airstrike. Like they got to the point where they closed the airspace. It sounded like things were gonna happen, and then suddenly just complete silence for like 3 days, and then like the Pentagon's arguing publicly with the White House like the next day.
I mean, it could be that the S-300 third-rate shit from like the late 1970s scared the shit out of them, man. Maybe that's what did it.
I think that yeah, they have the capability to bomb the shit out of Venezuela, okay? And myself included, as a Ohio Pakistani, okay? But the thing is there is no possible way that they don't understand there's a battery of Cornet anti-tank guided missiles waiting for them at the shoreline. Like, there's no way they don't realize that. So
I'll be back in about 2 minutes, but gentlemen, please continue the conversation.
I'm just saying, like, there's no way that the Marines come ashore like a cartoon. Like, there's no way, man. I don't know. What do you guys think?
But my sort of saying that nothing will happen comes from the fact that at this point something should have happened.
Yep.
Like they're playing this mice game so much that I don't think so they're going to do anything. Because I mean at this point I'm not understanding like how many crises a country can have domestically and internationally. Like somewhere there has to be one sane person there. Like you hope against hope, but still.
No,
But like because yeah,
sure enough. I mean, like, what does capital do, right? Like, what capital looks out for itself, and at this point, capital is reaching desperately into the bottom of the bag of goodies. Like, it's. I'll put it to you this way: it's like 1 month after Halloween, the young child has candy in his bag still, and he reaches very, very deeply into the bag, and it's a Tootsie Roll. He's like, God damn it, I need more than this, and then he goes berserk. Like, that's what we're up against. Like, it's there's there's no rationality for this, man. It's like we're gonna do a Monroe Doctrine, and we are so far in debt that we can't even get our eyeballs out of it. They're spending $100 to $200 million every single day, just to stay out there. So they have to do something. Like, I mean, unless they just tuck their tails and they come home, but they have to do some kind of a real strike, in my opinion. Like, they've done strikes on a couple of fast speedboats, okay, but like that's nothing. That's not going to assuage the boomer class.
Do you think they'll be
I
able to
mean
get
with
away with an
Iran,
AI with a deep fake or something? It just like just to do like a deep fake hospital bombing and then post it on Twitter and then say, yeah, we got them.
I have the perfect idea, guys. What if Trump just gets on Twitter and he says, "Okay, we striked them. We hit them really hard. Their capital's devastated." And then like everyone asks for a source, and it's like, "Oh, it's classified. Just trust us."
it's Wag the Dog. It's Wag the Dog the
Wag the
movie.
dog. Yeah, no. Yeah, it's not. We can't be wag that. Yeah. That's a good point, Sir Arnav and um I forget Richardson. I don't think that is even possible at this point, man. Like, you can't spend 3 months and have Pete Hegseth being like harassed about his participation in this campaign, and that it's just like yeah, we just like we just hit an AI building. No, there's no way, dude. I'm sorry. It's just my personal opinion. They have to go. They have to do something. They have to do something.
I mean, like, are you guys? Is the suggestion that Trump just says we hit Venezuela and he just releases an AI video? Is that the suggestion?
Yeah, or not
Yeah,
even
like
release an AI
yeah,
video. He just says it, and just like he just is
Oh,
like hoping they go along with it.
okay.
I mean, it
Yeah,
depends
it's
on
funny,
how much
but
respect you have for the Goyim, right? Like, do you have some kind of like bare minimum respect?
No.
Fuck no.
Like,
saying he's gonna make an AI deepfake or whatever, or he can just announce it on Twitter or whatever it's called, Truth Social, and then he can just say, "Trust us, bro, we did it."
Well, see, I still have some
Oh
kind
yeah.
of, I still have some kind of residual, respect for the goyim. So I still think that he needs to blow up a real building.
A real building.
He needs to. It could be.
All right. Give me speaker again. Request. Yes, sir. Coming right up. Yeah.
I mean, it could be like in Yemen, right? Like they blow random shit up, but it's like nothing else, nothing changes, nothing happens. And it's like mission accomplished, and they just go home.
Well, Brother Naji, what happened in Wag the Dog actually happened 6 months later, if you remember.
Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Where Clint.
Oh, Sir Malcolm, you're back. Sir Malcolm.
Yeah,
There we go.
I was
Let's
eating
go.
breakfast at the local hotel, and
Nice.
now $22 for as much as you can eat, so now I can barely walk. But yeah, weighing in to catch my meaning here on the Venezuela thing. Like again, like they don't have the forces to sustain any sort of attack. And what people need to realize about the US is that the US, for all of the hype, like, you think about Israel and them, doing the pager thing and actually knowing where like Hamas, Hezbollah people are and, doing these incredibly destructive bombing raids, that actually assassinate people. Like Israel has good intelligence. The US does not. The US doesn't really maintain that infrastructure. So they're basically reliant on some sort of shock and awe campaign where they take out Maduro and then somehow this massive, national government, there's nobody in there that says, okay, well, now it's my turn and I'm less incompetent than Maduro.
Yeah.
But they don't have the intel for that sort of stuff. Like if you think about Yemen, for example, one of the main reasons that attack was canceled, like the Operation Rough Rider, was because they had no intelligence on Ansar Allah. Like they had these Reapers, and the Reapers were there to gather intel on where leaders and so on were, and then they just kept getting shot down. Because obviously the US doesn't have really human intelligence on the ground or anything like that, or like a spy network or something like that. That shit is it takes too much time, it's too expensive. And I mean, if you think about the Iraq invasion, the Americans were learning the difference between Sunni and Shia on the ground, after the invasion.
Yeah.
That's the level they operate at.
Yeah.
So they don't have the forces for any sort of invasion or any sort of sustained campaign. They need a lightning fast decapitation strike, but they haven't invested any sort of resources into the, imperial machine that would be available to the British historically.
Yeah. So.
Well, I would say that I agree with you. I would say that potentially they may attempt a shock and awe that decapitates Maduro. People in the U.S. They like their cape shit. They like their cape shit very early and soon, and it's like if we kill Maduro, well then there's also they don't assume that there's another leader that can take over, or there's not another general, in the Bolivarian revolution movement that can take over. And so perhaps they're going to try and attempt to just create enough chaos in order, just kind of like a Libyan model, and they're going to try and assassinate Maduro, create chaos, send money to their proxies, create some kind of instability, and then jump in and grab the oil. That's their best case. That's their best case scenario, and it's silly.
I mean, grab the oil. Okay, but like in Libya, the Europeans were the fucking suckers holding the bag, right? They're the ones who get all the fucking migrants, right? In this scenario, America is the fucking sucker holding the bag and getting the migrants, right? So this doesn't work, right? It's like, well, we can just, but who's grabbing the oil, man? Like the oil companies are fucked because of the low prices, right? So this doesn't work, right? Like if you were advising them and you were given the Goyim this advice, right? It's good advice, except the Goyim are fucked. It's just like it doesn't
Yeah, I
work.
mean that's their best case. I mean
That's their
but
best
they
case.
have
Yeah.
what can they possibly do though?
Blow up
What
a
can they
hospital.
do?
Blow up a hospital.
Okay,
Blow up a
all
hospital.
right.
That's all they got,
I'll
man.
shut up. I'll shut up. I'm sorry. You're right.
That's all they got, man. Blow up a Venezuelan hospital and say that Maduro has been deterred or whatever the fuck. Monroe Doctrine, USA. Same bullshit. Serrano, you got your hand raised. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, my point was only on the oil stuff for Venezuela. That it's very like the return is 4:1, which is like at best like the fields is not good at all for extraction. So even if they are going for those intent, it's not going to be successful.
Yeah.
And I mean, as you were saying before, like the people talking about oil, like right now, for American oil producers, they probably want less oil in the market because for them
Yeah.
to be profitable, it's got to be about 60. And if you got Venezuelan oil all of a sudden flooding in, you're basically seeing like going to be waves of American producers just shutting shop.
The oil price, the reason the oil price is at this level, I mean, people have theorized it, but like one of my bros, he made the argument that the reason this is the price is because China has been in deflation for the last 5 years, and so its consumption has gone down. So because it is the premier manufacturing economy and workshop of the world, it's just like this is really out of America's hands with regard to why the fuck is the oil pricing collapsing and shit, right? So.
Well, I mean, technically China's peak greenhouse gas emissions is probably already now or like within a couple of years because you know how Americans, the Goy just always say, oh, we're going to block the Strait of Malacca. We're going to block the Strait of Malacca. Like just constant stuff. Well, apparently Chinese listen. So they're like, okay, we're going to do massive investments into solar, nuclear, and all these alternatives. So if the Americans do this, we're not fucked.
Yeah.
So now you're seeing kind of the fruits of that and just the amount of solar and the amount of alternative energy in China. It's pretty crazy. I mean, I think they've got like what's really crazy is you guys know what the thorium reactor stuff, right? The thorium reactor?
Yeah, we talked about it, the smaller modular reactors and shit, yeah.
No, not the small modular ones. This is not a small modular one. So on the Chinese side, what they did was the Americans actually did do research on thorium reactors in the 60s, right?
Okay.
And then they did this research and then they just shelved it because it's like, oh, it's not commercially viable. Well, and like, during the pivot to Asia and everything else, the Chinese like, okay, greenhouse consumptions, strategic problems is like, all right, we got to find like alternative ways. So like about 10, 15 years ago, they started looking at like the American research that the Americans gave up on and they started building up on this. So now they have, I think, a working prototype of a thorium reactor and they're on their way to basically working their way into commercialization.
Yeah,
and
I think that. Yeah, go ahead.
I think if there's one place that nuclear is actually just still expanding, it's Russia and it's China.
I mean, it is expanding in China, but you have to realize, like the Chinese at this point are getting less than 2% of their total energy mix from nuclear.
Oh, what happened? Try again? Try speaking again.
Mossad got to him.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I can hear better now, G. I don't know what happened to Sir Malcolm. He might be having connectivity issues. Yeah, so sometimes like when spaces go super long, these things start happening, right?
Clearly, big nuclear got him.
Big nuclear. Jeez.
Sir Malcolm, what happened?
Sweden got nuked, unfortunately. Oh, Russia. Jesus.
I think. Sir Malcolm, if it's not working, just drop off and then come back in. I'll make you speaker again, and then you can talk. Cause yeah, sometimes it just fucking glitches like that. I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, we can't hear you. So, yeah.
He's reconnecting
He's
back.
reconnecting back? Okay, good. Alright.
One small point on the small thorium reactors. Where are these people going to get the rare earth metals to make it small?
Yeah. I mean,
I don't think the Chinese one is not a small thorium reactor. It's like a prototype. I think they have it in Inner Mongolia.
sure.
They're not looking for like the small miniature. They're not trying to miniaturize, is what I'm saying. They're basically doing something else with it. But for the Chinese, there's like a strategic objective. It's not a commercial one, right? For them. So basically the incentives are there, even if they're right now in the short term losing money, they're still willing to invest in building into it. And it's very similar to like high speed rail. Like, people are saying like, oh, a lot of the lines are not profitable. It's like, well, not everything in life is about profits, right? People say, oh, China's got all these nice like subways. Well, when China started building subways in the 90s, the World Bank is like, well, what are you guys doing? Like, this is really dumb. You guys just should stick to like bicycles and stuff. So it's not always about, profits and everything.
the thing
That's
is,
my
right,
2 cents on the issue.
I understand what you mean. The thing with thorium is that there's a guy, he's called Dr. Simon Miko. He wrote a paper on like all of the different like options that are out there with regard to like transitioning away from fossil fuels. He actually likes thorium. So in the paper, he makes that point clear that, okay, I personally actually like thorium. But like, even if you look at thorium, right, the thorium stuff, it's not like the scale is not there. Right? The scale is not there with regard to like, okay, this many hundreds of millions, billions of people, and you need this much thorium and what have you, right? You can do thorium and you can do like, okay, well, population of 200,000, 250,000. Hooray, you guys get electricity, right? But if it's like a giant city of 20 million people or whatever, it can't do it, right? And that's the thing. It's like, and that's thorium, right? Which is like experimental and whatever. Conventional nuclear, right? Conventional nuclear is like stagnant to declining, right? There's 440 nuclear reactors total around the planet right now. On average, in a given year, that number goes down by 1 to 2 per annum. Older reactors are falling apart. Newer reactors are rarely getting built because I think Sir Malcolm said at the beginning of the show, like most of the fucking companies don't exist or are bankrupt and what have you. So like the whatchamacallit, the aura that nuclear had back in the day, it's gone. It's been gone for a while, right? It's been gone for a while.
I would agree with you. It's gone in the West, but if you look at Russia and China, you're seeing a very, very different picture. Like nuclear is just picking up in China. Like
Yeah,
they're
they'll
just
do it.
starting to.
Sure, man. They'll do it for a while, and then they'll hit the same material limits that the other guys hit. Right? It's not a Western Eastern thing. It's a basic thing of like the technology is like, okay, well, you eat this many calories from lettuce, and after you eat that many calories, that's like the hard limit for a daily consumption. What is this?
Well,
So,
I think it's more like the Chinese thorium breakthroughs. I'll send you a link later. Like
sure, man.
it's based on
I
American research. It's just that
I
the
know what you're
Americans,
talking about, man, bro.
they gave up.
Bro, I'm on Substack, man.
Yeah.
People send me shit I write on Substack, okay? People send me
Okay.
all kinds of stuff, okay? I know what you're talking about. I know about the experimental design. I know what they're building. I know about thorium salt molten reactors and the fact that they have little to no radiation. I know these things, okay? I'm telling you that even with all those things combined, you're not going to, in the year 2055, 2095, right? And again, let's use the UN model. I don't believe this, by the way. I don't believe there's going to be 10 billion people, like, at the end of the century. You're not going to have enough electricity generated from that thing, right? It literally cannot be built, right? It's like the guy who wrote the paper, right?
He works for the Geological Survey of Finland. His literal job is to estimate, okay, how much stuff is on the fucking crust and the fucking seabed of the Earth's floor, based on like geological mapping data and et cetera, et cetera. And he basically said, look, even if you move to a world where like the entire planet is using 30% nuclear, conventional and non-conventional, it doesn't work, right? It doesn't work because to build all of that stuff, the metals, the minerals, the elements needed does not exist on the crust or on the seabed floor. That's what that is, okay? What is this? Yeah, Sir Arnov, go ahead. And I'll make Sir Malcom speaker again. And hopefully this time he can speak and not get, I don't know, what happened there with regard to connection issues. So that's what that is.
I mean, for the nuclear stuff, I don't know what much more is left to say. Like, these people will understand
I can
when everything will
send you the
fail.
paper, man. I can send you. Look, he's very thorough. He doesn't just say 30.
Yeah. I know whom you're talking about. I was able to chat with him once. His papers are amazing.
He doesn't just look at 30% nuclear. He looks at 25. He looks at 20. He looks at 15. He looks at 10. He looks at a world where there's zero nuclear. He looks at a world where there's 50. Nothing works, right? You can literally make it 50 nuclear, this, that, and the other thing. It still doesn't fucking work, right? You can try a scenario where it's 35% hydropower, 20% solar or whatever the fuck. That doesn't work. Nothing works, right? The reason nothing works is because, again, the metals, the minerals, the elements don't exist on the Earth's crust, don't exist on the seabed floor. Don't exist, right? Don't exist in the volume needed. Just pure hard limit. It's not a West versus East thing, man. It's not about what you or I want, what someone else wants. Oh, wouldn't it be nice if we could? No, like you're cooking a giant omelet of eggs. You need 500 eggs to make the omelet. You only got like 50 something or whatever. You're not going to finish making the omelet. That's what that is. Sir Richardson, go ahead.
Hi. Just as a full disclaimer, I actually don't know much about this topic. I might need to maybe find a paper like that because it sounds like it's
I'll send it to you. It's very boring though. If you want to read it, you can read it. But
I think it's probably good for me to expand my horizons and read more detailed
I'll
stuff like that.
It's by Geological Survey of Finland. It's basically a white paper. The white paper is basically okay.
Yep, I've gone through white papers for work before, so
I know. But like what it goes over is basically if our job was to phase out fossil fuels for only the very first generation of non-fossil fuel energy, right? Energy and electricity, right? What would it take? Basically, right? Very sobering paper. If you read the paper, you'll understand what I mean. Mm-hmm. But like, it's like for the very first generation, the metals, the elements, none of that shit exists, man. Doesn't exist. Sir Malcom, send me another request. I should be able to make you speaker.
Okay.
I think your listener, just send me another request, and I don't know what's going on, but you should be good.
So my only question was just and this is just pure ignorance on my part, but like even if like nuclear can't really because of the expenses and the maintenance costs especially and the materials and the Earth's crust not being enough, does nuclear still have like a use as like a niche like 3 to 4%?
Yeah. You can use it, man. Like the technology works. It's not about whether the technology works or not. It does work. Like you can use thorium for like a small municipality and shit, right? You can do it, right? The problem is that if you want to make like a giant industrial level civilization, the fucking elements and the metals don't exist, man. It literally does not exist on the crust. It doesn't.
Yeah, and also, I've made this point regarding nuclear power, and I made it at the start of this talk, which is like the point of a power plant is not to produce power. Because if it was, we could basically have a power plant that ran on cats and static electricity. The point of a power plant is to produce power that, can be used, that private consumers can afford, and that is competitive for an industry. And so the real problem with nuclear power in Germany, for example, was like even when they still had operational nuclear power plants, close to the end of their life cycle. So I mean, the the capital costs were mostly paid off. But like even at that point, the cost of power or energy was 3 times that of natural gas. And so like German industry couldn't really cope with like nuclear power and still remain competitive. That was the problem. And that's the problem. This is why China isn't actually building a lot of nuclear power either.
Yeah. 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 The primary energy source is coal, right?
Yeah, I mean, they are at 2% of their energy mix coming from nuclear power.
Yeah.
And they want to go to like 6, 7, 8%.
Yeah.
Unless they cancel plants, which, you know, with nuclear power plants, usually they end up being canceled because building them kind of sucks. But like, even if they don't cancel any of the plants, like they're gonna be less than 10%. Sweden, which has a lot of hydropower, is at 40%.
Yeah.
France is at 70%. Like the Chinese, if they wanted to, they could build a nuclear power plant like once every 9 months or whatever. Like if the order came down from top, from, you know, the party, like the central party committee or whatever, like either you build a nuclear power plant.
Oh, what happened? Oh, it's just like, can you hear him anymore, or like, did he disappear again?
Cannot hear him.
Cannot hear him.
I can't hear him.
Big nuclear keeps attacking his connection.
What the fuck is happening here, man? Jeez. Yeah.
Well, in the meantime, I would posit a question about Chinese solar production. They seem to be producing a bajillion solar panels.
Do you know
Is
how much
that
electricity it actually produced with solar? I can give you the numbers right now.
break it down, Ahnaf? It was just a question I was positing.
Okay, last year, 2024, China's total electricity production from all sources, this is all sources, 10,072.6 terawatt hours. So I'm going to say 10,000. Okay, how much of it was solar out of 10,000?
10,000, maybe. I would assume probably 900
Very
to
close.
1,200.
Very close. 834. Very close. Good job.
Okay,
You got it.
that's.
There we go, man. You got it in you, man.
I'm just guessing, bro.
Okay, well, how much was
I'm a
nuclear?
master estimator.
Bro, how much was
Nuclear?
nuclear? Yeah.
Oh boy, I actually don't have a guess for that. Probably a little
Don't
bit
worry about it,
less.
man. Don't worry about it. Just make a guess. Don't worry about it. You get better
600.
at this as you keep going, yeah. How much?
600.
Close. 445.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, 445. And what was the highest?
Coal.
Yeah. How much was coal?
Yeah. Probably more than 500. No.
It's
I'm sorry.
definitely more than
No,
500.
no. It is more than 500?
Yeah, but okay, but what's the exact number?
Yeah, I'll go 625.
Coal was 5,859 out of 10,000. Yeah.
Dang.
By the way, just to make you understand how big that number is, what is the total electricity production of America? Total.
No guesses.
Last year it was 4,387 from all sources. Add up all sources of electricity for America, it's not even close to what China does for coal. There we go. So that's what that is. Sir Richardson, you've got your hand raised.
Oh, I do? I don't see it raised on my end, so.
Okay. You know what we should do, man? Honestly, like, I just realized what's happening. Because, like, Sir Malcolm keeps trying to speak, and... Oh, Sir Arnav, go ahead.
Yeah, just one small thing is that, like, on current rate of consumption, we have oil for about 20 years, natural gas for 25, and coal for 96 years.
Yeah.
So coal is king here.
Coal is
And
king.
another thing,
Yeah.
Another thing, Dr. Simon Michaud, who you were referencing before, he told, like, my question to him was, like, we are seeing these charts, like people in the industry would actually respond to this shit. And he's like, the response that he got is the same thing that we were talking about certain Substacker, who was talking about DEI and all of that shit. Like, it is such a taboo thing that these people can't even, like, acknowledge even a single bit of it.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's sad pretty much.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, right, it's a defense mechanism, right? And also, like, many of these guys, they just don't understand the subject matter, right? Like, the only reason I understand the subject matter is because I know bros who work in the field, and I have conversations with them all the time, right? This is not my field, right? So that's what that is. But yeah, I just realized that this is almost 5 hours long, and I think that's the reason why, like, whenever Sir Malcolm tries to be speaker and tries to speak, there seems to be, like, an issue with, like, speakers and whatever. I'm gonna actually just cut it off here. We'll do more of these. Don't worry, guys. If you want to say more stuff, you can say more stuff on the other ones. But yeah, like, 5 hour show. Well, there's probably some hard limit on, like, fucking Twitter Spaces. I don't know what it is, but next time when we do this, I'm gonna be a bit more organized about it. So my apologies for that. As host, I should have been a bit more careful with regard.
A quick question.
Yeah, go for it, man.
Before you go, I used to be able to find, like, the talks on this, like, on on Spotify.
Yeah.
Like, they're all gone. Like, where do I go, like, for this?
I'm gonna have to ask Sir Kenaz. He probably knows what happened to it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He's actually the one who does all the work behind the scenes with regard to putting this on Substack and putting it everywhere else. He also puts this up on YouTube as well, so if you want to check it out there.
Oh, YouTube. Okay, all right. I'll check it out on YouTube.
Yeah.
What is it called on YouTube?
On YouTube, just type in Eurabiamania.
All right. Thanks.
So type in Eurabia, and then to that word add the word mania, right? And you should be able to find it. Right. I mean, it's pretty like fringe. Like, we only get, like, a couple of views here and there, but, you know, always, like, new viewers. But it's a doomer show. You're not gonna get that many views. But no, anyhow. But no, apologies, dear listeners, for the hiccups, technical and what have you. Yeah, it's probably because the space is super long. I'm gonna have to call it quits now. It's been, like, fucking almost 5 hours. Thank you for those who've listened the entire way. You deserve a gold medal for listening through all of that doom, gloom, and despair. I don't know how you did it, but, like, you know, give yourself a pat on the back. I'm gonna call it quits now, and no, remember, as always, we gotta end it off the same way that we always do with these shows. The doom cometh.
Your soul is mine. Fate